Hello again. Hello, everyone. Am I? Can I? Wow, somebody's already here. That was quick. I didn't even get here. You beat me here. It's not bad going. Can you hear me? If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I don't mind, but I shall wait until somebody can and says, "Yeah, I can hear you." Do-do. No point, doing loads and loads of stuff if you can't hear. Come in. Let's get busy when I'm doing these. Do not know why. So, wow, taking longer than I thought. Thanks for popping in. First person. INFJ first. Oh, you're already in. And Greg's, well, 3 already. That was quick. Hi, Greg. How you doing? Just send out some love to you people as I have. Queen, hello. Hope all is well. All is well. All is good. Just want to come on really in response to some people who just don't want to listen. They really don't want to listen. And I don't mind people arguing with me about what I'm saying. Well, discussing with me. Don't really want to say arguing. Discussing, but they don't hear that it's pointless having an argument or a discussion with anybody if they just keep saying the same thing and don't hear what you're saying. So you take on board what they're saying, but they just ignore what you're saying. It ends up pointless because love's going to change. This Greg's influence. Ooh, thanks, Steve. Thank you. You don't know what the show's about yet, but cheers. So, and these people know who they are. I don't, need to say who they are, but we'll start by, I don't want to reward an average searcher. So this is the person that set up the chase, saying to anybody and everybody, I do not want to reward an average searcher. How can we quantify that? Now, there is a process, and it doesn't matter whether it's the mode, mean, median, it doesn't matter. It's simple enough. Anyone who found a chest, and I'm not being horrible, and probably like Trump, just saying the truth, because I know that'll upset people if I talk about that. Just saying the truth. Anybody who found a chest is an average searcher. And there's probably 350,000 of you. So I'd say that was average, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you say that was average? If there's 350,000 people in the chase and they all found a chest, then I would say that makes you average. Because out of 350,000 people, you're one of them. And therefore, you're the average. And that, is the case with how many people are left in the chase? And how many of those people found a chest? Let's do the mean, the mode, and the median. Let's do those and see what that looks like. Oh, it looks like anybody who found a chest that's left in the chase is an average because the majority of people did it in any way that you work that out, whatever maths you use. So an average searcher would be somebody who found a chest. And the argument for these average searchers is, I'm a better average searcher than you. What? But Forrest isn't going to reward any of you. You're all average. No one better than the other. You just have different solves. But you each have a chest, which makes you an average searcher. And therefore, can't be correct. Now, the reason I'm saying these sort of things is not because I'm a nasty person. It's because I spent 4 years trying to explain the thrill of the chase, and people just hating, and God-fearing people that say they're God-fearing people that only have hate in their hearts. It's crazy. That is crazy. So an average searcher is not going to be rewarded by Forrest Fenn. And an average search, not just me saying it, not me being horrible, those are facts. If there's 100 people left in the chase and 70 of them found the chest, that makes them average. And Forrest isn't going to reward those. So what are you arguing for? But worse than that, you're claiming to be the best of the average searchers. What? That is crazy. That's crazy. Everybody found a chest, which makes them average, and Forrest isn't going to reward an average searcher, so you're going to get nothing. And yet you want to argue that you're the best of those average people. And Forrest doesn't want you to tell him that you found a chest. There seems to be a bit of logic missing if you're going to keep arguing that fact that you found a chest, when that just makes you average. And the best you can hope for is that you're the best average person out there, that your solve is better than anybody else's, but not more correct. It's crazy. And I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm just saying, look, I've tried to tell you the easy way about what's happening in the chase, in my opinion. And I am not even saying, I'm no threat to you. None. Zero. Zilch. I'm not coming after your chest. I'm not coming after your solve. I'm not claiming to be a solver. And people are saying, oh, I don't like your solution. I don't like this and I don't like that. And you're wrong and you're this and you're the other. I'm not saying that I'm the solver. I'm not saying that I'm trying to take your chest away from you. I'm not trying to say that I'm better than you. I'm saying, look, here's information. Do with it what you want. You don't even have to believe it. And yet people are saying, oh, you're trying to con people into stuff. You're manipulating people. You're doing this, that, and the other. For what end? Where is the reward for me to manipulate anybody into believing me? Now, I'm just going to use the people that are here. I mean no offense. So, Greg, if I manipulate you, where's the reward for me? If I make you believe that I'm a solver, which I'm not trying to do, where is the reward for me? There isn't one. Same with Queen. If I make her believe, there's no reward for me that I make her believe. The only person that you need to convince is Major Forrest Burke Fenn. And if you didn't convince him, that's tough. That's tough. Same for me. If I didn't convince Major Forrest Burke Fenn, it's tough for me too. But I'm not trying to convince anyone, and I'm not trying to manipulate anyone, and I'm not giving you bullshit. So if everybody who found a chest is an average searcher, hi Wilfred, how you doing? 3 thumbs up already. There's 12. Tar. So an average searcher is somebody who found a chest, which basically means it's not you. Now, that's not me being nasty or me being clever or me being smart. That's me just going, if Forrest is not going to reward an average searcher, and all we have are average searchers because everybody found a chest, so that must mean they're average. That means it's none of them. It's none of them. It can't be. Based on what Forrest is saying, not what I'm thinking, not what I want to happen, not because I want to be the solver, but because Forrest has said, I don't want to reward an average searcher. Therefore, the average of the people that are left are people who found a chest. If somebody found a bell, they wouldn't be average. If somebody found a jar, they wouldn't be average. If somebody's found a treasure, a second treasure, they wouldn't be average. But somebody found a chest, yeah, we've got loads of those. They're not rare. We've got loads of average searchers in the thrill of the chase still. And therefore, just by simple logic, a little bit of deduction, it's none of them because they're average. No one better than the other because each of them have a chest. Therefore, it can't be them. Oh, missing stuff. Mario, wrong. Maybe there's only 50k books sold or around that. Yeah, we can go into those, but I'm going on the information received that everybody has heard. And whether they believe it or not, that's up to them. But I understand what you're saying. But I hope people In Northern Maine, most of them. Yeah, most of them trolls. Most of them play. Hello, Casper. How are you doing? Always entertaining. I never found a chest. Well, then you're not an average searcher. You're not an average searcher. And this is not the chest. This is a chest. Because, and I'll explain more. All right, let's go into the explanation of this. Forrest said the treasure was found. He found that fish. He found that fish. So if he's the finder, his treasure was found. What he was looking for was found. He found that. We're not the searchers. Forrest is the searcher. We're the fish. Hence the picture on the front. All those fishing rods in. So Forrest put lots of lures in Montana, lots of lures in Wyoming, lots of lures in Colorado, and lots of lures in New Mexico. Catching fishes. But he wants to catch that fish. Now, these average people that claim that they're the solver are caught by those lures in New Mexico, in Colorado, in Wyoming, and in Montana. Caught by these lures that Forrest put in, loads of them. He knew all the warm waters halt in those states and the canyon down and everything else that could go with it, and was fully aware of what the answers would be. He says so in the poem. So he's put all this stuff out there for people to find, not really wanting them to tell him about it because he knows they've already given emails and said where they're searching and what their solves were, and he knows they're not right. They're just average, same as everybody else's. Each has an average solve expected from Forrest Fenn, and he proves that by saying, "Read me what the poem says." There's not one person who says they found a chest that can do that. Not one. They're just average searchers who found one of the lures that Forrest put out, hence the flies that Ben had. Forrest just, thank you, another one. Okay, we'll leave them there. And we'll wait for this one fish that I want. And he talked about it, was in the reeds, spent time trying to catch that one fish. But all these other fish, oh, shouting and screaming, hooked, can't let go, don't want to let go. And Forrest has them all hooked up. These average searchers that he's not going to reward. And if they'd only just stop, biting on this lure and let go and have another go, maybe they might find something. But they refuse to. That's crazy. Now this is going to matter in 15 years. Hey, GDO. So as I'm here, do you have a question for me? No, not yet. Consider the fact that Forrest told everyone don't tell me. Yes, considering that fact. But I'm sitting here with all of you wasting my time. Well, I don't know about touching your waist, if that's the waist that you're talking about. But yeah, big waste of time and money. Stop spelling waste wrong. I'm in Michigan. Yes. Fish are fooled by lures. Lures are a death trap. Maybe you don't understand the chase, Ghost Dancer. Hey, Andy, how you doing? Go ahead, buddy. Explain to me. Oh, it depends which bit you want. So we're talking about all those lures in Montana, in Wyoming, in Colorado, and in New Mexico. The Forrest knows fully those souls. And he knows which person has those souls because they sent him emails and pictures and whatever it is that they sent over the years. And Forrest is waiting for that fish. And Forrest then becomes the finder of that fish. The finder and the solver of making something happen. But that fish is not going to choose those lures that everyone else does. It looks at the lures and says, no, that's only a lure. That's not what this is about. That's a lure. That's not what this is about. And all of those lures in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, looking at it and go, nope, it's not that. Nope, it's not that. And the only reason you could know that is because Forrest tells you it's not that. If you're walking more than a mile too far, it's in a place you would not normally go. There's only one way in, above 5,000 feet, below 10,200 feet. He says all of these things. So whenever you have a lure as a fish, that we're all fish, Forrest is a fisherman, and that fish is not looking for a lure. That fish is looking for the fisherman, because wherever the fisherman is, that must be where the real bait is, the live bait, the real stuff, not on one of these lures that he's thrown in. So that fish is looking for the fisherman just as much as the fisherman is looking for that fish. Bearing in mind, I'm talking about people, don't forget. Bearing in mind, the fisherman said, I dare you to come find me. As a fish, I'm a fisherman. I'm a fisherman, you're a fish. As a fish, I dare you to come find me, the fisherman. Now, we can all agree that Forrest likes fishing. What better than to get that fish, throw out a chase, the thrill of the chase, to get that fish? Ignoring all of those solvers, finders that are just average, because of all the people that are in the chase, they all have a chest. That makes them average. In any way you try to define the word average as a mode, mean, or medium, they're average. There's more of them than there is anything else. Steve said he didn't find one, so he doesn't belong to the average people. He is separate from the average because he didn't find a chest, but everybody else did. So that makes him average. And if Forrest is not going to reward average, he must be rewarding something else. Have to run busy in Michigan and take camera around everyone that have boots on the ground as well. Cool, Greg, thanks for popping in. Michigan's not a bad place. Nashville's probably a better place. Probably pop there, eh? Maroy, a few inches short of a keeper go fishing. I buried those things so deep the metal detector can't find them. Well, talking about buried, so this is, and I'm talking to these people that are solvers. I'm not talking about these normal average people that want to listen and want to want to communicate, probably the best word. The statement, remember, if you found a chest, actually I'll read these first, otherwise I'll be gone. I went boots on the ground and I found soldier stone, Triinvest and a thesaurus. Greg, your opinion is like the catcher in the rye, literally garbage according to Forrest. Fair enough. Fanny Jones, you need a metal detector, not a metal detector. Yes, metal is more important than metal. 2 boots on the ground crap means nothing. I was never looking for a chest. I was looking for who Forrest Fenn was. Yes, Queen, and that is important. And I am learning through the poem. It takes time. It does. It takes time, but easier if Forrest is telling you how. Greg, you went how many times? And I still haven't found any. Over 50 by now. Yeah, you shouldn't have had more than one. One should have told you. And your opinion is yours, and you're free to give and share it. Does not make me wrong. No, exactly 50 times, and you still haven't found anything. Troll low-tech. So, and again, I don't know whether these are real searchers or not, but a simple statement like this: the chest is not buried where you'll find it. Not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, not you. None of you. It can't be. It can't be. The chest is not buried where you'll find it. And yet you found it. Where you thought you were going to find it. After stumbling on it because you didn't know where it was. Another thing that Forrest said wouldn't happen. So you stumble on this chest, hoping that it's in this area somewhere, and you find it in this area where you're looking, and Forrest says, well, it's not buried where you're going to find it. So it shouldn't be there. You find a chest that shouldn't be there. It's not buried where you'll find it, or it won't be where you're looking. You won't find it where you're looking. You did. You did. That's amazing. An average searcher finding a chest that shouldn't be there. That is amazing. That's brilliant. I don't know how you did it. You found a chest that shouldn't be there. That's incredible. It's not buried where you're looking. And yet where you're looking is where you say it is. That's not what Forrest said. And that's crazy. Worse than crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it. You're being told it's not you by the person who set up the chase, and yet you still believe it is. Of the 350,000 people, or even 50,000 people, it doesn't matter. Of all those people, there are so many warm waters, Holt. There's only so many. 1,000? If there's 1,000 warm waters halts that are possible in the thrill of the chase, that means 50 people for each solve. You just average 50 people for each solve, and they didn't find it. All those people for each solve didn't find it. But you still think it's there, even though you're told it's not buried where you'll find it. So you can't find it where you're looking. That's impossible. It's not buried there where you're looking. You're going to find it somewhere else, and it's going to be somewhere else. That's the simple explanation. It's not buried where you'll find it. Or you won't find it where you're looking. Same thing. So it can't be in the place that you think it is. It can't. It's not buried there in that place that you think it is. You're going to find it here. Oh, sugar, it's not buried there. Where is it then? I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm actually terrified about the JCB hunt. It's going to bring in so many crazes. Yeah, there is a... It's hard to know... Not buried. Not buried, yeah. It's not buried. It's sitting on the top there waiting for you. But I don't know, it's hard to know whether the crazies were really their crazies or, part of a narrative. I'm not belittling the fact that those things happened, but I think we still have crazies now because they all believe they found a chest, and that's impossible. It really is. I'm not just being nasty. I'm not trying to claim anything. I haven't claimed to be a solver. I've just claimed to say, look, Forrest is not a fraud. That's all I've claimed. Forrest is not a fraud. Here is information that says he's not a fraud. Listen to it. Understand it. He's not going through Ward and average searcher, which means he knows all about them solves. He put them lures in. He showed you the lures. He showed you how to make lures and why he was making them. He showed you them and said, look, this is how I make it for this thing, and this is how I make it for this thing. All the solves in Montana, he knows. All the solves in Wyoming, he knows. All the solves in Colorado, he knows. The answers I already know. I know what you're going to tell me, he's saying. I know which solve I'm going to be presented with. But then he doubles down, and Forrest is great at doing these things. He says, here you go, have these solves. And he talks about the Bible verses and head pressures and ciphers and gives them out. There you go. Have this solve. I already know about all the solves that could happen, but here's some. Have these. And people use those solves as solves. And it's like, what? That's even more crazy than somebody just coming up with their own solve. You're using a solve that Forrest says won't lead you to the treasure, but offered as a positive solution. What the heck? No, I won't use that one. It's not buried. Nor have any of the chest finders been able to open. No, the finder was very hot. Y'all were very cold, and y'all still are. No worries. The bullet chased Forrest for 90 years. It got him September 7, 2020, and it's buried in his head. You have no respect, do you, Bill? Sometimes you say some good things and sometimes not so good. You have no respect. If that's a true statement, no respect at all. Crazy. If you really found what Forrest wanted found, you should be able to open and read what is in the olive jar. Yeah, but the thing is, there's not one of them. There's nobody that claims they found the chest. They claim they found a chest, but they can't even read the poem. So we're going to stick with 350,000 because that's what we're told. If 350,000 people read that poem, and Forrest says, read me what the poem says, the other 6 or 7 billion people that can read English throughout the world can read to Forrest Fenn what that poem says, even though they're not in the chase. They can read the poem to Forrest. As I've gone alone in there, Forrest, that's what it says, and with my treasures bold, I can keep my secret where, and hint of riches new and old. That's what it says. I'm reading it, Forrest. I'm reading to you what your poem says. No. That's not what he wants. It can't be. It's just simple logic. I'm not trying to be clever. I'm not trying to throw something at you or trying to confuse you or trying to claim something that can't be true. That's simple truth. You're not reading what the poem says to Forrest the way that he wants you to read it said to him. He knows it says, as I have gone alone in there with my treasures bold. He knows that. There is no reason that Forrest should make that statement, nor that you won't find it, nor nobody will find it there. There's no reason to make that statement unless he's making that statement for a reason. And that reason is, read the poem differently. Now, if you have read it, and you have, begin it where warm waters halt, to take the chest and go in peace, that's your solve. That's all you're bothered about. You probably don't even know the first stanza and the last two. Just that bit. It ain't you. It can't be. It can't be. Because you don't meet the requirements of what Forrest Fenn was saying. You're just an average searcher who did an average solve from beginning where warm waters halt to take the chest and go in peace. And he knew that. Basically, all you did was come up with a warm waters halt that you thought had a relevance. So you started, even if you started at the right place, you didn't know it was the right place or the correct place, and that's why you walked past it. But it was just an idea that you had, and you came up with that idea. But if that idea is incorrect, guess what? Everything else past that is incorrect. And if you started at the correct place and didn't know it was the correct place, everything after that is incorrect. Makes you average. And Forrest is not going to reward an average searcher. Forrest said it was to aid the finder, not the seeker. And yet all these solvers have no idea what Forrest said. So Forrest wasn't talking to them because nothing that Forrest said has helped them. They're still waiting for answers. And yet they still insist that they found the chest, not a chest, because that's all they found, a chest, a made-up warm waters halt, following those clues to a made-up blaze, a made-up canyon, a made-up home of Brown, a made-up from there it's no place for the meek. It's all made up. It's an imaginary thought from the first thought they had to the blaze, take the chest and go in peace. They're all just ideas that they have, that it could be here. It starts here, I think, and it goes all the way to here. And I have a blaze, so there has to be a blaze here somewhere. What's the blaze? Well, that looks like a good blaze. Yeah, the chest should be there. There's the blaze. That's the blaze. Let me go and get the chest. Oh, it's not there. It's like, I just can't, I don't find any words that says, how can anyone believe that? How can anyone believe that they make up a warm waters halt, which is not nailed down, which doesn't give them the chest? How can they believe that starting in the wrong place and finishing in a, what's the blaze? Oh, that's the blaze. How can anyone believe that that's how you find a chest? It's beyond me. Beyond me. No, I can't accept that, Bill. You're right. And I don't accept that. Not because I don't believe that Forrest would have done that or could have done that, but because Forrest said to us all that the chase would end with him in the car at the Denver Museum. Now, I know, and I sent Forrest an email saying, look, you know, I think you should say that you can live to be 125, because if you say you can do it, you can do it. And if he's talking about making it happen, he's going to make it happen. And to make it happen, Denver Museum car park. That's it. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Because I know for a fact, if Major Forrest Burke Fenn said it would happen, it would happen. And everything in the poem confirms that what he was trying to do is happening and has happened. So all of this is the script, and Forrest has made it happen. And if he says it will end with a clomp of a boot Him in the Denver Museum car park. That's how it'll end. CNN. That's how it'll end. Because he had the chance of making it end correctly. There is no way on God's earth, no way, there is no way ever that he would not end it correctly if he was alive. And he was alive. He was alive when it happened, and he would have ended it correctly. And he would have made sure that everybody in the community was fully aware of the ending. And they weren't, which means that wasn't the ending. And it's the same as Ashley says, it hasn't ended yet. It hasn't ended yet. So you can believe what you want or say what you want, or if you're part of it, I don't know. Sometimes you say good things and sometimes you're just downright rude and disrespectful by saying things like that. Exactly like that, the second bit. Yes, I can accept the fact as part of the script. So you're not listening. Yes, I can accept it as part of the script. I'm going to write a book titled 90. I can accept it. He said it. You're not listening to anything that I say. You say some good things, like I say, and you say some really horrible, offensive things. Whether you mean them in the good way, I don't know. But the way that you say them, no, it's horrible. So he's going to title a book 90. But don't forget, he's going to tack on another year. Well, where is that year? So you put out little bits of information, but you don't put out all the information. So you want to say that he said he's going to do this, but what about the other year? What about the extra year? Where's that gone? So you're putting out one piece, but not all of it. Don't make sense. Well, it does make sense for you to be a troll or you to be paid or whatever, but in the reality of it, in the reality of the thrill of the chase, no, what you're saying is bullshit. When people say that what I'm saying is bullshit, I think, what? You kidding me? Do you know what bullshit is? Take a look in the mirror. See it coming out of your mouth. That's crazy. I have people saying things to me and I'm thinking, are you serious? You're telling me that God helped you find this chest and that let you wait for 4 years, 5 years without knowing anything? Don't insult God like that. You crazy person. Didn't help you find a chest and then just leave you. And if he did leave you, maybe he deserved leaving for thinking and talking like that. Crazy. This man of God that, hates people. What? Crazy. Did Forrest put saliva in the chest before there was DNA results and then change it to hairs? Did Forrest put saliva in the chest? Well, it depends when he put it in the chest, because DNA's been around a long, 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 long time, along with fingerprints. He could have just said, look, my fingerprints are on there. He held the jar. He could have put something inside with his fingerprints, and they would have done that. Dust Jack says you can go home with a chest full of gold. No, it said you could. Gives you the choice. The chest was always going to go back. He told you that. The chest was always going to go back. So you could go home with a chest full of gold that, too heavy for one man to carry. Or there's something in the chest the finder will like. You could go home with a chest. Or you could open the box. Whatever that program is. Take the money or open the box. Take the money or open the box. Take the money or open the box. Yeah, I said that though. You could. He actually said, if you find it, you can have it. And that is a big if. The chase will play out the way it is meant to. I've listened to what you say. You ignored everything. I've just explained to you what you've said and explained to you what I've said. I haven't ignored anything that you said. I've put my interpretation on everything that you said. I haven't ignored it. There's a difference between disagreeing with what you said and ignoring what you said, Bill. You're saying something, I'm responding to it, which means I'm not ignoring it. Again, you're as bad as these people that say I'm talking BS, I don't listen, blah, blah, blah. No, I've just done it. The proof's there. There's the chat. I'm talking to you about it. You made a statement. I've answered it. That's not ignoring. That may be disagreeing with what you said, but not ignoring what you said. The story is playing out as we speak. Funny fact, I remember hearing about 4 years ago that the story is going to write itself. Oh yes, there is that little bit of a ditty that was spoken about. The poem or the book in the poem is a script that knowingly or unknowingly people in chat or other people that were in the chase are involved in, whether they like it or not. And it will happen the way that it's meant to be because Forrest will make it happen the way that it's meant to be. That's what this is all about. Hey, Mama Q, what are you up to today? Uh-oh, you caught me out. Not much. I'm just trying to explain to people that, what I'm saying is not BS. You don't have to believe what I'm saying, but it's not BS. And I'm not trying to manipulate anybody. I'm trying to explain that there's information that would help them stop being a miserable, nasty, narcissistic, vengeful, hateful person who doesn't believe in the chase. It's just crazy. I'm trying to explain that Forrest found his treasure in 2020. That fish. He found that fish, the fish that he set out to find. And all the other fishes that we're all fish, biting on the lures that Forrest put out that he knew about. But he wanted somebody else. He wanted another fish. He wanted that fish that wouldn't bite on those lures, that, would listen to him and solve his poem, not go out looking for a chest. Every one of those lures that Forrest fished with, because Forrest is a fisherman, and he wanted a fish that would find him. He wanted a fish that would dare to find him, not look for a chest, a fish that would go after the fisherman. That's crazy. Why would a fish ever want to go after a fisherman? Unless it wasn't stupid enough to know, well, hang on a minute, that's a lure. You can imagine a fish under the water listening to what the fisherman is saying and saying, look what I've done. I put all these lures out here for these fish, and each of them are probably going to bite it, but I want that fish. I want that fish. So therefore, that fish is not going to take those lures. That fish is going to go for the real bait. That fish is going to go for what this is really about. Not those silly little lures that you think is a chest. Not that chest. You're all fish that went searching for a chest that Forrest knew the answer to. He tells you in the poem. And he tells you again when he says, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't even need to know your name. So he knew where the chest was going to be found. And then you were one of the fish that found the chest. So he went, yeah, that's the Montana Solve, and that belongs to Street. Oh, that's the Montana Solve. That belongs to Susie Fenhaven. Oh, that's the Montana Solve. I think that belongs to Bear. I'm not sure yet. Oh, we're in Wyoming. That belongs to... Oh, we'll have Troy. That belongs to Troy. That one does. New Mexico. Oh, got a few in New Mexico. There's Barbara. She's got that one. Oh, Dave's got that one. And that was it. You're all fish. You've all been caught. But there's this fish that says, no way, Jose. What's going on? What's with all these lures out? What's with all these solves? Now, if you're a smart fish, you'd have listened to the fisherman singing his little ditty about above 5,000 feet, below 10,200 feet. Right? Fish says, not that then. I don't want that lure. The chest is wet. I don't want that lure. And so on. And that's how it went. And if you weren't prepared to listen, as the fish that we are, then you got caught. You believed that what you were thinking was correct. You made up a warm waters halt, and off you went to that warm waters halt, and you found that chest that was supposed to be where your blaze was that you made up. That's a blaze. That's got to be a blaze. That's got to be it. Look at that. That must be a blaze. Because you don't know what a blaze is. None of you do. No one knows what a blaze is. And even if you know what a blaze is, you don't know what the blaze is that Forrest Fenn wanted as a blaze. Because he said, no one can think my thoughts. So therefore, you can't think of the blaze that he had, and you can't think of the warm waters halt that he had. and be correct about it, because there's no confirmer. And if you don't know the warm waters halt, you just walk right past it because you don't know how important it is. Basically what Forrest said, not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to take your solve off you. I'm not trying to make you look stupid. You're doing that for yourselves. I'm trying to explain to you, have another go. Based on what Forrest Fenn said, your solve cannot be correct. It cannot be correct. If you're walking more than a mile, you're walking too far. Oh, well, I can't use that solve then because my solve is 5 miles. That's the simple truth of it. And that's what I'm trying to give, the simple truth. But nobody wants to listen to the simple truth. They want to believe that they impossibly found the correct chest. It's impossible to find the correct chest the way that they're thinking, starting with those words in the poem. If you can't read the poem to Forrest Fenn, you didn't find it. And I don't mean as I've gone alone in there. He doesn't want you to read that. What's the point of reading the poem like that? There is no point reading the poem like that. And if that's how you got your chest, I don't think so. A narcissist, oops, missed it. Got to see that. A narcissist believes they are the only one with the answers. Keep going with it. You're what you make yourself. You cannot hide it now. Only if you're claiming to be the solver. I'm not claiming to be the solver. I'm claiming that Forrest Fenn is not a liar, and here's some information that proves that Forrest Fenn is not a liar, or a fraud, or pulled it, or anything else that you tried to claim that happened. It didn't happen how you're trying to claim it happened. It didn't happen that way. Hey, Luli, did you find my name? Oh, Queen Anne's already found it. Yeah, everyone's there. Everyone's there. It begs belief it's not possible. Not just those people, but the people in history, the family, the people in the chase, the artists that were in, the book and those places that he talked about them. Everything. It's all there. Yes, yours is one of the easy names, Lulu. Although, could it be your real name? Your real name's in there as well. Everybody's saying, yes, you're there, Luli. You're there, Luli. I remember once I fished a hole on the south branch of the Lady. Oh, no. How have I just heard that name twice in the same day? Was it today? Yeah, it was today. Never even heard of the Lady Evelyn River till today because I caught a beautiful 18-inch brook trout and brook as well. And his mate followed after the lure too. Hey, Amy, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. I'd like to see it. I'm not going to do it now, Luli. I was going to get the poem up and then do it, but I'm not. A blaze is a saddle. Blazing saddles. Look around the queue on the left-hand side. David's giving you. I think it's in another place as well, David. But solver knows, so it is not no one. It is maybe all those but the solver. No, because even the solver didn't. If you talk about, whatever, because Forrest told the answers. Nobody worked this out. Somebody just listened to Forrest and then did what Forrest said. They didn't solve it because you just told what the answers are. Then you follow, in Forrest footprints. I must have fished the hole for an hour and waded up and down that canyon was first maybe 50 yards, climbing up the hole just to get a better angle on the rapids. You're standing like Forrest now, fighting with that fish. So I know what it's like to want a particular fish. Yes, that's how it goes. And that was Forrest's thrill of the chase, Show me sometime. Yeah. So Forrest wanted that fish and everybody else was just a fish. And, bit on that lure. But he had to use a different lure for the different fish. Poem is full of history. Yep, it's full of history. It's full of, secret stuff. It's full of foreign people. It's full of, I don't know. People talk about D.B. Cooper, but stuff that's been talked about is because it's in the poem. Dale did a video of FF around 2000 that his father wanted a certain fish. It was a hint. Yes, he did do a video about that. But Forrest did a video about him catching that fish in the reeds. And he spent, I think he said, half an hour trying to catch that fish. but explained about being in the canoe and trying to get it. And the future. Well, that's the hard part, that the future's in there. That's crazy, but it's there. It's hard to disagree with the information that's there. The story is still, and that's the issue, isn't it? The story is still writing itself. If nobody believes, that's pathetic, because you're not being involved in what's supposed to be taking place. And the same could be said for me when I try not to get too involved, because there is, me and Dave talk about it all the time. You have the stream and you have the boulders in the stream, and the water goes a certain way, but when you move those boulders, the water goes a different way. And if it is predicted in the future, it's which bit do you do and which bits don't you do, which is what I was saying about the video that I did the other day. Ben didn't do his stream, not because he was particularly waiting for me, but because the poem said I was going to do mine first. I was going to talk about what I talked about before Ben would talk about his shave. That was it. That's how the poem said it was going to be. So that's how it should be. It's not because, we have a chat and say, well, you did the video, no, I'm going to do the video first. It's not that way. So it's difficult to know what to do and not what to do. But sometimes when you read the poem, it's basically like Forrest just slaps you and says, look, I've told you to do this, do it now. So then you have to do it, and he's not just talking to me, he's talking to everybody in the poem. If you just look in the poem, but you'd have to be like, yours would be difficult, Frank, because you are now, let me be Frank by Shy Guy, but initially you were Shy Guy. Well, I don't know what name you were before that or what other names you go under. But if Forrest is talking to you, he'd go by whatever name you spoke to him with. And Bill will be spoken to as Bill. Sophia will be spoken to as Sophia. Queen, we said all this long ago, like Forrest said, you won't know what's going on in the chase unless you have a program. Yeah, so the poem is the program. The poem is telling you what's going on. You won't know. And he knew, it's going to happen the way that it happened. And he knew the only way to know what's happening is to read the program that he gave you, the poem. If you read the program that he gave you, so read me what the poem says. If you read it, you know what's happening. Jack is supposed to be there. Jack is supposed to be there as a stand-in for whoever. Now, is Jack standing in for Forrest? That chest was never the person that was sitting in that room. It obviously still belonged to Forrest. But if it wasn't about the chest, what was found? It didn't say the chest was found. It said the treasure's been found. My treasure has been found. What is it that has been found? So the chest has been found, the treasure's been found, but which of those two was he talking about? Wise man. Well, Dave is from the east. I'm from the east. There's Florida on the east coast. Absolutely correct, Queen Anderson. Wise men say, I'm a centaur, Sagittarius. Oh, does that mean you got horse's legs? Are they centaurs? Me too, says Sophia. Oh, you're Sophia today as well, just noticed. Queen, done that. Eric Sloan was the man from the east who made 2 trips to Taos. The lessons of the chase are much more valuable than the gold. 100% there. 100% there. But the problem is, nobody wants to hear the lessons. They've all slipped out the window down the fire escape. Nobody wants to hear the lesson. That's crazy. It's mind-boggling how people are so fixated on the chest, they can't see that it doesn't matter that you found it. Forrest is telling everybody, I don't want to reward an average searcher. He tells everybody that. Now, there are more people that have found a chest than there are people that haven't. So therefore, those people that found a chest are the average people that Forrest is not going to reward. And they can jump up and down and scream as much as they want, but they're average. There's nothing special about somebody who found a chest. They all found a chest. They all believe they're the solver of the Forrest Fenn chase. And if Forrest is not going to reward anybody who's average, he's not going to reward any of them. So therefore, that must tell you, if you found a chest, solely a chest, with a made-up warm water salt and a made-up blaze that you think may be warm water salt, that you think may be the blaze, it doesn't matter how sure you are, Nothing from Forrest Fenn said that's the case, and nothing from the poem said that's the case. Just you're sure that it's Warm Waters Holt, and you're sure that it's a blaze, and yet you don't know what a blaze is. You just go there and go, well, what could be a blaze here? I followed the poem with what I think is the canyon down. I followed the poem with what I think is the home of Brown. I followed it, no place for the meek. I followed it to the end is ever drawing nigh. I put all these places in place, and yet there's 350,000 people done the same thing. Average to me. %. So why are people asking for the solve? Why are people saying, and I'll say his name. I did a video earlier, it's about 2 hours long, and I didn't say his name, but I'm going to say it now. Treasure Poem, why are you saying to me, anybody, but especially him, why are you saying to me that I have to tell you within 6 days the second poem that's in the poem when I've already told you a week ago or 2 weeks ago? I've already told you. There is the poem. There is the poem itself in the poem itself. There is mention, I'm not going to claim that, there is mention that the Babbling Brook poem is in the poem, but Dale didn't know that poem. So it's irrelevant whether it is or not, whether I found it or not is irrelevant. And there's the ode to Peggy in the poem. Now, nobody in the chase who really is in the chase, who really read the book The Thrill of the Chase, can deny that that is a poem by Forrest Fenn. It's wrote in the Thrill of the Chase book. It's a poem that's in the Thrill of the Chase book that people talk about. Oh, which poem is he talking about? The ode to Peggy or the poem that we have? But he wrote that poem in the poem, along with the poem in the poem, and along with the Babbling Brook. But Dale was unsure about the Babbling Brook. Oh, I don't know. Forrest could have wrote that. But I'm sure if somebody said to him, you see this poem, Ode to Peggy, it's in the poem. Do you think that Forrest could have wrote that? I'm sure Dale, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm sure he'd have gone, well, actually, yeah, it's in the Thrill of the Chase book. Forrest wrote that poem. And you all know Forrest wrote that poem. And that poem is in the poem, Ode to Peggy, which I've already stated. Which Treasure Poem says, oh, you're full of bullshit and you're trying to manipulate people and you're doing this and you're doing that. What for? I'm not claiming that I found a chest. I'm not claiming anything. I'm not claiming to be the solver. So why am I manipulating people? What is the benefit of me manipulating people for? I'm not trying to take anybody's solve away from them. Not trying to convince anybody of anything other than Forrest Fenn has done nothing wrong. And this is not a hoax. It's not a fraud. And everything is real within the poem. Jack is real. It's a real thing. Even if he's made up, he's real. Exists in the poem that Forrest Fenn wrote. And if you don't see it, then you're not the solver. It's as simple as that. I think it's too late for me to catch up. However, I still think it's fun. And that's the whole point. Hello, Tim. Not the whole point is hello, Tim. But the whole point was to have fun. It really was. You know, a 13-year-old boy would probably find it, you know, good fun. Playing chess, playing cards, you know, doing word search, crosswords, whatever. I think it'd be great. But if you look at everything that Forrest said, the shift, drift, and adjust, the 1 foot on the other, please touch, don't step on a crack, punctuation won't help. That's everything that we're doing. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. There is information with regard to everything that Forrest said do is what we're doing. Whether you believe it or not, it's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. You don't have to believe a single word that I'm saying. You don't. But I'm trying to tell you there is an answer to the thrill of the chase, and Forrest Fenn did not pull the chest. He is not a fraud. You know, he's an honest man who's done a no words for thing, and you don't appreciate it. That's crazy. And you think you're the solver, who is just an average person, along with all the thousands of other average people that found a chest. Crazy. Tell you, it's like the Far Side comic where the dog scientists are studying the talk mob anymore. I don't know what that sounds like. This is where I say goodbye to yours. You can't fix that kind of stupid I'm out. Yeah, well, you don't have to be here. Nobody wants you to say. I'm not telling you to believe anything. You believe what you want. Very well done video earlier. Yes, it was a good video. Yes, I did a video on top of that one, Dave, but you know what? It was 2 hours and something. And Ghost Dancer says, you can't fix that kind of stupid. These liberal people. You can't fix it because they only believe what they want to believe. They don't hear anything else. If it's not come out of their brain, it don't exist. It don't matter to them. But we'll see. It was about fucking getting rich if you can solve a problem. No, it wasn't about getting rich. All right, yeah, it was about getting rich, solving a poem, but not about finding a chest. I'll go so far as to say that. Yes, it was about getting rich, solving the poem, but you didn't solve the poem by finding a chest. You're just an average searcher who found a chest. That's what Forrest says. He put all those lures in Montana, in Wyoming, in Colorado, in New Mexico, and he expected people to find them. And then he ticked you off the list. Here's Five Leaf Blaze at Dinosaur National Monument. He's in Colorado. Tick. I know where he found his chest. I know his name. I know everything about him. Whatever information he's given me, it's all there. I know. There's Bill. He's in Colorado. There's Dave, man from the East. He's in New Mexico. There's Barbara. She's in New Mexico. And there's so-and-so at the Red River. And there's so-and-so at the Compague River. And there's so-and-so at such and such and such. All these people biting on these lures, the answers I already know. He set you up to find them. That's the lure. He set you up to find it. But he wasn't looking for you, you average people. He's not going to reward you. He wants that fish. You're not that fish. That's as simple as I can put it. You're not that fish. It's not buried where you'll find, it says. What does it say? 5? What does that say? In simple language. It's not buried where you're going to find it. If you say you found it, how is that possible? It's not buried there. How are you going to find it if it's not there? I found a chest. It's not here. You won't find it where you're looking. How is it possible you can find a chest that isn't there? It's not. So it must be found somewhere else. It's not buried where you're looking, or not buried where you'll find it. Must have found it somewhere else. You found it somewhere else for it to be somewhere else. And then you can agree to say it was Wyoming. Crazy. He's not an honest man. Who's not an honest man? Don't be like that. It was a book of memories that he treasured. He had to find a memory that he treasured. Gaslighting the soul does not give you title. No, it doesn't. And you're not the adjudicator. I hope Forrest gaslighting fund runs out. There is no gaslighting. There's just a truth that you don't want to hear. Another liberal doesn't want to hear the truth. I can tell what politics you follow by the answers that you give me. Totally liberal, because you won't hear the truth. It's in a place people do not normally go. How is it your solve? It's in a place people do not normally go. How is it your solve? People go to your place all the time. How is it your solve? It's in a place people do not normally go. It's in an isolated spot. How is that your solve? That's crazy to even think it. But you won't hear those words. You won't hear them. Just like you don't hear, your politicians. You don't want to hear that. You want to hear what you want. You're fixated on the information that you have in your mind, and you don't want to hear the truth. Well, the truth is, it's in an isolated spot. The truth is, it's in a place people would not normally go. How is that your place? Visited by so many people. How is that your place? And even if it is your place, how is it focused into the place? You don't know. Don't say you do. You don't. I know the solve. You don't know that it's focused into that place. It's not that place. It can't be that place. I don't get it. You talk rubbish, and it's crazy. It's crazy when you get factual information from Forrest. If you're walking more than a mile, you're walking too far. Says it's not a mile away from Warm Waters Halt. It's not a mile away. When you get information of walk a mile, turn left, walk a mile, turn left, walk a mile, turn left, shoot a bear, it's not more than that. It's not more than that. It can't be more than that. So stop saying that your solve is correct if you've gone more than a mile from beginning where Warm Waters Halt, which are not the words you're supposed to be reading, because you have to read what the poem says, and you can't do it. And it's crazy to say that you're the solver when you can't do the simple things that Forrest asks that prove that you're the solver. Crazy. Not. I'll tell you what, if you're really a searcher and you find the answers when the answers come, man, you're going to feel so stupid. And I would love to see that day. I would love to see it. Queen Anne and Mario. Don't forget Davy B. I'm not shy. Uh-oh. You lot are all talking too much. Wow, you've said a lot. Where's that bit? Oh, gone past that. I'm not shy. A guy, all from back east. Damn! Well, words don't mean what you think they do, so maybe you're saying something else. Cough. I'm just saying. That's how it seems. I'm sorry, I'm just saying the truth. And, you can say, oh, just like bloody Trump. But what's wrong with saying the truth? Better than lying, like some people, and then, you find out at the wrong end that it was all bullshit. Everyone is, take a look, Rob. They don't call me Lone Wolf for nothing. Oh, so we've got to look for Lone Wolf, have we? Actually, Lone Wolf, I've already done that. That was the Wyoming story about the Lone Wolf. That was B.A. Lance. You're not B.A. Lance, are you, Robert? Balance. Shame you cannot see it, Five. Look, we have given information that will help those people. Yeah, another average searcher that's not interested in being average. It's been 14 years. Let's get with it. No, there's no better solve for you that you think is a better solve. But Bill thinks his solve is better. Trusted thinks his solve is better. Treasure Pone thinks his solve is better. Barbara thinks her solve is better. Dave thinks his solve is better. It's all for the individual. But guess what? You're all average. There's a million fucking, excuse my French, but there's a million fucking searchers out there that says they solved this poem, which makes you average. And if Forrest is not going to reward an average searcher, what does that make you? It must make you a loser in this. If you're not going to get rewarded because you're average, because everybody found a chest, it can't be any of you. It can't be. That's just logic. Not going to reward an average searcher. So anybody who found a chest is not going to get rewarded. And you're one of those people. And your solve is no better than anyone else. Not better than Troy's, not better than Street's, not better than Trusted's. It's not. It's just another lure to find a chest, which this was not. It was not about this. The chest was going back. If you can't take that in, if you can't take that piece of information that Forrest gave you, the chest is going to go back. If you can't take that in, I don't know why you're in the chase. When you find that chest and Forrest says to you, okay, let's give it back to the museum, what are you going to say? No way, I found it, it's mine. He said it was going to go back. So you don't know what the other thing that you're supposed to get is. Yeah, I enjoyed the video he did. Hey, MJ. Somebody says I'm right, but I don't know what I'm right about. Thanks, MJ. Say I'm right, but I don't know what. Thanks to him. Yeah, I was going to do another video on top of Davies. I didn't know he was doing that video. He just did it, and there it was, but it was a good video. And then I was going to do one. My video lasted 2 hours. I might put it out. I might not, but it was basically saying the same as I'm saying now, but aimed at a particular person who's just... Mary, it's like in America, if you were Catholic as a child, the priest said to you, say 10 Our Fathers and 10 Hail Marys, and you sat in the church after confession and said your penance. Yeah, but you can't say that to some people because they're not don't believe in God. Things are not what Mary believes they are. It's a world of illusions, like street Mary's answers are only in his head. I've showed you my answers, you idiot. You talk rubbish. Why do you talk rubbish? I don't get why people talk rubbish. You see them. If I talk about the words, you see the words. that are actually there in front of you. They're real, unlike the chase. And you see the information that I give you is real. So how can you say, I don't get it? I don't get it. Excuse me. I do not like people in that mode, Mario. And I will stand you down. In what mode? Pay attention, Mario. Oh, pay attention. How much? There isn't a better solve than the cipher. Quit fucking being. There has to be a better solve than the cipher. Because the cipher isn't the solve. So there has to be a better solve than that. That's a crazy thing to say. Hey, Helen, how you doing? It's good to have you here. The truth will hush the non-believing solvers. That day will arrive soon. Dave's a loser. Not you, Davey, the other Dave. Hey, Code X. I understand my soul better than any other searcher to claim you know my soul. You must be delusional. I know of your soul. I know all the soul. Well, all the solves that have been put out, I've seen, and they're in different guises. Like Troy's solve is not the solve that in the poem is not the solve that he talks about, but it's the same solve, exactly the same solve. I've got solves in New Mexico. I've got solves in Colorado. I've got solves in Wyoming, and solves in Montana. Montana is the least. I've got least solves in Montana, but for the others, I've got loads and loads and loads and loads. You know, just too many to think. Yes, it is surfing. Past this. Okay, well, you can believe what. Hey, Neo, who retracted what message there was. There's this. Yes, it is a good solve. I'm not saying it isn't, but you're not using it wholly, and you're trying to make up for things that don't exist, especially using a Y for Gardner. That's crazy. Just reacting like you said, all souls are the same. No, I said everybody's average. You're arguing that you have a better average solve than another person. It's just as good. If you're average, if Forrest is not going to reward an average searcher, why is having your solve, which you think is a superior solve, better than anyone else's? Because it's just average. It's a solve that Forrest knew existed and probably regrets, using that solve, because of the way you go on about it. But it isn't what the answer is. And that's just it. It isn't what the answer is. Actually, so I guess because you don't recognise what he's saying means you did not solve the poem. The answers are there. I can't help. I can't help what. Well, so let's look at it this way. Even if I'm wrong with the answers that are in the poem, even if I'm wrong, even if I am, there is no BS. It's factual information. It's there right in front of you. I've shown you it. In real time, I've shown you it. I've even shown you it as I've explained it. And those words are real. Just like flutterby is a butterfly. You've been told how to do this. You just don't want to, and you refuse to because you want to be the person that did it. I don't care. I'm not telling you I'm the solver. I'm not even a threat to you. I don't care if you're the solver. This is about Forrest, not about me, not about you. I'm not claiming I've got a solve. I haven't even claimed that I've got a solve. I said, look, here's the information. Not telling you I'm the solver. It doesn't matter. What matters is Forrest is the finder, Forrest is the solver, and Forrest is going to make it happen. Now, at some point within all of that, somebody was fortunate enough to listen to Forrest and get the answer that he wanted. It may or may not be me and Davey. It could be somebody else. If it's you, Fively, fine. But your answers, they don't tally with what Forrest Fenn is saying. And you don't want to believe it. You want to say that Forrest is this and Forrest is that and Forrest is the other. But in fact, it's just an average answer as well as all the other average answers. You're just another lure that was put out there to be found. And I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I might not be wrong. But I am saying that based on what Forrest Fenn is saying and has said, it's impossible for some people who claim that they've solved this to have solved it. Impossible. And he said it was only difficult, not impossible. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm not trying to put you down. And I'm not trying to claim I'm better than you. I'm just telling you, here it is. And I'm showing you the information. I've showed you all those words. I've showed you what they mean. I've showed you how you get an answer from doing those things that Forrest did. That's all I'm saying. And I am not as invested as you are as being the solver. I'm invested in Forrest making it happen. That's it. I'm invested in finding who the fisherman was that put all those lures in for everybody to be an average searcher that Forrest wasn't going to reward. That's what I'm invested in. I'm not like you. I'm not looking for the chest or trying to claim the chest or any of those things. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. And yet it does matter to you. And that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. You two have a pact. There is no pact. There's only a belief in a maverick. And the sooner you start believing in the maverick, the easier it will be for you. I'm trying to stop people who spent nearly 5 years bitching and moaning with so much grief, which is hard to believe that you're the solver if you don't know what's going on, because why would Forrest do that? What? There's no sense in that. Which is what I was saying to Treasure Pone in the other video. You're saying God helped you find a chest and then dumped you and left you alone for over 4 years without giving you the answers. Here you go. Here's the chest to the Forrest Fenn thread of the chase. I'll tell you where it is. And then didn't tell you the solve and everything else that happens at the end of it. What? No, I don't think so. Bill, you're having a bad day. Funny enough, you have to be able to prove each of the 9 clues and indisputable answer of the treasure chest location. Also have a video of area with timestamp. No good souls out there. What? Chest location also have a video of area with timestamp. No good souls. Ooh. It's a good witty day. How does a Y in garden make the cipher somehow wrong? Quick line. How does a Y in garden? What? Since when has there been a Y in gardener? There hasn't. There is a nonce. Oh, you're going too quick. Wow. I'm going to stop talking, just read. There is a non-cipher cipher for all to decipher. Thanks, Nikki. Yes, there is a non-cipher cipher for all to decipher. You're funny, MJ. You are not qualified when it comes to that poem. Even if I'm wrong, doesn't cut it. You don't study science like that. This is... Yeah, this simple solve needs science. 5, I don't know which chase you're in. I don't know what pills you take, but you are not in the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase. That is not what this is about. It's simple, man, to find that chest. Read the poem. That's it. Read me what the poem says. It's game over. That's it. That's how simple it is. Read me what the poem says. It's game over. There's no ciphering or nothing. You don't to find a chest. Nothing that I do helps me find a chest. Nothing. Well, it can do, but I don't need it. I open the book. I go to the poem page. I read the first stanza. I read the second stanza. Happy days. Done. Finished. Finished. And Forrest said, sounds like 3 or 4 clues to me. I didn't know you had to be qualified to do anything. But, if you think it's about science, get a grip. Show the poem to a child. Get a grip. Everything that Forrest says, not everything, but the majority of things that Forrest says, slap down what you're saying, and you don't want it because you want to be the person that did it. And yet, how many children do you know that are going to do what you did? None. None. Not one. How many people that you know have enough specialized knowledge in that solve to do it? Oh, you don't need specialized knowledge. What? I could argue your solve until you put your head between your knees and started crying, but I'm not going to. You want to believe it? Believe it. But trust me, I mean it. Trust me, 5. I'm telling you straight. No. On no level. No. Average. Same as everybody else. Average. When you listen to the clues that Forrest, or the hints, whatever you want to call them, that Forrest gives you, no, it don't happen. It doesn't happen. Stop it. Hey up, somebody else talking about a Ouija board. All good, Nicky. I quit smoke up. I vape instead. What? Because the other shit's ridiculous. Sounds like a panic. No panic. Just I don't get why people are so stupid. Fact man Rabbit. Lewis was killed by bullets. Fact JFK was shot. Yeah, they're all facts, but nothing to do with the thrill of the chase. You want it to be because they're your facts. You only need the poem. I don't get it. I really don't. You all come up with this bullshit and say I'm talking bullshit. You only need the poem. Do you know why you only need the poem? Any idea? Anybody want to hazard a guess why you only need the poem? You only need the poem. It was online. It was online. Do you know why it was online? Because you only need the poem. You don't need the book. They will help. But Forrest couldn't make you buy the book, so he put the poem online, which is all you need. All you need. You didn't even need the book. It's crazy people that say, yeah, well, this happened and that happened and everything happened and blah, blah, blah happened. What's that got to do with only needing the poem? It has nothing to do with only needing the poem. And it's crazy to try and push this bullshit that you talk about on me. I've been through all those things you've done. I've thought about all of those things. And no, it does not jive, tally, or reconcile itself with what Forrest Fenn said. And no amount of bullshit coming from you that JFK did this and somebody shot himself with this or GARDYNER. No, it don't. No, it doesn't. It has nothing to do with the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase, other than you're another average searcher. That's all that has. You only needed the poem. Anything else that you bought in? No, not needed, not required, and probably not wanted. Hey, good on that. Yeah, specialized knowledge. I can't believe how many people have brought specialized knowledge into it and expect people, Dave Mann from the East, expect people to know that such and such a Superman comic had such and such in it with such and such person. No, you're trying to make something fit the narrative that you have in your mind. Same with any solve, with any average searcher. Forrest threw out all the laws in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and any searcher that looked at the warm waters halt that Forrest already knew about, that followed the canyon down and did all those things that Forrest knew about, that made up a blaze that Forrest Fenn knew would be there. No, you just got hooked, same as everybody else. And he's not going to reward you for doing the simple solve like that simple solve. No, he's not going to reward that person who just looks at the poem and reads it the way that it is. There's no subterfuge in sight, which means there is subterfuge. And that subterfuge comes from what he told you. I looked up all the words in that poem. You don't need all the words, but it's risky to ignore any of them. There is a word that is key in that poem, but you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. Those things, those simple statements that says, read me what the poem says, and it's game over. You don't have any of that. You don't shift, drift, and adjust with your solve. You don't move with confidence with your solve. You don't put one foot on the other with your solve. You're not best able to adapt with your solve. None of those. You don't touch with your solve. None of those things. You don't do any of them. And yet you claim to be a solver. That's crazy. That is crazy. You're not continuous, contiguous, chronological. It's crazy. And to say that you're the solver who doesn't know the ending, who doesn't know the story, it's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder, and you're the finder and you don't know the story? What the heck? No, I'm trying to tell you, there's a way to understand. There's a way to understand. You need the program. The program is the poem. If you can't read the poem, then you don't know what's happening in the chase. Guess who told you that? Forrest Fenn. Forrest Fenn told you that. You won't know what's going on in the chase unless you have a program. Well, where do you think you're going to get the program from? Well, I don't know, maybe the same place as a good map. Maybe the poem. And Google Earth is not your good map. It doesn't go down far enough. You need to make the poem a map. You need to understand the poem. You need to understand the poem. And this is not just about the chest. Everything Everything that Forrest told you is about everything in the thrill of the chase. And yet, the simple thing for your chest, I don't know how many times I've told you, the simple way to find your chest is to look up all the words in that poem. That's it. That's your answer. People, you haven't told me to solve. You haven't told us solve. You haven't told us solve. How can you say that? You haven't told us solve. You've been told it hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. And you haven't done it. You haven't had the mettle and resolve to do it. It's crazy. 4 years. It didn't take me 4 years to get the information that I got. And you've had 4 years of me giving you the information, giving it to you. I gave you the words. I gave you the words that you need to know. I gave you them. Here they are on the internet. There you go. Look up this word. It gives you these words and it will help you understand the poem. And you'll be able to find a chest. And it'll be so simple you won't believe it. But no, do you want to do that? Do you want to do it? No, too much. Too much. To read this cryptic poem, you will need to be able to have solved each clue and double ravel the cloak or location. Yes, I still only use the poem and all of FF's extra scrappings. Absolutely, there was hints in the books, there was hints in the scrapbooks, there was hints in the interviews. Oh, hang on. Did Forrest say something about that in his poem? Oh, yes, hint of riches new and old. I can keep my secret where, and hint of riches new and old. What were those riches? What's new and what is old? What could it possibly be? How many, listen, this is simple. How many things can be new and old? How many? How many things can be new and old? He's telling you the answer in that poem. And all you have to do is just look, a little bit of imagination, a little bit of thought, deep thinking, using logic. And we'll talk about chess now. And then we're talking about the secret treasure. How many things can those things be? It's crazy that people don't even look at it and go, oh, hang on a minute. What does that mean? You just don't do it. You don't even read that stanza. You go to begin it where warm water's halt. That's it. You want to find a chest and you think the word begin is your starting point. But you don't understand the importance of the first clue. You don't. You have no idea what it's saying. None. And it's crazy. I've told you over and over again. You don't hear it. There was only ever going to be one location. Why are you looking in 9 locations? Why? Why are you trying to find 9 locations with those clues? There was only ever going to be one location. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Why am I looking in 9 different locations when there's only one location? 2 9 clues. One location. 2 9 clues. Why didn't I think of that? Why am I looking in 9 different places? And I've told you these things over and over. And I've explained it more and more as the years have gone. And it's still going over your head. And you're still insisting that your 9 locations is the answer to the solve. And it's impossible. I say the same things over and over. Two clues. 2 clues. It's impossible for it to be 9 clues when it's only 2 clues to get you walking past the chest. I find it hard to believe. Really hard to believe. And, I don't know what... Well, obviously I know Forrest knows more than me about Americans because he's American, but I don't know. I just don't know. I'm going to miss everything that's said here. Maybe Jack was chasing pirates in Puerto Rico. Project from home, America, not get closer than the little girl from India. Nobody could. That's what I've been saying for ages. No one can get closer. She's there. She's there. If we were next to the little girl from India, we'd be there as well. And nobody can get closer. We'd have to push against each other to get closer. She's there. That's why she can't get closer. She's already there. And I know she's there because solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. Well, the little girl from India can't get closer than the first 2 clues, but the other person who solved the first 2 clues walked past her because she was there. And it's like, you don't even see it. As many times as I point it out, you don't see. The little girl from India is telling you she's there. She's at that point. The point that is arrive back at the same place and know it for the first time. She's at that point, that very spot. She's knowing that very spot for the first time. But you lot aren't. And Forrest is telling you what the answer is, and you're still not hearing it. But Bill words must be ignored. Funny how nobody's ignoring you. We're discussing what you're saying, but we're not agreeing with what you're saying. That doesn't make it ignorant or ignoring you. That just makes it disagreeing with you. There's a big difference. No amount of money is worth lying to me. Don't need the money. That's not it. Fans people better credit the soul with an admission. Trust me, Five, you're going to look stupid. If you're real, if you are a real searcher, you're going to look really stupid. Nikki, maybe Maui. Solver is second to what this is about, Five. Yeah, I don't think they get it. You know, there is nothing that you can say that will make them realise Forrest was going to make this happen, that it's something that, you know, will give people hope. It's something that is beyond, you know, my, you know, comprehension. I can't understand how he come up with the idea. I can't understand how he managed to take that idea and then mix it in with this treasure hunt. I don't know how he managed to negotiate all of the pitfalls and stumbling blocks and, you know, got all the links and chains and everything to work. I don't know how he did it. I don't know. I don't know how he wrote that poem. I have no idea how he did all this. I know there's talk of a higher hand and everything, but I still don't know how he did it. Even, you know, it seems a lot even for that. How to be right and win all of the times doing for meaningful relationships. Yep, but I'm not trying to be right. I'm just telling you, here's the information. I'm showing you the information. I'm showing you it. I'm not hiding it. I'm not trying to make it up. I'm not trying to bull you. I'm not trying to convince you that I'm the solver. I'm not even doing that. I'm saying, look, here's the information. Do what you want with it. But stop beating yourself up saying that you're the finder, because it doesn't seem that you're the finder. Not compared to what Forrest Fenn said. And if you are, so what? You found the chest, which Forrest is not going to reward you for being average. So even if you are the finder, if you are, Forrest is not going to reward you unless you are the true finder who found that chest, the real chest that fish found. Unless you're that finder, you have no idea what it is that you could have this chest that's too heavy for one man to carry, or the option. You could have a chest that is so full of treasures it's too heavy for one man. You could. Or you could have this that's in the chest. There's something in the chest that the finder will like. You don't even know what that is. You have no idea. Forrest has given you a choice of having this chest, which he said was always going to go back to the museum, or having the thing in the chest that the finder will like. And you don't know what that is. Me and Davey know what that is. And you've all seen it. It's been there for you to see. You can see it. It's been shown to you. And you don't see it. But there's something in the chest that the finder will like. And that thing in the chest proves to the finder that the information is correct. And again, Forrest doubles down. He doesn't just show you what's in the chest that you'll like. He says, your best revenge is me wearing the bracelet. And you have no idea what that's about either. And for the life of me, I can't think why people claim to be the solver when they have no idea what the solve is. They don't know what the solve is. They know how to find a chest, but they don't know anything that Forrest Fenn has said. They don't know about the hares. They have no idea. They don't know why two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. They have no idea about the chase at all, and yet they're the solver. And it's crazy. And you tell them that, and they get all defensive and start, you know, swearing at you and saying things and claiming that you talk bullshit, and yet it's truth. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to put them down. I'm not trying to make them look stupid. I'm saying, look, Forrest Fenn said this. What does it mean? Oh, I don't know. Well, what about this? I don't know about that either. Well, what about this? No, I don't know about that. But I'm the solver. I'm like, what? Get out of it. How would you know I look stupid if you can tell I'm a real searcher? No, you still, what you're saying and the truth, they're so far apart. Even if you're being paid and you don't know what the solve is, and you're being paid to say this, or you're given information that leads you down this avenue or whatever. No, when you find out what it really is about, yeah, unless you already know. And that was the issue that I've told you all along. I've told all of you the same thing. Who's who in the zoo? I don't know if you're trolls, if you're being paid, if you're part of Forrest Fenn making it happen. I don't know. But if you're real searchers, man, I pity you, because your hearing, not very good. Not very good. Wasn't for you to win. I'm not trying to win. How can Bill? I blocked your counterpart. I'll be blocking you. I'm not trying to win. I am not claiming the chest that you are claiming. How am I trying to win? You're racing yourself and trying to involve me in the race that you're in for yourself. I'm not in the race with you. How am I trying to win it if I'm not even racing with you? I'm not interested in what you're doing. None of you. This chest, I'm not interested in it. Not interested at all. Haven't been. Haven't been interested in the chest that you keep talking about. It doesn't interest me. The chest that you keep talking about, that is just the lure that went to heritage auction and all that stuff that you've heard, it doesn't interest me. It really doesn't. And for you to keep involving me in it and saying I'm talking bullshit and all of this other stuff, I don't get it. The person you should be arguing with is Five Leaf. He's the person that claims he found it. You and Bill, Five, you should argue about who's found the chest. Not me. I can give a flying. I don't care who found the chest out of you two, or out of you three, we've trusted, or out of you four with Barbara, or out of you five with Dave from the East, or 6 Will Aware, or 7 Troy, or 8 Street, or whoever. I don't care which one of you found the chest that you're arguing about. So why are you arguing with me? I don't care. Your argument is with each other. The average searchers that found a chest. That's who your argument is with. Not me. I'm not arguing to say I found a chest. I don't care about your chest. There's more to life than winning. Well, stop trying to win then. Who is trying to win? Right here, right now. Am I trying to win anything? No. Is Five? Yes. Is Bill? Yes. Are those people trying to win something? Yes. Am I? No. I'm not trying to win your chest. I don't care about your chest. You're crazy people. There isn't any winning here, just degrees of losing. Well, I say if everybody's average, it doesn't matter. Everybody's average and you're not going to get rewarded. And it doesn't matter how good your solve is. It's still an average solve. I'm not saying you're here to learn a lesson. I haven't said you're here to learn a lesson. I'm saying, look, here's information. You're here to learn a lesson for yourself. I'm saying you're going to look stupid when you find out what really happened. It's not about learning a lesson. That's just about you feeling stupid. Don't care whether you learn a lesson or not. I'm trying to stop you learning that lesson, having to face those moments, but you don't want to hear that. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me whether you hear it or not. But stop trying to make out that I'm trying to fight you for finding the chest, because I'm not. Or claiming to find that chest, because I'm not. I'm not one of your average searchers. I'm not that person. Is Mike out in California still? Hello, Horatio. I don't know. I didn't even know Mike was out in California. Pick a winning side. The chase has There's no winning side. Forrest is the winner. I tell you what, just unreal. It really is. You can't even hear that simple truth. Did you read the Thrill of the Chase book? Did you read page 15? If you have the Thrill of the Chase book, read page 15 and tell me on that page where it has anything to do with average searchers like you. If it's not just about Forrest Fenn. Please indicate to me where in that page it says that somebody has to find my chest in order for me to make this happen. Read me that bit, please, Five. Crazy. Just crazy. It's really, oh, me. Bear's yummy. I am not trying to win. I already have. Exactly. So you want to be the winner? I'm not. You could be the winner. Well done, Bill. Now all you have to do is convince Five Leaf and everybody else, because they're the winner too. For me, just average. Just one of the lures that Forrest threw out there. That's how it's supposed to be. But you don't want to hear that. That's fine. Yeah, it might not be average in the terms of solves that are out there, but with that cipher that Forrest gave you, remember, including the cipher, positive solution, won't get you to the treasure, positive solution, go back and read that statement. Foot pressures, Bible verses, blah, blah, blah. Read it. How on earth, how would anybody, why would anybody choose the cipher as a solve when Forrest says it's not the solve? He's basically said it's not the solve. Gave it to you and said it's not the solve. And yet you still believe that it is. Read the statement. Read it. That's all you have to do. He's basically said it's not the cipher that will lead you to the treasure. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Why you would say to yourself that this has to be the best solve. It may be, but this best solve that you talk about, a child couldn't do. A child could not do this best solve that you're talking about. And yet you still won't hear that. You won't hear that I'm telling you a child would not be able to solve the Forrest Fenn poem by doing what you've done. But if he followed what Forrest Fenn did, or she, if they looked up the words in the poem that Forrest Fenn talks about, they might be able to do it. Show it to a child. Give him the information that Forrest Fenn gave us, or her, and see if they can find it. And I'm pretty certain they're not stupid. They'll find it. Sometimes when you win, you lose. Loose or lose? Loose. And sometimes when you lose, you actually win or tie. And winning is a pathway too. Yep, Mario does not want to hear the truth. Okay. Why do you say stupid things, Bill, that mean absolutely nothing? You're just full of lies. And what you're saying means absolutely nothing compared to what is actually really going on. And no wonder you think that your solve is the right solve, because you don't hear anything else. And yet you make up this fanciful word, Mario does not want to hear the truth. Which part of what you said has been the truth? Oh, that you're the solver. You're not the only one, Bill. Five Leaf is the solver. You're supposed to be arguing with him. I am not fighting you for the chest, which you can't hear me saying over and over and over and over and over and over again. I'm not fighting you for the chest. But Five Leaf is. He believes that he found it. Argue with him that you're the solver, not me. I don't care. I don't care if you're the solver. I don't care if Five Leaf is the solver. I'm not interested in a chest. And the truth that you say you're talking about, I don't get that either, because you're not talking about the truth. You're talking about you having a solve, and Five is talking about him having a solve, and Dave Mann from the East is talking about him having a solve, and Troy talks about him having a solve, Street talks about him having a solve, Trusty talks about him having a solve, Will Aware talks about him having a solve, Treasure Poem talks about him having a solve, Barbara talks about her having a solve. Do you see how average you are? Do you see how average you are? And that's how it is. Do you see how that works? And Forrest is not going to reward you people for all finding a different chest in a different state. It's impossible. It's impossible. That poem should lead everybody to the same place. And it doesn't. Why doesn't it? Oh, it's so vague. It's so vague. And yet this vague poem that anybody can solve, because obviously you all have, this vague poem has been solved by lots of people, which makes you what? What does it make you? And I'm just talking facts. I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm trying to get you to see the simple truth. What does it make you? It makes you average. You all found a chest. You're all average. The majority of people, no matter how you work it out, mode, mean, median, you're all average. You all found a chest. And Forrest will not reward an average searcher, which is what you all are, because you all found a chest. Do you see how it works? But you're not listening. And this is simple truth. This is not me trying to say, I'm the solver, and you're all wrong. I'm not trying to say that. I don't care. I just don't care. I'm trying to say, look, here's information from Forrest Fenn that says he's not lying. He's not a fraud. This thrill of the chase is real in the sense that everything that he has put into making this happen is happening, whether you like it or not. And when you find out that you're not the solvers, if you are real searchers, man, are you going to be pissed? If you think you're pissed now, you wait till you find out what it was. I never found the chest and I'm okay with it. I feel anyway. Well done, Lulu. Yeah. Yeah. It isn't, this wasn't about the chest. I don't get how people can't see it. The chest is just a little, hey Jeff, how you doing? The chest is just a little. And whilst, you might think I'm angry, trust me, I've got Italian blood in me. If I was angry or what's the name, you'd know. But I am frustrated with people who won't listen to the simple truth. It's like, stop saying the same things. You're trying to convince me of a non-truth. And you're trying to argue with me as though I care whether you found a chest or not. I don't care. You're fighting amongst each other about finding the chest that is just an average solve. And you're making out that I'm bothered about you finding. I'm not bothered about you finding that chest. It has nothing to do with me. I don't believe in the methods that you use to find that chest. None of you. I believe you're all average searchers. And I'm not trying to take the chest from you. I don't care about the chest. The chest, remember, the chest is going back. Even if I found a chest, and I've already said this ages ago in the videos, if I found the chest, it would be donated. Same with Davy B. It would be donated. So it doesn't matter whether I found the chest or not. I would never have the chest. I wouldn't have it. I would not have the chest. Even if I was the finder. Even if I was. If I was. I'm not saying I found it. But if that was the case, I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't expect to have it. It was going back. Forrest Fenn said it. How you can't hear that, I don't know. I've only said it a few hundred times, but how you can't hear that it was going back, that Forrest was going to give it back. If you found it, it'd be like, there you go, here's the chest, thanks, we'll put it in the museum. What are you going to do? Are you going to cry? Are you going to bitch and moan because you don't know what the chase is about? You were never going to have the chest. Ever. Even if you found it. You could go home with a chest that's so full of blah, 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 too heavy for one man to carry. So you would have had the option, maybe, of taking this chest home or having something inside that the finder will like. And you don't know what that is. So you can't make a decision whether you take the chest or open the box or take the money or whatever the show is. Take the money or open the box. Take the money or open the box. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? You don't even know what that choice is. You have no idea what that choice is. And you'll claim to have found the chest that you don't know what's inside. But if you solved it, you'd know what was inside. And you say, no, thanks. Keep the chest, Forrest. I'll have whatever you're offering me inside. Crazy, crazy, crazy. If you think I win arguments, that's the reason to work with me. If you think I win arguments. No, I don't think you want an argument. I'm sorry. Don't go against nature. You get in order and we are strong. No, you are strong if we get in order. Anybody who follows you is weak because you'd have to do whatever you said because you think you're right and you think they're wrong. That don't make them strong. That makes you strong. That's not the way to do things. If you want to make people strong, you need to bring them up, not put them down. You're just about putting people down. Oh, sorry, not joining that. MJ, if you're in the right mind, it seems to fall from heaven. Dave Woodard says it's owed to him because he's dug up a grave of garbage near a parking lot. Is that what he said? His blaze was 2 city blocks away. His own words. And we know Dave was wrong by effort. Yes. I mean, I don't... If there's one solve that goes against everything that Forrest Fenn said, it's Dave's solve. Like, I think it's more than a mile from his warm waters halt to the actual place. It's associated with a man-made structure. The chest is not wet, and the list goes on. It's like, what the heck are you saying? And his specialized knowledge is so in depth. I don't know how long it took him. I don't know how long he's been in the chase, but we're talking years to get all that information. And his solve changed so many times to the point he was even talking. Was it Durfell and his little brown science? Even wanting to nick that. Oh yeah, this person on YouTube has got this solve, and I think it belongs to my solve. And This is how it works. Athena, where did you get that from? Hey, Kiwi, where did you get that from? Athena. What she got herself? Oh, she's wise. Athena is wise. Maybe some, embroidery going on there. You never know. None of them will touch me. They won't spend 5 minutes with me. I'll burn Reefer with 5 leaf, but I won't burn the bridge. Ooh. Uh-oh. MJ's rolling his eyes. That can't be good. I'm reasonable and not about stating where we stand if we get past that. Yeah, listen, I don't want to fall out with no one. And I think the best thing to do is agree to disagree and then move on. But, sometimes the simple truth must be told. If people don't believe it, they don't believe it. And that, really that's how politics works. Somebody turns up and says the truth, and you either believe it or don't believe it, and then you get the consequences. That's how it goes. Someone has to be weak to follow me, then those who follow Marion must be weak also. I'm not asking everyone to follow me. I'm asking you to follow Forrest. I don't get why you say this bullshit. I'm thankful for the 5 likes. I'm thankful for the 36 people in here. But I don't want you to follow me. I want you to believe that Forrest Fenn is not a fraud, that the thrill of the chase is something amazing. That's what I want. I don't care whether you follow me. It's not about me. If I cared about you following me and all that stuff, I would do all hashtags and all the things that people do to make their, channel bigger. I don't do that. I don't care. You either come here or you don't come here. You either listen or you don't listen. It's all up to you. It's all up to you. But I would be remiss if I didn't put this information out and try and help people who believe that Forrest Fenn is a fraud when he isn't, who spend their days moaning about the chase when they don't need to. It's crazy. Now, I'm trying to do right by Forrest. We're not telling people what he's trying to achieve. We're trying to do right by the community. Say, look, there's information here that will stop you whinging and moaning and blaming everybody else but yourself. That this is what the chase is about. And, I said earlier, it's the pebble in the river. You pick the pebble up and the river changes course. And that's the scary bit, knowing which bit to say and which bit not to say. What's important, what's not important. Only one solved one. That means if you did not solve it. Oh, man, I don't know. There's some people that can't hear. And Bill, I don't know if you're the worst because there's other people that are bad. Not talking about solving it. I'm not talking about solving it. You are. I'm not talking about winning. You are. I'm saying, look, here's information that you need to accept as being truthful information from Forrest Fenn. Try and work with that information. You don't want to do that, fine. I don't care. But enough to do with solve. Talk crap. You're as bad as the other people you tried to be. What was his name? Can't remember now. Smoking Joe and some other troll. You're as bad as those people you try to be. Because you don't know what you're meant to know, and only by solving the poem will you find that info. Mario, watch his new video today. What a load of crap. He is offering 100k his truck and home, which are actually mine, for some sort of BS, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. I absolutely don't know why people don't just listen to what Forrest said. Spend a little time listening to it and then say, well, hang on a minute. How does that? You can't, if it's not buried where you'll find it, how is it possible that you're going to find something? It's not there. It's not buried where you'll find it, which probably means it's sitting on the surface where you'll find it. But if that's the case, it's in a place where people do not normally go. It's a car park. It's an effing car park. It's in a place where people do not normally go. A car park, if you're watching, Dave, one of these 37 people, a car park is a place where people normally go. Believe it or not, maybe because that's where they drove their car. Maybe they normally go to a place like that. Just maybe. Not 100% sure. It's like, God, man. The chest is wet. Is it wet there? No. Not according to the video. So, no. There is a man-made structure on top of the ground, which is the whole solve. It's not associated with a man-made structure. And this is the whole solve. Without the bullshit on top, and no offense to those, the bullshit that he's talking about. Canasta is Kent and Esther. What? Well, no specialised knowledge there, is there? To be able to transform the word canasta into Kent and Esther, no miracle there, is there? Nothing that solve talks about, apart from the Palisades, apart from that, it's got anything to do with anything. Or the sill. Well, something's 100% correct. I don't know what that is. Is that to do with what Rob said? I've seen that Tobert, Robert, he's even offering his camper. Yeah, how can he offer the same thing that he's already lost? That's crazy. Tried to correct it and then still put Tobert. Robert. I'm just using his words. He does not like the table being turned. No, you're not using my words. My words are, listen, Bill, listen. My words are, I'm not claiming to be the solver. I'm not claiming to be the winner. Why are you arguing with me? You and Five Leaf are the only people in here claiming that you're the winners. I don't know. Have no idea what you're talking about. You're the only people in here claiming to be the winners. I'm here claiming to say that Forrest is the winner. You're claiming that you are. I beg to differ in that respect. Now, if we were camping in the Rockies, we'd never act like this, but I know. I know you, Alpha. And that's what I said. You're Alpha, and anybody that works with you or for you or would have to be, the lapdog. That's who you are. But, sometimes being Alpha is probably not a good thing. You don't have to always be Alpha. Sometimes you get more done, just being human. What you say about me, I used to say about you is cool, but I haven't said anything about you other than you're not listening. You haven't once said to me I'm not listening, apart from ignorant or ignoring. I don't ignore you. I answer what you're saying. I don't agree with what you're saying. So you can say to me, Mario, I don't agree with what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying to you. And then I would appreciate that. You don't agree with what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying to you. But you don't. You talk a load of bullshit. Mario needs a good therapist specialising in delusions. Thanks for that. Do you know one? The bullshit blaze. Yeah, just... Yeah, it doesn't matter, Davey. It doesn't matter whether I'm saying the correct info or not. What matters is the info that I'm trying to put across is Forrest Fenn's info. So when you're saying that I talk bullshit, you're saying Forrest Fenn is talking bullshit. And for me, that's what gets me riled more than anything. He set up the chase for everyone. He spent years of his life to do this. You have no idea what it is. You don't know how important it is. You don't know what it could be. You don't know the benefits of it. You know nothing about it. And you're claiming that he's a bad person. It just stinks. Yeah, but if you choose the answer before you find it, how is that finding anything? It's like you say that you ask AI, but you put in your information, only your information, and then ask AI, what could be the solve, and it says your solve. Well, that's a bit one-sided, isn't it? Why don't you put in Bill's solve, Trusted solve, Street solve, Will Aware solve, Barbara's solve, Dave Mann from the East solve? Why don't you put all of them in? And then ask AI whose solve is the best. Don't just put your solve in and ask AI which is the best. What do you think it's going to say? Let me think. I've got Five Leaf solve here, and it's a cipher solve, the Forrest Fenn Further Chase, and the answer is there is a chest here somewhere. Yep, that's the one. So that's crazy. That is crazy. The cipher agrees. Scrub it. The cipher agrees with me that I'm the solver. It's crazy. Uh-oh. No, you can't just say that, Fenny. You have to say, I'm the winner, not Bill, nor Five Leaf. So there's three of you now. You have zero facts simply based on the fact that you are not the solver and admit to it. Did I admit to not being the solver? No. Did I say I didn't care if I was the solver? Yeah. That's a difference. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, that's what I just said to Fenny. It's crazy. Being human didn't work. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's not working with you lot, obviously. I have zero facts. Holy cow. Bill, wake up, man. Forrest looked up all the words in the poem. I've showed you thousands of words that come from that poem. How is that zero facts? To me, that's thousands of facts. Very important, good facts when you listen good. Very important, good facts. Fenn enough is only pseudonym hiding an insecure person. Why'd you have to insult everyone? I don't get it. If you're paid to do this, Bill, I have no idea. I wouldn't do it. If somebody paid me the money, I wouldn't do it. To behave like you behave, I wouldn't do it. They already did. You'd have heard a loud sound by now if any of them had a nod from AI like mine. Okay. I don't think that saying it over and over and over is making a difference. Although you're supposed to read it over and over and over. AI can't only give brief answers and does not get into the intricacies of multiple solutions. What's the point of using it then? What's the point of if I was going out with someone and she loved me dearly, and I explained to her what the answer is, what do you think she'd say? She'd agree with me, or he, or whatever sort of relationship you want in this day and age, would agree. It doesn't have to be real, but it's the only information she's got, and she'd agree with me because she likes me. If you put information into AI and it's only one-sided, it can only come up with one answer. Maybe put two answers in. Maybe put two solves in. Maybe put your solve and Man from the East solve in. With, let's not forget this, with all the information that Forrest Fenn said. You can't put it from your point of view. You have to put it from Forrest Fenn's point of view because he's the person that set up the chase. So put in all the information that Forrest Fenn gave, then put in your solve and see if AI still says, yeah, I think it'll go, well, actually, it can't be that because this information invalidates that. There will only be one bellman. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, ring my bell. AI does not know the answer to the Forrest Fenn poem. But it can't because it hasn't got all the information. Firstly, if AI was going to solve it, it would have to have, not that it need it, but it would have to have Thrill of the Chase, Too Far to Walk, Once Upon a While, all of the scrapbooks, all of the interviews of Forrest Fenn. It would have to have all of that put into it, and then a solve. And then based on the information from Forrest Fenn himself, it may be able to determine whatever solve it comes up with, or make an assessment or judgment on the solve that's been given. But when you just give it a solve with an answer, it's going to say, yeah, that's a great solve. It found a chest. Wow. It's not going to go, well, hang on a minute, you haven't given me all the information. What about the Playboy interview? What about scrapbook 254? What about blah, blah, blah? It's not going to say that because it doesn't know it. So the answer that you get from AI is purely based on the biased information that you put in it. There was only one spot, Bill, so multiple answers are out. Mario only has it in his thoughts like Street. Your thoughts are not relevant. Again, just total, I don't know. Are you ending up like flipping Biden, Bill? Are you going like Biden? How is it only in my thoughts when you've seen the words and you've seen the grids? It's like you're saying non-sentences that have nothing to do with what's happening really. No, all of them fed their soul as best as possible to AI, and we haven't heard a peep back because they don't have anything that AI can pick up on. No, because you haven't fed in everything that Forrest Fenn said. What have I just said to you? AI can't make any decision on a solve unless it has all the information from the person who set up the thrill of the chase. So every piece of information that Forrest Fenn has given needs to be in AI to start with. And then you can put a solve in so AI can flick through all the information that Forrest Fenn gave and then punch out something. I'm not saying it's going to punch out the right answer, but I'm saying without all of that information, you can't get an answer because it doesn't know. It's a never ending story. Without Forrest Fenn, as you all know, it's a never ending story, which I did a video on. You won't know the answers because you've got no confirmers. You're all average searchers with a solve that you made up that's possible to find because Forrest put it there for you to find. It's beyond me that you can't hear what I'm saying. He put it there for you to find, or he knows that it's there for you to find. He knows every possible solve in Montana. He must do. He knows every warm waters hole. He must do. The answers I already know. He's telling you. He's already telling you. It doesn't matter what answer you give me. I already know it. Don't tell me you found a chest. I know that answer. I don't need to know your name. You sent me 50,000 emails. I know who you are. I know where your soul is. I know you found a chest. I don't need to know that. I need to know, read me what the poem says. That's it. And you can't do that. And it's beyond me that you can still argue that you're a solver when you can't read to Forrest what the poem says. You have no idea about the thrill of the chase. You don't understand Jack. You have no idea. And you still argue that you're the solver, and that's crazy. And you still bitch that Forrest is a liar and a fraud and a fake and blah, blah. And that also is crazy and offensive. Just, I don't know. I don't know. If you looked anywhere other than the poem, you do not have the answer. True to the chase. That is why the poem was written. Mario, listen. Yes, I know you're from NASA. I know. And NASA's involved in this. And, you know, it's possible that you're involved in this because you're from NASA. And I think there was a rumor that K-Pro's from NASA. Yes, you know, somebody could be from Harvard and somebody could from Yale, and you could all be in on this. What does that matter? What does that matter? I'm trying to say you don't need to be from NASA. You don't need to be from Mensa to find the chest. You need to. This is all you need to do. All you need to do. Excuse me. I can't believe it. All you need to do is read the poem with a little imagination. That's it. That's it. You don't need to be from Mensa. You don't need to be from NASA. You just need to listen to what Forrest Fenn says. Look up all the words in the poem. Risky to ignore any of them, but look up every word in the poem. And then read the poem with a little imagination. Don't move anything, don't touch anything, don't change anything. Just read it. Read me what the poem says. A little bit of imagination. Read me what the poem says. That's it. That's your solve. That's it. Forrest Fenn. Here you go. I can read to you what the poem says. Read it. And it's game over. That's it. All this bull about, I don't know, everything that you lot talk about, this specialized knowledge bullshit. Crazy. It's crazy. They don't have to be smart. A redneck. How many rednecks work at NASA? How many? Let me count. None. None. And yet that's the sort of person that Forrest says is going to solve his poem. Not somebody who's a dropout from NASA. Not somebody that went to Mensa. None of those people. He doesn't mention them. He mentions a redneck with 12 kids. Probably those same 12 kids that he said, show the poem to, because they'll probably understand it more than a dropout from NASA. I don't get it. I really don't get it. You found a chest because you're the smartest person. No, Forrest said that isn't going to be the case. And yet, the smartest person can't hear Forrest saying, well, it won't be the case if you're from NASA that you're going to solve it. It's going to be a redneck. That's the sort of person I think should solve it. I don't get it. I don't get it. You think that being smart is going to help you in this? No, It's probably a hindrance. If you can call me wrong, I have every right to call you wrong. You cannot give irrelevant denial and you do not have confirmation from false statements. They're not assumptions. I've showed you what the answers are. I've showed you them. You've seen the words and you've seen the postman that took the letters from his mom. No more ball of string. When the postman came, the string went. That's where his ball of string went. All them letters on the balls of string that you see in the grid. Oh, Jack searched the grid. Oh, that's very similar to what I do. Do you do a grid? Have you got a grid? No? Why not? Why haven't you got a grid? Why haven't you got a ball of string? You haven't got a ball of string. You don't touch. You're not continuous, contiguous, chronological. You're not one foot on the other. You step on a crack. What the heck? Aren't you doing anything that Forrest said? Obviously not. Ooh. No, nobody's heard of that. No one. Could you imagine if so? The insanity of the chase. Look at him go. Rednecks, that's not the poem. Obviously, you never worked with, but geniuses like someone that. A redneck and 12 kids who's lost his job. Does that sound like the backward genius? You're as bad as trusted when you say, well, he said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go to it. If I told you your house, you go straight to it. That's not what he's saying. Talk shit. You try and put something across and try to make the person you're talking to feel inferior, and yet you have no idea what you've just said because you don't understand all the other information that Forrest gave that said, no, a redneck that's just lost his job, it's not talking about a backwards genius. See, the other information as well doesn't concur with what you're trying to tell me, just like Trusteds didn't. And I'm not stupid enough to not have thought of those things. I am stupid, but not stupid enough to not think of those things. And Street's the same. Oh, well, the redneck is, he knows how to solve things, blah, 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 blah. Nobody's arguing that point. But maybe if you look up the word redneck, maybe you'll understand what Forrest was saying. Maybe. If you look up words. Because Forrest is a wordsmith. He's not talking about your ciphers that he gave you, literally gave you. Not talking about that. He's talking about words. Words. Forrest is a wordsmith. So why don't you look up the words? How difficult is it to understand that piece of information? Forrest had his own language that you don't understand. Fenn speak. And talks about looking up all the words in the poem that you don't understand because he tells you words don't mean what you think they do. And you go on the assumption, after being told, words don't mean what you think they do, 5-leaf. Yeah, but I know it means beginning where warm water's halt, and I know it's gardener with a Y. No, words don't mean what you think they do. So don't do that. What you think words mean, they don't mean that. Told to you by Forrest Fenn, who you say is a fraud and a liar, who's done you out of something. No, you're the fraud and the liar because you're not listening to the person that set up the chase. You're making your own rules. You're not following Forrest Fenn's. So, you can carry on doing what you do. Same with Bill. You believe what you want to believe. I don't care. I'm not arguing that I found a chest and you didn't. I'm saying, stop saying that Forrest Fenn is a liar when what you're doing is nothing with what he said. Try working on the information from Forrest Fenn. From Forrest, not from you. The information from Forrest. Try and working on that information. And then when you find that information to be incorrect, then maybe you'll be able to call Forrest Fenn a liar. But you haven't done that. You've worked off your own information and still call Forrest Fenn a liar. That's crazy. One of the smartest people I know is a pirate. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not here. Where is he? Okay, chat. Who thinks they know? Wrong no. Photoshop pictures obvious proof that Jack and Dan pawned off a fake copy of the original treasure chest. But again, you don't need to prove him wrong. You don't need to prove him fake. He's part of the script. What you need to do is understand the script. You need to read the program. Not prove that he's fake. It's not about proving that he's fake. Forrest has already told you he's fake. He's already told you nothing is as it seems. The whole chase is based on fake. But you go back to think nice thoughts about all this fake stuff that's coming up, this chaos, embroidery. You're told the information. You don't want to hear it. Jack is fake. So what? Why is Jack fake? And why has that got to, what has that got to do with the chase going forward? Like away, we cannot see washing over you. No. Do you think you're better than me? Do you? Yeah, he's quoting something. Oh no, it's trusted. That's because we don't intend to gaslight, unlike some people. Unfortunately, trusted, your statement is well and truly incorrect because there is no gaslighting going on. So, unless it's coming from you, you see how stupid you look when you say things like that. And it's me who's laughing, not you. And the alcoholic bastard waved his finger, and the voice filled with little grease spring down the gin and tonics. And and the wages of. What are you quoting, Bill? Bill's eyes just rolled back in their sockets. I respect people's souls. If you don't agree, go start your own stream. Can Five Leaf name the song? I was wondering what he was quoting. To me, it sounds like an Irish song. I tend to ignore people who ignore me. Okay, I won't ignore. I won't. I'll ignore you. Then you won't say anything. That's fair enough, isn't it? If I ignore you, then you'll ignore me, and you won't say nothing. That's cool. I don't know. I've said all along, I don't know whether real searchers or not, but I do know that I believe that Forrest Fenn gave us all the information we needed. And I've put that information out. And you don't have to believe it. You know, you don't have to believe what I'm saying. And I'm no threat to you. I'm not trying to say I've got your chest. You go looking for a chest and you found that chest. Well done. There you go. You know, you're just another searcher that, Forrest was expecting. That I can't change that. I don't want to change it. You can believe what you want to believe, but please stop saying that I'm talking bullshit or that I'm doing hardly anything that you've put in chat here. Nothing that you've put in chat is relevant to what I'm doing. None of it. None of it. What I am doing is telling the truth that you don't like, but that don't make me this person that you're putting down in chat. The chest is not buried where you'll find it. Says that anybody who found a chest, nope. No, it's impossible. If it's not buried where you find it, the only thing is it's right in front of you. That's why it's not buried. It's not buried where you find it, means it's right in front of you. If it's right in front of you, you didn't find it. Because it's in a place you would not normally go. How can you find something if you're not normally going there? You have to have gone somewhere that people would not normally go. And all of your solves is somewhere where people normally go. And before you say anything, trusted, including private property, because somebody normally goes there. They live there. People normally go there. He's not saying treasure people. Anybody. Stop being selective in how you understand things and try and think, what if? Now, your solve is incorrect. The solve is incorrect because people normally go there. You can't find that chest. You shouldn't be there. You shouldn't be there unless it's in a place you would not normally go. Not you. Anybody. People would not normally go to this place. This place is isolated. And you're telling me your souls, and I'm thinking, well, there's nothing isolated about that place. And I see people there. People going there. And then you won't stumble on that chest. Well, I don't know where it is precisely. I think it's in this area here. Let me just go and search. Oh, I've stumbled on the chest. What? You're supposed to go right straight to it. And all of these solves that you all throw out, these average solves that Forrest already knows, you claim to be the solver and know nothing about the chase. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And that's not me trying to put you down or ridicule you. That's saying, look, here's information from Forrest Fenn. Here it is, right in front of you. Here's the information. How does that impact your solve? You don't know, because you don't want to give it a go. You don't want to give it a go. Okay, then, why are the hairs in the chest? I don't know. Okay, then, how can two people keep a secret if one of them is dead? Well, I don't know. Okay, then, who is the real Forrest Fenn? I don't know. Well, how have you solved the poem? There is nothing that you're telling me. It doesn't matter whether I'm the solver or not. I'm just asking you questions that you should be asking. I'm asking you the questions that you should be asking. And if you can't answer them, guess what? It means you didn't solve it. Because if you solved it, you would know the answer to those questions. And you don't know the answers. Now, that doesn't say that I'm trying to take the solve from you. That says, look, here's the information. Do with it what you want. But more often than not, it says, not the solver. Can't be the solver. You won't know you have the correct warm water salt till you have the chest in your hands. Not the solver. Not the solver. It's that simple. And many more statements like that says, not the solver. Walking more than a mile, not the solver. Absolutely, you guys are attempting to gaslight by attempting to make people question. No, I don't care whether you question. Yes, I do care. I don't care. Believe your solve. Same with Five Leaf, same with Bill. Believe it. By all means, believe it. But don't say that Forrest is a fraud and a liar and he pulled it and whatever else, the nudge and all this, because you don't understand any of that. You don't understand any of that. You keep your solve. I don't care. Keep it. Keep your solve. But stop giving the bullshit about Forrest. Stop that. Keep your solve. I'm trying to tell you, look, Forrest has said these things, and that means that he's not the person that you say he is. And this chase is a really good thing. If you don't understand it, I'm saying you don't understand the poem. You can't do, because you don't understand the chase. And if you're slating Forrest or his family or Shiloh or anyone else, you don't understand the poem. You've never read it, which is what you're supposed to do, because Forrest said, read me what the poem says and it's game over. This is not gaslighting. This is trying to warn you that Forrest is making it happen. He's making it happen. And it's without you. No, it's in spite of you, when really it should be with you. That's what he asked. Who will share in my passion? That's what he asked. But he asked, read me what the poem says and it's game over. And trust me, when I tell you, I can read Forrest the poem. I can read Forrest the poem. The chest, the trove, whatever it is. Doesn't mean to sound the solver. Somebody else could be doing the same thing. And just not like me, not on here trying to help you understand the thrill of the chase. That's all I'm trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do. It pisses me off though when you call me saying I'm gaslighting or bullshitting when I'm not. Now that's how you act. That's how you act. It's not how I act. I'm not here. Never once said I'm the solver. Never once said I'm the solver. Never once said I found the chest. Never. Now you could take it as gaslighting, do what you want. But I'm giving you truth and facts. Those words that I gave you, they're real. They exist in the real world. Not in the fake world that you're working in, but in the real world. They exist. Those statements in that poem, they're real. I showed you them. Those flutterbys, they're butterflies. They exist. You don't have to believe them from me as a person, but you have to believe that Forrest Fenn did something amazing, and this is real, very real, very, very, very real. Now, you can choose not to believe it from me, but I'm telling you now, Forrest is making it happen. As far as I can see, made it happen. There were just, niceties that he probably wants, but made it happen. And it's up to you to either believe in a maverick or not believe in a maverick. You can stick with your solve, that's fine. But I'm trying to ask you and explain to you that Forrest knows all of them solves. He tells you in the poem. The answers I already know. Anything that you tell him about this chase, he already knew. I tried to think of everything, every solve that you average people have got. Because there are so many of you, it makes you the average. Trust me, trusted. That's true, isn't it? If there's more people that have the solve that don't have the solve, it makes you average. And Forrest is not going to reward an average searcher. Well, all of you hundreds of people that found a chest, you're just average. And Forrest is not going to reward you. And that's just the truth. It's not me gaslighting. That's me telling you the truth. You choose to accept it or not. I can't help that. But that's the truth. You know it's the truth. If there's more people, and there is, that found a chest that didn't find a chest, then you're average. If there's a person that found a jar, well, they're not average. If there's a person that found a bell, they're not average. If there's a person that found a secret treasure, they're not average. If there's a person that can read the poem, they're not average. And Forrest may reward those, but those people that found a chest that belong to that average group, Forrest knows Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, any possible warm waters halt that somebody started at, you bet your bottom dollar that Forrest knew it. You bet your bottom dollar that he knew the canyon and everything else that people would think regarding that solve. And that's what you all did. And he put out all those lures, and as average fish, you bit. But Forrest wanted that fish. His treasure was found. Did he find that fish? Is Forrest the finder? Is Forrest the solver? Did Forrest make it happen? Are you just fish? Are you just fish? All of you just fish, including me. Just fish. Forrest had his own thrill of the chase, looking for that fish. Found that fish. The fish that wouldn't bite for the chest. The fish that knew there was something more. So ignored all of those souls that had a chest attached to it and went looking for the fisherman. I dare you, as a fish, to come find the fisherman. I dare you to come find me. I dare you to take me on. I dare you, little fishy, to take on the fisherman. It's you that I want. You see how it works? You're just the fish. You weren't the searcher. Forrest was the searcher. Forrest was searching. His treasure was to be found. He found his treasure. He didn't say that we found his treasure. His treasure had been found. His treasure had been found. So, if Forrest is the finder, the shy guy from back east, who had the chest, not Jack, if Forrest is the finder and the solver made it happen like it's supposed to be, what was the chase all about? Was it about you finding a chest? No. It was never about you finding a chest. The chest, remember, is just the lure. You were just a fish biting on the lure. That's all you were. Whichever solve you had, whichever solve. Forrest knew. Don't tell me you found a chest. How do you explain that? You explain it because Forrest knew. He knew you. He knew the solve you had. He knew the possible solves that could be. The answers I already know. I've done it tired, and now I'm weak. You've given the answers. You're given all of the answers. You're given every bit of information that you need. And I don't care who did it. I don't. I care that Forrest did it. And there's a big difference. There is a big difference. If Forrest did it, it's all good. It's all good. Listen good. It's all good. So you're under the misapprehension that you were the ones that were searching. No. No, you were the ones that were being hunted. But the thing is, came up short. You're all just average. You just went after the chest. And this was not about the chest, as you've been told 100 times. Chest was a lure, admitted by Forrest. You needed a vehicle. The vehicle was the book to put the poem in. You only needed the poem. That's why it was online. There was no legality with this. The poem was online. You didn't need to buy the book. You bought the book because you wanted the hints, but you didn't need it. And Forrest made sure you didn't need anything other than the poem because it was online. Didn't charge you for it. It was online. You bought the book because you wanted the hints that would help you with the clues. You didn't have to. He told you you didn't have to. He told you you didn't have to. You didn't need it. But you did it anyway. You only needed the poem, which means any information that you bought from outside the poem has tainted. You had to solve it by reading the poem. And you could have done it on the first day if you're smart enough. But you'd still be here right now. You'd still be here right now. We would still be in this position right now if it was solved on the first day. But you can't understand that and you can't comprehend that. But that's the fact. And Jack is there for a reason. The stand-in for the finder, who may or may not be Forrest. Never about you lot. Never about me. Never about Davy B. Can I make it happen the way that it's supposed to be? Not can you find a chest? That's not what he said. Can somebody find a chest the way they're supposed to? Can I put a chest out in the Rocky Mountains and let somebody find it? Hang on, that's a bit easy. Let me just put it, where shall I put it? I don't know. Let me put it at Devil's Tower. Let me put it at Devil's Tower. Boom, there it is, Devil's Tower. Within a year or two, somebody found it. Probably less than that. They thought it was going to be at Devil's Tower. Yep. Warm water salt, blah, blah, blah. Takes me to Devil's Tower, no place for the meat, etc., etc., etc. There it is. Job done. That didn't happen. So Forrest is not saying, can I make it happen by putting a chest out in the Rocky Mountains and let somebody find it? That's not what he's saying. Of course he can make that happen. Absolutely can make that happen. That's the easiest thing he could do. And then, after saying that, he says, I couldn't end it if I wanted to. What does that mean? That means once it's started, certain things have to take place. They have to take place because he wrote it in the poem. And the chase, once started, ends at the end of all that he's trying to make happen. It started now, so it has to finish. It's now out of his hands. And it will end when it ends. Because these things have to happen and something will end it. It will go on until something ends it. That was it. And something has to end it. Now, those some things have been, looked at and, whatever. But it can't end. You don't end it. No one ends it. You don't. Definitely not a searcher. A searcher doesn't end it. That's impossible for a searcher to end it. If it was possible, guess what? Forrest would have said, I can't end it. A searcher has to end it. He would have said it. I cannot end the chase. A searcher has to end the chase. If it's to do with finding the chest, and it wasn't that. Just say when. Oh, I don't know what that is. I missed half of that, but that truth hurts. Damn, 2 hours already, sighs. Hey, Zozo, message rejected. Hi, Zozo, how is your Saturday? I'm headed to the lake tomorrow. Mary, you and David keep pretending that you know more than people that have been talking about more than the chess for many years before you guys adopted our thought. I don't need to adopt your thoughts. Again, you go back to making yourself look stupid. How, just being honest, how does a stupid person say something like that? I'm telling you that you're just an average searcher with an average solve, and Forrest wanted that searcher or that fish. I'm telling you that your solve is not up to scratch, and you're saying I'm nicking it off you. Why would anybody do that? Why would somebody tell somebody to help them that their solve is just average and then try to use their information. Why would that be? Because you're stupid? Probably. I'm not being nasty. I'm saying I don't understand that statement. Mario, you and David B keep pretending that you know more than people that have been talking about more than the chess for many years. Before you guys adopted our thoughts. So my grid is everything that you thought of, and the words that I gave you is everything that you thought of, and I've adopted those thoughts. That doesn't work because you're saying that I am talking bullshit and the grid's bullshit, the words bullshit, but I've adopted your thoughts. I have to question how smart you are when you say that. Maybe if you praised me to the hilt and said how good my thoughts were and that the grid is amazing and that the words that I talk about are amazing, then I might, only might, mind you, knowing how stupid you are because of the stupid things you say, I might take some notice of you. But when you say stupid things like that, how stupid we are, and everything that we do is stupid, and how much bullshit we give out, that I would adopt your bullshit and put it out as mine? I don't think so. No, I think that's stupid. If all the 9s and 20 are done, it's full steam ahead. A friend of thy enemy is also thy enemy. Break repair today, chores, wahey. Marries an average searcher but doesn't admit to having a soul. Again, Bill, something totally true. Go back earlier. Told you we had a solve. Just like Trusted, very stupid, very hard of hearing. Only earlier in this stream, not many minutes ago, did I tell you we have a solve. Maybe an average searcher, I'm not going to argue about that. But I just told you not long ago that I had a solve. So your statement, just like Trusted, single barrel silo, woo, brakes broke. Even your grid game with it. See? Oh, not my idea now. Not my idea. Whose was it then? Whose was it? And why haven't you brought this up 4 years ago? Wasn't my idea. And looking up the words, oh no, you're right. Absolutely right. You are right. Not my idea. You're right. It was Forrest's idea. Looking up all the words, that was Forrest's idea. The grid, please touch, all that stuff, Forrest's idea. You're right. It's not my idea. You're absolutely right. Sorry. Absolutely right. But we don't know your thoughts. I don't know who you're talking to then. If you talk, are you talking to Trusted? When I nicked his thoughts. Yeah, I didn't nick his thoughts. Yes, many different people's thoughts. You and David looked. All right, let's play your bullshit game. Let's play your bullshit game. Am I, as part of finding a solution, allowed to use anybody's thoughts? Of course I am. Those people with those thoughts that you say were before me still didn't do what I've done. Man, how thick are they? I took their thoughts and used them better than they did. Man, I must be good. I must be brilliant. They had these thoughts before I came along and they couldn't do nothing with them. And yet Forrest told us all of those things. And I've explained all of those things. And I haven't been in the chase that long. But these people before me have not had the decency to explain to you what I've explained to you about these thoughts that are not mine. I've explained the whole solve or the whole way of getting information, everything from the words, which is a solve, to this information, explained it all. And these people that were before me haven't done any of that. But they came up with the idea. You come up with an idea, but you don't know how you come up with the idea, and you haven't explained it before me, and I haven't seen nothing like it on YouTube. But they were there before me doing these things. And you didn't use it either. I bet you thought it was stupid, didn't you? I bet you thought it was a waste of time to do those things that these people were telling you is a good idea. They didn't explain it to you because they didn't know how to do it properly. But neither they nor you have took it on board and managed to do anything with it. But it's their thoughts and their ideas. And they failed miserably in their thoughts and their ideas. And are you saying that I failed miserably? Or are you saying that I nicked their thoughts and I did something good with it? And it doesn't matter. Because guess what, Trusted? Your thoughts are no different than one of the 50,000, 70,000, 100,000, however many people are in the chase have probably done exactly what you did and not found nothing and walked away without saying nothing. Like these other people that you're talking about that couldn't work it out, that couldn't do it because they had no mettle and resolve, not able to shift and drift and adjust, not able to move with confidence. All of those things, please touch. Continuous, contiguous, chronological. Those things that I explained, that they never explained, they never came on YouTube. I don't remember seeing anybody doing it. And yet you seem to say, oh yeah, they were way before you. Well, maybe they solved it, Trusted, and they just didn't tell you. Idiot. Keep defining logic. They make you explicit instructions which you refuse to follow, acknowledge. No, they're saying that those instructions have been followed by other people. And those other people have disappeared. I've never seen them. But he's saying they were about, and we just nicked their thoughts. And yet we came after them, and they still haven't got an answer. Or they have an answer, and they haven't told Trusted because they're keeping it quiet because Trusted is stupid enough to believe it. Or something like that. I don't know. I did give the owners a kudos for being honest. I like that. If he can't let it go, he will end up in the final. Yeah, I think you're talking about Trusted now because I'm not arguing about a chest. There was only one solver. When you use more than one other's thoughts, you are de facto wrong. But please keep up your... No game. You are judging other people by you, Trusted. Your game. The way you work. There is no game here. Merely a giving of truth and of facts. Those words are real. They exist. That grid, it exists. They're facts. No game. Now, you can play the game by getting those facts, and it's fun to do those things, which you're supposed to have in the thrill of the chase. But being greedy, self-centered, obnoxious, arrogant, those sort of things that you are, obviously, with the words that you use in here, that wasn't part of the chase. You see, your average solve means you have nothing. Forrest is not going to reward you. Forrest wanted that fish. Now, if you're saying that I use somebody else's thoughts, okay, I use somebody else's thoughts, but I used them better than they did. Isn't that terrible? I don't know these people that you're talking of. Do you? Why didn't they solve it if they have solved it? And if this is a solve? And which thoughts are you talking about, the grid or the words? Because I'm pretty certain that those are Forrest Fenn's thoughts that he gave to us. See how that works? I think of the word contiguous, now think of people's souls. No, it was a whole statement, not just one word. Think of the word continuous, contiguous, chronological, all together in one go. You know, like reading a sentence, a touching sentence that tells you something. Continuous, a whole thing. Contiguous, touching. Chronological, in the right time. Do you see how that works? Is that something you do in your solve? No, nothing to do with your cipher. Continuous, contiguous, chronological is nothing to do with your cipher. Nothing. Absolutely zero. Zero to do with the cipher. It is not continuous, contiguous, chronological. one piece of it or another piece of it, but not all of it. And that's what you're supposed to use. None of you have that solve that is continuous, contiguous, and chronological. And that's how Forrest weirded you out. By giving you the information. The chest is wet. The chest is not wet where your solve is. It is not wet. Every single day of the year, it is not wet. Just like treasure poem. Oh, it was in an inch of water. What? When did it become an inch? When did it become 0? And when did it become 2 or 3 inches? Because that's what happens in the Rocky Mountains. Just crazy people saying crazy things and thinking that I'm stupid enough to believe it or even tolerate it. Just crazy. When the truth is told, I wish I could see Luli's face. She's known Fenn. Yes, I gather she's known Fenn a very long time. She was even offered to hire the second treasure, I think. Words not fixing to be easy much longer for liars and even for wrong people who insist they're right. I'm not insisting I'm right. I'm insisting Forrest is right. Big difference. Summer is going by. Don't forget to get out there. Got a new bathing suit. Psychology 407, the road to an observative personality disorder diagnosis. Don't know. Ouch, big. Whoops. Ouch, big cost for those parts. 2014 easy stuff, reasonable part price. Oh, we're talking about getting something together there. Forrest always said he was going to weed the garden. Yes. These average searchers, just, it's like the information. Hey, Mr. Star, or Mrs. Star, or Miss Star, or however you wish to be addressed. Rivulet. Maybe we do, but we have not disclosed. Frank, and what do you think that will be? God Den. Oh, Den is a place in Wyoming, isn't it? Near Daniel and the penguin. The God Den. Not gardener. It's green where the cold water flows from below. Eden. Oh, that is Montana. There's a place Eden in Montana, isn't there? I think that was one of my solves. Can't remember it now, but Eden. And there was what did they call them? Is it a forest road? What was it? Starlight something in Montana? Oh, I can't remember now. A long time ago. Probably 5 or 6 years ago that was. When I was stupid like everybody else and did the begin it where warm waters halt and then, crazy soul. Stupid. I'm just interested in contiguous. That was the yeah, but no, 5. You have to be interested in all of it. You can't just pick a bit and say, yeah, I want to choose this because this makes sense in my solve. All of it. It's one statement for everything. Just like it's one statement that says Bible verses, head pressures, foot pounds, ciphers won't lead you to the treasure. How are you saying you found it when Forrest says you won't? That's crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy. Look at the quote. It won't lead you to the treasure. So what are you saying you found? And how are you saying you found it when Forrest is saying, nah. I've already thought of all the solves. You're not listening. I've done more solves than you can count. I literally have. Ask Forrest Fenn. Ask Forrest of all the ones that I discounted that I told him about. Until I got to the point where I said, that's it, I'm not searching anymore. I'm happy with my solve. It can only be this. This is the only thing that it can be. I won't be going to America to prove it, but this is the only thing that it can be. The only thing. Can't be anything else. For the chest. Can't be anything else. There is nothing else that it can be based on the information that Forrest Fenn gave. And based on the fact, again, you're not listening, there was only ever going to be one spot. 9 clues, 1 spot. That's it. That's your solve. 9 clues, 1 spot. Not 9. Not 9 clues, 9 places. 9 clues, 1 spot. That's it. That's how simple it is. But you don't want to listen. I've said it over and 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 over, and you don't want to listen. Well, I showed you what the decrypted garden clue points to. I've already seen it. You're telling me something I've already seen. What part of I've already seen it do you not understand? You're telling me something I've already seen. It's crazy. One spot. One spot. Just crazy. Just crazy. Someone found it. Well, did Forrest find his treasure? Forrest put all them lures out for us searchers, and yet he was searching for something himself. That fish. What if he found that fish? What if Forrest is the finder? What if Forrest found his treasure? That was it. Done. He's the finder. It wasn't Jack. You saw that Forrest had his own chest, was looking at his own chest, showed you the bracelet. You have no idea what any of that means. Jonathan, he's just sitting there. Forrest, hand on the chest. His treasure's all in front of him. Nothing to do with Jonathan. Absolutely nothing to do with Jonathan. It went to Heritage Auction. Got nothing to do with anything other than it's written in the poem. It's a story written in the poem. You can't see it because you can't read the poem. And it's crazy to think that you're real searchers because you don't ask the right questions, you don't do the right things, you just troll and insult people. It's crazy. It points to a place in the map that is also misspelled on the... Yes. You're not listening. Everything is a lure. Everything. Forrest knows all the answers. He knows your name. He knows that you found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. Stop telling him you found a chest. Stop telling me you found a chest. It's an average solve for all the average people that are in here. And that's not... I'm not being disrespectful. I'm telling you, this is what Forrest did. He must have done this. It's the only way it works. The only way. You can't have however many solvers for the Forrest Fenn poem that we've got any other way. You were the hunted. The thrill of the chase, you were the hunted. And yet, you were only one of all the fishes that were possible to be hunted because he wanted that fish. Forrest Fenn, guess what? What's the one thing we know about Forrest Fenn? Pilot? Fisherman? Was he a fisherman? Could he still go fishing without going to a river and fishing? Absolutely. He got the thrill of the chase going. And he was going to get that fish. Not an average fish. Not any fish. He was going to get that fish. He couldn't get that fish with those average solves that you people are putting forward, and they're not solves, they're just proposals. Maybe marry the clues. They're just proposals. You have a proposal that this is a warm waters halt, and you have a proposal that this is a home of brown, and you have a proposal that this is a blaze. But that's all they are. You have no confirmer for any of them. Please listen. So you'll start, when you get warm waters halt, your start is that you're going to find a chest. Come hell or high water, you will find a chest. Once you get your warm waters halt, you will find a chest. Because from your warm waters halt that you just made up, based on whatever information you got, not from the poem, whatever information you got, you had a warm waters halt. And from that place, guess what? You're going to find a chest. Because at the end of all of that, you will say, this is my canyon down. This is my home of brown. This is my no place for the meek. This is my end is drawing nigh. This, whatever, heavy lows and water high. You're going to make whatever you come across the answer. And then you'll get to the point where, what the heck is a blaze? What could possibly be a blaze? That's the blaze there. I'll go over there and get that blaze. That's it. That's the blaze. That's it. That's got to be the blaze. Oh, chest isn't there. Oh, what's going on? For everybody, for the thousands of people that have got solves, that's how it was. And don't say it isn't, that's how it is. You made a warm waters hole and you were always going to find a chest. Not that you found a chest, but the chest was going to be where the blaze was. That was it. That was your solve. Everybody, that was the solve. And it's obviously the case because the poem is so ambiguous, anybody could find it. From any warm waters halt to any point. Oh, I can't find. Oh, there's a blaze. That's the blaze. That must be at that tree. That must be the blaze. Oh, there's a blaze. There's a rock. That must be the blaze. Oh, there's a blaze. There's an overhanging rock. Oh, there's a blaze. It's a piece of stuff sticking out the ground. You don't know what a blaze is. You're just making it up because it fits everything else that you did from where warm waters halt. Stop kidding yourself. You're an average searcher. An average searcher. Everyone is an average searcher. Everyone. Apart from that fish that would not pick on the lure that was the chest and realized if I find the fisherman, I am going to find the real food. I'm going to find the real stuff, the live bait. That's what I'm going to find. So Forrest dared the fish to find the fisherman. He dared the fish. I dare you to come find me. I dare you. I dare you to come find me. He dared the fish to take on the fisherman. Now, he told you about that fish, that he was stuck in a boat and he fought with that fish in them reeds. He told you about that point in time that would take place. His fight with that fish. You're not that fish. It's simple as that. You're not that fish. You don't have the mettle and resolve to be that fish. It doesn't matter whether you're alpha. It doesn't matter whether you're omega. It doesn't matter. You haven't got the mettle and resolve to take on the fisherman who wanted that fish. A bit like Homer Simpson when he took on that fish, then put it back. You're not listening. That's up to you. That's up to you. But I'm giving you the only possible answers to everything that Forrest Fenn said. I'm not just giving you one answer here and there. I'm not just picking out a word like contiguous. I'm not just doing any of those things. I'm saying these are the things that Forrest said, and these are the only things it can mean. If you won't find, if it's not buried where you find it, how the heck did you find it? If it's in a place where people would not normally go, how the heck can you find it? If people would not normally go there, what are you doing there? What the heck are you doing there? It's in a place people would not normally go. So you'd have to go into a place that you wouldn't normally go. And you're not. You're going into a place that everybody goes. People say, oh, tell us this and blah, blah, blah. What? People don't go in that place? The Adobe, people don't go in there? Of course they do. Lots of people go in there. But it's in a place you wouldn't normally go. And it's there. It's like you're not listening to what he's saying. Oh, it's Red River. It's in this place here. What? And I've been there, trust me. I've been Red River. I've been Compagre River. I've been all over those 4 states. All over those 4 states. And they all have the same thing in common. I found a warm waters halt, Cripple Creek. I found a warm waters halt. And from there, I follow the canyon. And from there, I look for a Homer Brown. And from there, which is no different than anybody else's solve, and it's wrong. Because there was only ever going to be one spot. So basically, find your warm waters halt, and you'll have the chest in your hands. Do you see how easy it is? Do you see how easy it is? No, you don't. Because you want your solve to be right. Well, go ahead. Do it. But I'm telling you the simple truth. Everything that Forrest said was said for a reason and makes sense. And that's what you have to do. Make sense of what's been said. But you don't understand what's been said because you don't want to try and understand what's been said. Why leave now while you pretend to have answers? Who's leaving? Who said we were leaving? Are you leaving, Davey? I didn't say I was leaving. Why leave now while you're... Don't know what that's all about. The blaze would be impractical to remove, so no tree carving, fishing. Yes, but they don't hear that, Fenny. They don't hear that. They don't hear that. They really don't. But, it's fair comment. Well, somebody asked, what did they ask? Is it feasible? Feasible was the word. And Forrest was like, well, why would you, why would you even try? Just, I don't get why people ignore the obvious in order to make their solve correct. And their solves are impossible based on the information that Forrest Fenn gave. I didn't take a radial off it. And yet their solve has the ability to take a radial off it. Forrest was probably saying, well, you can't take a radial off it. It's impossible to take a radial off it. Which way does it face? And yet they specifically have a blaze that faces a certain way. Whether it be east, west, north, south, it doesn't matter. Their blaze is facing a certain way. But they don't take that into consideration. It's like, probably all of those. Or whatever the statement was. Probably all of them. Which means if your blaze is facing only one way, no, it's not that. Probably all of them means probably all of them. Maybe it's round and faces every point on the compass. Who knows? But it's not facing one particular way. I listen, Bill. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, Fire, but I just know you're not listening. I don't know, stunts or nothing. Yes, private land. Shared with the government. Along the Madison. Yes, private land shared with the government easement river within a national forest, which is BLM lot and located along the Madison. So land is not an issue, but well, is it? Okay. No, you say we are pretending sometimes when you load a gun. Trusted, if you do not have handling experience, it can still be dangerous. Compass. Fann's final story at the finale, he put the hose on the blaze and you all did not listen. Well, I find it hard to listen if I wasn't there. Yes, I did a video with one of those. You guys have blown your what? This is what it is. Or faces straight up. The blaze is not the sun. But you would not know this if you did not solve the problem. The blaze is not the sun. I bet you. I'm not going to do it. I was going to do a Dave and tell you, but nah, not the sun. If it didn't work, it didn't work. Your theories have to gain without starting all that. There is proof in the chat that someone does not know what the blaze is. That means they did not find it and cannot read the poem. Yeah, the hard part is they don't understand that they can't read the poem. That's the hard part. That really is. Like for me, if there's one thing that Forrest said, it tells me who could have solved it and who didn't solve the poem. It's read me what the poem says, and not one person steps up and says, I can read the poem. No one. And they think that using those words in the poem the way they're written is what solves the poem. And they think that you can take a single statement, assume what it means, and it gives you the answer. No, the poem has to tell the answer. Poem doesn't tell, as far as I know, all the solves that I've seen, no, poem didn't tell them the answer. No way did it tell them the answer. A bid for a full lot of Del 4 comics. How would you know when you did not solve the poem? You did not solve the poem, your words. Again, another bill. I've never said I haven't solved the poem. There's a difference between saying, I am not saying that I'm the solver. I've already said, in this stream, we have a solve. But we're not claiming to be the solver. We're not trying to say we found a chest. I've said that in this stream. Again, you put out information that's incorrect and expect me to just accept it and not be offended by that. My words, they're not my words. I have never said I did not solve the poem. You may have said it, but I haven't said it. And I know the sun is not the blaze. Crazy. Without confirmation, it remains only a theory. Anyway, need to go. Yeah, ciao, thanks for popping in. Under the boardwalk, they thought it was under the boardwalk. The ring, yes. You just had to say where it was. You didn't have to go find it. No, there's no need to know anything about Forrest Fenn. And when did I say I needed to know anything about Forrest Fenn? Apart from who he really is. Oh, yes. You have to know that. Zoza, that's always been my hiccup. Going further up creek, the map shows the location of Yellowstone when looking at the poem. See you later, mate. Shameless. Self-promotion. Laugh out loud. I have about lots of 950 comics for sale. Ooh. Slow, honest increments, no stunts, and reason. The car was blazing because it was under a very hot sun. Teachers of roads do not touch the metal in the hot sun. No, don't touch the metal in the hot sun. Right. But again, tell you, I have my own car that has been blazing in the sun. North is the brightest. Ladle draws Big Dipper. Ooh, isn't that the bear? The plough? Is it the plough? The plough. Forrest talked about plough as well, didn't he? It's not fair beating the shit out of our mate because we know he's not a threat. Go the opposite direction, Yellowstone National Park, West Fork Cabin Camp, about 50 miles west. End of Big Dipper is the North Star. Absolutely. Jack is from the north and not back east. I don't know how to take that. Always north. Viagra rises and Niagara falls. Nothing like the big old shoe. Hello, Mr. Innocence. How are you? If you don't mind me asking, I would like to invite you to a one-on-one Zoom meeting. I would like to show something that questions your way of thinking. I will pay for Zoom. Yeah, I don't mind going. I don't mind that at all. That I would like to show you something that questions your way of thinking. Questions my way of thinking. By using the information that Forrest Fenn gave me, you want to show me something questioning my way of thinking? I don't mind. I honestly don't mind. Never been to Niagara Falls, no, normally. Poem only. Forrest quotes not required and actually used at your peril. Forrest only. Poem only. Forrest Fenn quotes not required and actually used at your peril. No. Well, I wouldn't say at peril, but you're right. Poem only, and you don't need the quotes. You can solve it without Forrest giving you the quotes, if you've a mind to. But remember, which you can't and you don't hear, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the chest? Are you talking about the chest? Because if you're talking about the chest, just read the Thrill of the Chase, the poem in the Thrill of the Chase. Nothing else. Don't read the Thrill of the Chase. Just read the poem in the Thrill of the Chase. That's it. A little bit of imagination. That's it. That's what I've been saying to you. That is it. You can't do that. You have no idea what that means. But that's all you have to do. And guess what that amounts to? Just a little guess, because you're being so stupid. Have a little guess, because Forrest said, guessing leads to a thin wallet, and that's all you're doing. But guess what? Just read the poem. Isn't that what Forrest said? Read me, lips, read me what the poem says, and it's game over. So what do? You don't need Forrest quotes. You don't need anything. You read him what the poem says, and it's game over. You don't know how to do that. You want a difficult solve, idiot. I don't know, I don't get it. Ciao, ciao. See you later. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I'll be going soon. It's 20 to 2. That is the exact reason I took up martial arts, getting beat up. F them now. I've been to the us side. I got booted a number of years ago from Canada and was told never to return. Uh-oh. There are lots of horseshoe falls in the US, but Niagara is beautiful. Niagara is beautiful, but has way too many bodies. Are we saying I see dead people? Been saying that about Niagara for 20 years. Uh-oh, don't say they're going to ban Niagara now like they're going to ban the chase. Use the hints in the books. Thing is, I'm not, I wasn't using the hints in the book because I didn't have the book. So I only used the poem. And then I didn't need the hints. Yes. I said yes. How difficult is that to understand yes? I don't mind doing this. I was just wondering why you didn't understand, why you would question that I'm using the information from Forrest Fenn, which is read the poem with a little imagination. Are we talking about a chest, or are we, which is the same thing I'm saying to Trusted, are we talking about an answer for a chest or an answer for the secret treasure? Because if we're talking for an answer for the secret treasure, you don't need to prove that I'm wrong in that because there were no stipulations in that. The only stipulation was for the chest that we know of. And basically, you just read the poem to Forrest Fenn with a little imagination. That's your answer. The rest of it is an interpretation in how to find the secret treasure. Remember the one that he said in that interview? Does anybody know of my secret treasure? No, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. So that's got no stipulation to it. So if you're trying to say that my thought process in regard to what Forrest Fenn said is incorrect in finding a chest, then you're wrong. Because my thought process in finding a chest is just to read the poem with a little imagination. That's how simple it is. That's it. So my thought process, if that's what you're talking about, finding a chest, my thought process to finding a chest is look up all the words in the poem, like Forrest said to, that he did. That's all you need to do. And then a little imagination. Read the poem with a little imagination. Imagination is more important than knowledge. The knowledge you have is the poem that you have. The imagination is how the poem could be if you imagine it differently, without changing anything, without moving anything, without sliding anything, without doing anything, but reading the poem. And if you can read the poem to Forrest Fenn in the manner that he wants you to, it's game over. Now, this is 4 years of me telling you how to do that. I created a secret treasure. Why would you question somebody who questions you? You created a secret treasure. Read the dust cover. Challenge it all you want, but read the dust cover and tell me if what I'm saying isn't true. Read the bit before the poem that says, will lead to the end of my rainbow and the treasure. There's two things going on there. You don't want to believe that. That's fine. But how many rainbows do you know that only has one end? None. And I know some people say, well, it doesn't have any ends. It's a circle. No. As we know, it has two ends. So if you're going to go to an end of a rainbow, better make sure you go to both. Because I can tell you now, if you only go to one, you miss out. You miss out. Now, if you're not listening to that bit of information, the end of my rainbow, you don't know which end, and the treasure. Secret treasure. Asked about by Forrest Fenn. Read the dust cover. So I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong. I'm telling you, here are the facts. This is it. This is what Forrest Fenn, what I'm saying to you is what Forrest Fenn said and the stuff that he wrote. You don't have to believe that's what it is, but I can assure you, average searchers, and Forrest is not going to reward average searchers. The answers I already know, them are those solves you're going to put up. They're not solves. You haven't got solves. Nobody's got solves. They've got proposals to Forrest Fenn. I propose to you, Forrest, this is Warm Waters Holt. I don't know for sure, Forrest, because the poem didn't tell me that it was Warm Waters Holt, but I propose this is Warm Waters Holt. And then, because this is Warm Waters Holt, Forrest, I propose this is the canyon down. And I propose this, and I propose this, and I propose this, and I propose this. And then I got to the point where there was a blaze, Forrest. And I wasn't sure what the blaze was because I don't know what the blaze is, because you haven't told us what the blaze is. But I'm proposing, Forrest, that because I'm in this area here, and this is the heavy loads and water high, I propose that as I look around here, in the desperate attempt to find something that is a blaze, I propose that tree there that's been struck by lightning, that's the blaze. That's how your solves work. And don't say it isn't, because that's how it works. Now, if that's the case, and it is the case, and you're all just average searchers, guess what Forrest said? If you don't have beginning where Warm Waters Holt, you have nothing. So once you start your quest with a Warm Waters Holt that you haven't got nailed down, you've got nothing. You start with nothing, and by the time you get to the blaze, you've still got nothing, and you make up a blaze because you started at Warm Waters Holt. And everybody who chooses a Warm Waters Holt, whether it's in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, or New Mexico, guess what? You end up finding a chest. That's it. And you're all just average. Because you didn't hear Forrest Fenn when he said you had to have Warm Waters Holt. You had to have beginning where Warm Waters Holt. You had to have it. You had to. It wasn't a wishful thing. You had to have it. It's all of it. It's everything. You had to have begin it where Warm Waters Holt. You have nothing. If you can't hear that, if you don't believe that, you shouldn't be in this chase. You should not be in this chase. If you can't listen to the person that set it up, that said, do not start the thrill of the chase that I set up with a Warm Waters Holt that you haven't got nailed down, with a Warm Waters Holt that you won't know is the correct Warm Waters Holt until you have the chest in your hands, do not begin my thrill of the chase unless you know those answers. And guess what? You all just went, nah, stuff you. This is Warm Waters Holt. I'm starting here. And from here, that's the canyon. So I'm going down that canyon. And that is my interpretation of the Homer Brown. And that is my interpretation of No Place for the Meek. And that is my interpretation of The End Is Ever Drawn Nigh because it goes left. And that is my interpretation of Heavy Loads and Water High because there's a few rocks and, it comes off a high type water thing. What? Oh, hang on, I need a blaze. Oh, God. Oh, look at that boulder. Yeah, that boulder. It's all white and shining. Yeah, that's it. What the heck's up with you lot? That's crazy stuff. Crazy. The poem has to tell you what the answer is. There is no guessing and there's no looking, no searching. Private land. No. It's in a place people would not normally go. It's private land, you idiot. People go there all the time. It's their house, their place. What the heck is wrong with you? You're trying to make something fit your own narrative for your own solve, and yet when you listen to what Forrest says, there's nothing nowhere near it. What if land is not an issue? Don't worry about land then. The chest is wet. The chest is wet. The chest is wet. What part of it do you not understand that the chest is wet? What part do you not understand of that? Did the hot water affect the patina? What part of that do you not understand? It's crazy that you come up with these solves that are nothing like what Forrest Fenn is saying it's supposed to be and claiming that you're the solver of an average solve. A solve that found the lure that he put out. Are you not listening? You found the lure with an average solve of all these hundreds of other average solves, and you want to be the best solve out of all the average solves that found the lure, that didn't find the answer to the poem, that just found a chest, that you have no proof, no confirmer that it's correct. It's just your belief that you started at the right warm waters halt and you had the right blaze. That's all you've got. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And that's all I'm saying. I don't care if you're the solver or not, but I'm saying listen to what Forrest Fenn said. At least give yourself a chance to have a correct solve than just an average solve, the same as everybody else. Because if you've got an average solve, you went for that lure. You were that fish that went for that lure that Forrest already knows the answer to. Because trust me, when he says, and he said it, don't tell me you found a chest. This is directed at the solver, whoever's going to be the finder. This statement is directed at that person that is going to be the finder. Don't tell me you found a chest. So that counts you all out already. It counts you all out already. Your average solves are counted out with that first statement. Then he says, I don't even need to know your name. And it counts you out again. He specifically knows every person that found a chest. Everyone that found a chest, he's saying to, I don't even need to know your name. So first of all, don't tell me you found a chest, which is just a lure. And secondly, he says, don't tell me your name, because he knows the lures that he put out and he knows the people that found those lures. And then he said, read me what the poem says. And none of you can. None of you can read, Forrest, what the poem says, but you still claim you're the solver with those 3 statements that says you're not. That's absolutely crazy. 3 statements, one after the other. You're not the solver. 3 statements. 3. Don't tell me you found a chest, Trusted. Okay. Oh, Trusted, he already knows my name. And he's telling me don't tell me you found a chest. Oh, and he's saying to me, read what the poem says. But I don't know what the poem says. I don't know. And he said I'm not the solver because he said, don't tell me, Trusted, you found a chest. And you know how I know that? He said the same to Five Leaf. Don't tell me, Five Leaf, you found a chest. And he said the same to Street. Street, don't tell me you found a chest. And he said the same to all of you. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't need to know your name. He's told you all, but you won't listen. And you're crazy to say the things that you say. And I'm really frustrated that you try to say that I'm talking bullshit when you should know if you've got half a brain cell. Don't tell me you found a chest means stuff the chest. It's got nothing to do with anything. I don't need to know your name means the chest that you're telling me you found, I know it's you, Trusted. I know it's you, Street. I know it's you, Five Leaf. I know it's you, Troy. I know it's all of you. I know the chest you found, where you found it, and your fucking name. Just read me what the poem says. Can you do that? Can you do that one simple thing that I asked you to do, that if you listen to me, you will be able to do? And you can't. You can't do that one simple thing. And to me, that's crazy, that you won't listen and are able to do that one simple thing. That's crazy. And you can say all the bad things that you want about me, but just look at yourself once. Just look at yourself once in the mirror and say to yourself, those 3 things that Forrest said, do they pertain to me? Is it possible that Forrest is talking to me when he says, don't tell me you found a chest? Well, I found a chest, so that must be talking to me. But then he said, I don't even need to know your name. So I've got a chest and he doesn't need to know my name. And he wants me to read what the poem says. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, Forrest, I don't know. I don't know what it says. And you're just crazy with the stuff that you say. Oh, you're doing this and you're nicking people's solves and you do blah, blah. No, I'm saying that your solve is incorrect. I'm saying it can't be correct because Forrest has told you. Don't tell me you found a chest. And you're all moaning that you found a chest and you want a resolution. To what? You want a resolution to what? That made up proposal that you gave to Forrest about finding something. You don't need a resolution for that. There is no resolution to that. It's a lure. You didn't find it. You didn't find it. You couldn't have done. Don't tell me you found a chest. What does that mean? In English or American, what does it mean? Don't tell me you found a chest. What does it mean? It means don't tell Forrest you found a chest. And if you haven't found a chest, if he doesn't want to know about this chest that you think you know you found, if he doesn't want to know that, and he doesn't want to know your name, what have you got? What are you going to tell Forrest? He doesn't want you to tell him he found a chest. So don't tell him you found a chest. He doesn't even want to know your name. So you can't tell him your name. So you're standing at his front door. Yes? Who is it? It's Trusted. What can I do for you, Trusted? Um, 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 it doesn't matter, Forrest. It doesn't matter. Who else is there? Street. What can I do for you, Street? Well, I can't read the poem. Well, there's about 500 of us out here, Forrest. We were going to tell you that we found a chest and who we were, but you said don't bother saying that, and none of us can read the poem. So we're just going to go now, if that's all right. I have absolutely no idea what goes through your minds, and I cannot believe that you're real searchers. I can't. The person who set up the chase says, don't tell me you found a chest. And there's, I don't know, even in just chat now, there's probably 6 or 7 people that are saying, I'm the solver and I found the chest. And my mind can't comprehend that. The person who set up the chase says, don't tell me you found it. And he knows who you are, and he knows the chest that you found. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't need to know your name. He knows both of those things because the answers I already know. And you're convinced that it's you. And all he wants you to do is read what the poem says, and you can't. What the heck sort of solver are you? You can't tell him the first 2 things, and you can't tell him the last thing. So what is it you're looking for? What is it you're hoping for? You cannot do any of the things that you think are correct. You can't, as Trusted, say to Forrest Fenn, hi, my name's Trusted, and I found a chest at such and such and such, because they'll just say, I don't want to know. I don't need to know you found that chest, I know. I was the person that wrote the chase. I know the answer, and I know where you were, because you gave me where you were. And trust me, that's not the chest I'm looking for, or you're looking for. I don't understand what bit of that you don't understand. I really don't. I really don't. Stop saying that you found the chest. Forrest doesn't care. He does not care that you found a chest, and he doesn't need to know your name because he knows the chest that you found was one of those that was just a lure. And it's crazy that you can't see that you're just average searchers, every one of you, because it's impossible to have that many solvers. It's impossible. There's only one solver to the poem, but there's however many in chat saying that you found it. It's impossible. The gold is in your chest, the heart of gold. Go search and find your own soul in the wilderness. He wanted you to get out and see the greatest snipe hunt of epic proportions. 100%. I can't disagree with epic. In their case, there's a feeling of going crazy. Could be a sign of going mental illness, people with influences. Nothing good to say again. Old St. Louis. Hello, Sandy. Minimalist one. I live 6,000 feet above sea level, the high desert. We have been in the 90s for a few weeks. Cool. I'm looking forward to having a day in the 90s. Fenn put a curse on the treasure. Could be looked at different ways. I see you looked up the symptoms. Good for you. Lowlanders are weak. Uh-oh. Now we're being told. Nice and cool here. Yes, cool here as well, Zozo. I put the heating on the other day. It's just crazy. It's supposed to be summer. Oh, man, not good. Johnson is a good name. Be happy. It wasn't Bush. Well, bird in hand's worth 2 in the bush. I wish it were cooler. Add in the slight humidity. Jeez, I hope parents take their kids and pets out if their cars. Ooh, is it that warm? If I was a Bush, I would be president by now. Yeah, there is that. The curse of Mummy Joe hung over Fenn's hole. Ooh, that doesn't sound too good. If it's a snipe hunt and I accidentally found a cipher, then Forrest was in deep shit. There's no accident about it. Everything that people found was meant to be found. It was meant to be found. And you were meant to believe that you had the solve. Everyone was meant to believe that they had the solve. That's it. You were meant to believe that you had the solve. Not if Forrest. Forrest already knew the answers. He tells you in the poem that he already knew the answers because he set up all the lures and he was aware of all the possible scenarios. There is a chest to be found. But if you're looking at 9 locations when there was only ever going to be one spot, I don't know. That to me says no. And that's how simple it is. There was only ever going to be one spot. What are you doing all this working out for? Why are you working everything out? Why are you bouncing from one place to another when there's only going to be one spot? I don't get it. It's so simple. It really is so simple. I don't get what all the hard work is. Dragon sickness. A sandy bush could be abrasive. Security cameras are very useful. They can be pointed at public parking lots and key areas and private property to catch trespassers. Not so difficult to find out who is who. Security cameras are very useful. Although, there was a time when they used to say, infringing on our public rights or whatever, But people have forgot about all those things now. Just crazy world. We've gone from that's racist, that's sexist, that's women gender, blah, 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 blah. So they put these laws in to stop that happening. You've gone full circle and now everything's racist, genderist, sexist. A average person trying to do something or get something can't because a woman has to have that, or a black person has to have it, or a non-binary, binary, blah, 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 blah has to have it. It's like, hang on. In order to not persecute some whatever, you're going to persecute some other people. So you've gone from these people that said, oh, we were persecuted, we need to be treated fairly. Now they want to be treated better because they were persecuted. So now they're persecuting a different type of gender or race. What the heck are you doing? It's a crazy world. What are you doing? You can't say, well, they were persecuted, so now we need to, look after these. I don't know what to call them. There's too many names. But these different genders, they've been persecuted, so now they have to have a job, or even just women. We need 30% more women in this job. What? No, you don't. You need the people that can do the job in the job. You can't give them a job because they're a woman, because isn't that sexist? Isn't that what we tried to get away from? No, we need more blacks in this job. So if you're white, don't bother. What? And they need to be black males. So if you're a black female, don't bother. What? Are you kidding? What sort of world are we living in? Just stand up and say no. We're all equal. We come to the job as equal. Excuse me. Doesn't matter what our colour, what our sex. That doesn't matter. We all apply for the job, and if we get the job, we get the job, and that's it. And if you're a black person, you didn't get it because you didn't get the job. And if you're a woman and didn't get it, you didn't get it because you didn't get the job. There's no sexism, ageism, bloody racism. It's crazy. My dad named me Sandy because I was conceived on happy days. I went on a snipe hunt once, and sadly, I didn't find any. Unfair. This is the point. He told you not to use code. Forrest wanted to get people in the outdoors. Don't use code. Go search and see nature. The one real solve uses code, and the word one is the key. Oh, message retracted. Oh, no. Sandy Johnson, thanks for clarifying. I thought I was going to say CIA. Clarifying. I thought it was a reference to sand in dime boxes. Boxes. Cops caught me conceiving my son. Well, they might have caught you, but they didn't know your son was there or was going to be your son. So if he consulted lawyers before doing the chase, then he consulted cryptographers that would tell him if there are any accidental strings he didn't see. But what you're saying is, it doesn't matter that you found these accidental strings that he didn't see, because you're not finding what it is he wants you to find. So even if he didn't see these accidental strings that could lead you to a place, it's not the place he wants you to go to. And if you're admitting that they're accidental strings, it's not the solve. Even if he didn't see these accidental strings, it's not the solve. And I can believe that. But he's saying, give you them, ciphers won't lead you to the treasure. So your accidental string, or any string, or however you did it, even using a Y instead of an I or a E, it didn't lead you to the treasure. You think it did because you have this information. You have this information that seems very, very good, very, very plausible, and that's fine. But it didn't lead you to the treasure. It didn't. So therefore, you can't blame Forrest Fenn for that, even if it's accidental. If it's accidental, it's accidental. But it doesn't lead you to the treasure. So you're trying to call Forrest out for having an accidental string that he didn't see that doesn't lead you to the treasure. You're trying to say he created a code accidentally that doesn't lead you to the treasure. Now, if it did lead you to the treasure, that's different, but it doesn't lead you to the treasure. He was conceived in the backseat of Plymouth. Rainbow Wizard. That's like two groups. Which one's your favourite, Rainbow or Wizard? I was conceived in a rusty name, seeing the other in pause with name. I don't know where I was conceived. I was probably made. Cricket was my alternative name. Cricket. I nearly got caught out on that. Many of us were out in the woods long before FF's poem came out. Yeah, that's possible. I wasn't, because I'm not in America. We don't have those sort of things. Well, we do have, but not to the extent that you do. Mine was conceived over my curb fender. Father came home sickly from Vietnam, so half of me is from now. It was summer loving, happened so fast. And it happened so, oh yeah, so, sorry. Yeah, if I'd have read on, I'd have seen it. I was an accident. Oh, don't be like that, Zozo. Five Leaf, that wasn't a matador, it was an ambassador on Anderson Dam with a reclining bench seat. Yeah, we still love you, Zozo. Keep on keeping on until you can't. Ooh, yes, true. I have been going out into the wilderness since 1976. Get lost! You've been going out into the wilderness since the year 76. Year 76 you started. Rainbow Wizard is dark. Well, there's sand and everything at beaches, so we need the other items involved. You may not know the second middle name. Coleman, Pinto, or Quavo. Quavo. Wasn't Quavo the choice for Kamala with Megan? Ooh, that's too much. Accidental discharge. Electric Wizard. He knows the solver's name. He does not need to see the chest. He only wanted to picture the 17th century Spanish emerald and gold ring. Makes perfect sense. We could have got a picture off what's the name's video. Or, 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 I think there's a picture of the finder in the poem holding the chest with his hands on the chest, or her hands on the chest, or whatever. Is Five Leaf from Gilroy? I don't know. Is Five from Gilroy? I've been out in the mountains, woods, oceans, hiking, swimming, and camping for almost all my life. I can no longer do what I did. Yeah, I think that's Well, not the first part, obviously, but the last bit, I can no longer do what I did. Yeah, I think that's most of us here. Not a good feeling, that's for sure. Oh, Alan Kay is a few minutes from Gilroy. Is that the place or the person? No. There you go. Five Leaf is not from Gilroy, so you can't meet him, Alan. Probably trusted living, laugh out loud, Catholic men, always on the prowl. Oh dear. So let's think of the ultimate modern doomster metal name. Doomstoner metal name. What's a rainbow runner, Mario? What's a rainbow runner? I don't know. I don't think we have rainbow runners in England. Never heard the term. What is a rainbow runner? Now, if you'd have said, what is a rainbow warrior, I might have more of a chance. But a rainbow runner, 62 now, but being disabled ended the firm. Now, I'm not far off 62. Is Dan Cooper one of MFBE superheroes? He is a superhero, that's for sure. That was Jennifer in my AMC. I was surprised when her sister asked when she could have me. Yeah, there was an amount of surprise in that statement, I suppose. Zozo, always be careful polishing a loaded gun. Gilroy, CA, the garlic centre of the world, and smells like the armpit of California. Just say what you think, Alan. Don't hold back. Yeah, but the problem is, America's so big. There's probably about 6 states with a Gilroy in it, which is similar to the poem. There's probably loads of places for the meat. I've always wondered if Mr. Talisman tallies me banana. Grab every banana. I wonder what that means. Would ever be used, did it? I drank at the Rum Runner. So I'll take it that's a place. You didn't tell me what a rainbow runner is, though. No, your gas tank is not leaking. That is good. That is how it smells. Just checking to see how fluent you are with fish or fishing. Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Now that you mention it, I think, back in the recesses, I don't do fishing, so rainbow runners, saltwater fish. Florida, Mexico, commonly, and I don't live in America. But I did look up, I think in that place, is it Florida? Of the warm water by the piers where they used to fish for these types of fish. I can't remember what they're called. They might be rainbow runners. So they fish for these particular type of fish. I don't know if it's something to do with brown, actually. Can't remember now. It was 5 years ago. But now that you just said that, rainbow runner, that sort of sparked something in my mind from long, long ago. But obviously, I don't fish. I don't live in America. Certainly not Florida. I remember 101 was a 2-lane highway through Gilroy. Curb banana. And not much dune busting there. Sounds like a surfing contest. Is there a sign Gilroy was here? There are brown trout in England. Yes, there are brown trout in England, but I'm not a fisherman. There's probably rainbow trout in England and pike and all sorts of stuff that you have in America, but no, I'm not a fisherman. I don't fish for them. Words don't mean what you think they do. No, they don't. I've got a great fish recipe you might like seeing where you're from. It's for carp. Oh, yes, we do carp. Real fishermen fish the ocean. Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, that's some crazy fishing, that is. Really crazy fishing. Merlins, I've got is it Merlin or Marlin? Got one of them watches. So somebody gave me the scales. Don't know why. Well, I do know why, because I like watches. I think it's Marlin. A Marlin watch. Let me know if that's correct, Marlin. I don't think it was Merlin. But the scales that you use to weigh the fish, a watch, And I don't know what else. A watch, the scales. I can't remember something else. Can't remember what it was. I don't fish, so it's like, you bought me all that just for the watch. Yep. Of course, has nothing to do with fishing. No, nothing to do with fishing. Apart from Forrest finding that fish. It has everything to do with fishing. That's what this was about. Finding that fish. Forrest fishing. The whole world. Had enough. Couldn't fish out anymore. So fished the world for that fish. Proved that he could do it. He could fish the whole globe for one fish. Some sort of fisherman that is. He could put out a lure that would attract lots of fish, but in putting out that lure, he was going to attract one out of all the fish that he could attract. He was going to attract one fish that would take a special kind of bait. That was it. Make women women again. Yeah, I wrote something the other day that said, let me read this. Queen Anne, Forrest prays for these, but gets it right 3 ways. As I have gone in there alone, as I alone have gone in there. Just take the chest and go in peace, or just take and go the chest in peace. Make gays fun again. Who has noticed that Jesus has infiltrated the Y2 chase queries? No need to know anything at all about Forrest. Forrest was just a good salesman. Yeah, and he sold you down the river. See you later. See ya. Thanks for popping in, Troy. But you do need to know who he really was. Yeah, you need to know who he really was. Or it's not who you are, so you can make him think you are. So who we thought he was. Yeah, we put Jesus into the YouTube feed. Forrest was a shifty character. Shift the characters of the poem. Oh, there you go. Shift, drift, adjust. Move with confidence. One foot on the other. Continuous, contiguous, chronological. Sure for the one that did. Blah, blah. Why? How did he get down from the cross? What? He didn't get down from the cross. They took him down and buried him. Which is why he rose again after, 3 days. He was put in the cave and he somehow managed to move the big heavy stone and get out. Forrest and Jack. Well, if Forrest is Jack, then that would have to be a yes, wouldn't it? Because if Forrest is Jack, we call Jonathan Jack. But there is no proof that Forrest ever said that. Forrest just talked about a finder. If he was the finder, if he found that fish, so that fish, the lure that Forrest put out for everybody, they all jumped at that, the chest, and found these souls that they were supposed to find. But that finder said, no, it's not them. It's not them. It's something else. So they told Forrest that the lure that nobody knew about, the secret treasure, was something else other than what was being spoken of, wasn't the chest. So now Forrest found that fish, then that fish had to, be worth the cold. Not be worth the cold, but understand, it's worth the cold. Forrest had to go. Got that fish. Teach a man to fit. Yes, he can feed himself. Teach a man about the money supply and he could take over the world. Ooh, Hanoi. I don't know that Forrest would want to take over the world, but something good in that. Then resurrected as JC. Yeah. So, it's quite possible to believe that JC Jesus. It's quite possible to believe that this second hunt is all Forrest. 1021. Tom Collins. Look at what Tom Collins is. Look at what black means. It's quite easy to believe that. And the books might be the books that were in the draw from Forrest Fenn. So these books that we get, and the promise of new discoveries, and the think nice thoughts, and everything that Forrest said, could be all about JCB. Maybe even, well, no, I better not say that because that's too much information. But Forrest made a statement that, this could maybe play out to. If I wanted to hear street, all I got to do is flip those tables. I heard that Jesus couldn't die on the cross. The spirit of destiny was used to kill him. Absolutely true. Well, absolutely. That's the information. So it wasn't the spear of destiny until it was used. So they had to stab him. And that's why it became a powerful spear, because of the blood of Christ. So I don't believe it was the spear of destiny until he was killed, and then it became the spear of destiny because he was killed with it. But, that's just the way I see it. I could be wrong. So yeah, he didn't. He asked the question, why hast thou forsaken me, Father? And they waited and waited, and then said, oh, I'm not waiting no more. Let's just get it over and done with. Let's just stab him and let the blood drain away. Then the thunder, according to the film, the thunder and the stuff, the rain. Forrest was telling his workers he did not need to know the name they'd invent. Yes, he didn't need to know the name he's invent. So again, it goes back to who's involved in this. And I say, you have to be involved, because there is no way, I will not believe to the day I die, there is no way that Forrest can walk into that place and say, does anybody know about my secret treasure? And you all go, no. I'm like, what? Have I just heard that? Does anybody know about my secret treasure? And everybody went, no, don't know. And he says, good. And nobody says, what secret treasure, Forrest? What? What secret treasure? What are you talking about? What? What? You did the thrill of the chase and it's got a treasure in it, but you never said anything about secret treasure. What? How do we find that? What's that? Nobody said any of that. It's like, get lost. Get lost. No way. No way you just go, yeah, no, we don't know. No way. And it's possible to believe that you had, the poem and, information and still didn't get it. You better reel back on using the words true. Good call. Yeah, I did reel back on it, didn't I? It's what we're led to believe. I did reel back on it. I don't want to upset you people. Milli Vanilli true. He must be JC because miracles would have to be involved to have the real soul. He must be JCB. To see how you did it there, single. JCB, cuz. JCB, cuz. Forrest did not fear death. He told us he was going to choose his time and place. His father then refused to believe what Forrest said. No, he said he's going to title a book called 90. Oh, he went at 90. Why is it that I must go? He went at 90. He chose when he was going to go. So I absolutely do believe that he chose when he was going to go. But not the bull that, pictures that Frank showed and that. No, I don't believe that. So when people have surgery, people think the patient is dead while surgery is ongoing. Oh, that's primitive. Hello, robbery. Well, hello, robbery. I love it. Hello, Robert. How you doing, mate? All good? Read my site and see the miracles. I lived with enigmas my entire life until I found Forrest. Oh, now I'm, were you, but you were. Oh, we do trust it. I am following Forrest Fenn's directive. As written on page 133, you seem to think because I have not told you the answer, you assume we don't know. Oh, we know. We know, we know. You know the answer. You wouldn't believe the answer if I told you the answer. You probably wouldn't even know. I don't know how much you know, but you probably wouldn't even know about the answer. 9 death dates easy. Hello, Davy B. How's it going, bro? September 2. No top, flip it. September 2. I thought it was September 19. When Jack found the treasure. Excuse me. All good here. Thanks for asking. I have not thought. No, I have not thought of the Depeche Mode for years. Master and servant. Actually. I'm trying to think of all the songs they sang. This strange eye-hole wood piece I found nearby in the forest fell off the wall onto the 3 skinny wooden carved soldiers on the shelf. They're all facing it now. Ooh. Oh, I see, David. People that use crutches are limited, like PhDs. Well, 16 sept 1 plus 6 equals 7 September. Ah, that's one way of looking at it. 1 and 6 is 7, 7th of September, when Forrest passed away. Apparently choosing the 9th to be 90 when he passed. Because that's what he said. I'm going to write a book titled 90. But let's not forget, I'm going to tag on an extra year. Tag on an extra year. Yeah, it's good. I'm glad, Rob. I am. Same with Tyler. He moved and he seems to be doing okay. Supernatural weirdness. Oh no, don't use that word, weird. The code looks like fun stuff. First glance looks pretty impressive. Oh, have you been to the site? I'm doing awesome. Thank you for asking. Trying to work out that cross and the 2 dots. Where have I seen that before? Or is it an X and 2 dots? Or is it part of noughts and crosses or tic-tac-toe? Someone's tic-tac-toe. How do you make a painting worth the most? How do you make a painting worth the most? Well, I hope we don't have to wait till 2046. I never knew Forrest said add a year. Well, he said something like tag a year on. Dave will probably tell you. He's good at those sort of things. I can remember them, and then Dave sort of finds it and goes, yes, it was actually these words. So he's going to tag another year on. Digital art, $17 a pixel. Ooh, not even a square inch now. That's gone up. Maybe you should have Forrest working for you and get you $17 a pixel instead of $17 a square inch. I can afford a pixel, that's it. It's a spot in it. You find a spot. Is that it? Find the pixel and you got it. There's an X in it as well. It's there in spirit. There you go. Bill, you found it. There's the X. It's in the word pile. That reminds me of you shop we ship. Uh-oh. It does it? Uh-oh. You shop we ship. 1. I never knew that I worked in a silo. But, well, I worked in a silo. But a silo is a warehouse. You wouldn't have known that. But The X in the poem is the double D's in paddle. Paddle. If you put the behind the hearts, I can't see it, on credit, you own a pixelator. Oh, if you put the pixel on credit, you own a pixelator. I will give you a hint. It came from a photograph. Mr. Menace, Dennis the Menace, and Desperate Dan with the DD, fan photo. No. I still want to find that photo that I saw with the lady standing by the tree. Don't know where that went. Actually, there's quite a few things that disappeared in the chase. So you find them on the internet, and then when you go back to look for them, they're gone. It's like, what? Where's that gone? I'm sure one of them was about codes. What were they? Navajo? Is it the Navajo codes in the wall? Something? I have the vehicle that takes the treasure to me. Ooh, Timmy. Who's Timmy? To me. Swamp ass hot weather. Digital AI art, 99 cents per download. Well, there's a lot of people using the word code and codex just lately. What's going on? Excuse me, are you related? Oh, and these posh avatars. Mr. Codex and Mr. Code in the Ode. And there's another one, I can't remember who that was. From there, it's no place for them meet. There'll be no padadadadle up your keep riddle. Bill, you have a trademark style with the digital media. To me, to you, to me, to you, to you, to me. To me, to me. Yeah, always makes me worry for Will when I see that word, Tim, me. Timmy, fire at Will. It's like, what did Will do? Why is everybody shooting at him? It's crazy. Poor. Must be terrible if you're Will in the war. To hear those words. Fire at Will. It's like, oh, God, no. Crazy. British humour. Oh, there's another one as well. What was he? Ah, Lucky. Who would you rather be, Will or Lucky? I'd rather be Will because we're out to get lucky. We're out to get lucky. Poor Lucky. Code talker, yes. The Navajo code talkers. Yeah, they always shoot the messenger. Yeah, don't shoot the messenger. Too late. It's too late, baby, now it's too late to offer up a soul. Yeah, it's too late now. I feel we are going downhill very fast now. And I feel, why hasn't Ben gone live? And is he not here? And if he is here and doesn't want to say, you don't need to say, just, thinking of you, the family at this time. So you don't need to say, I just want to say that. Hey, what the hell did I do? Something. I don't know, it's behind the heart. I can't tell. What did you do after fire that? Hey, what the hell did I? Oh, after being fired, yeah. Yeah, why are you all shooting at me? Why pick on me? Why always me? That's gotta be scary. But even lucky, we're out to get lucky. We're out to get lucky. Poor bloke. Or girl. Don't know. Is there a lucky girl and a lucky bloke? What does that mean? What do you think they do? Oh, you stopped talking. I can't see what that word is. I think it's Will. Will after fire that. So, ooh, that went up. It went up. Stick out some hearts. Some flowers. And happy smiley faces. Uh-oh. Those weren't mine, were they? Ah, it is Will. Willie, important to the chase. Very important. There's a reason why Willie exists. And to Sook, to be fair. Ben can go live on Choose with my permission. Hey, good lad. Yeah, but I think he's going through something at the moment, so I don't think he's choosing not to because it chose not to. But thanks for that. Is that because Capo is going live on Monday? Monday. Well, I gotta go. Thanks for the entertainment. Thanks, Sandy, for being in and being a bundle of joy. It's always good to have a bundle of joy. And no, that's not being sexist. They are just words. It is not a real female. But thanks for popping in and chatting. The Pokemon Metal song is some powerful music. This I found out. Well, I think any song that is associated with animation that gets buzzed up is not too bad. Including, you might remember this, might not like it, but Charlie says, "Wow," and you probably don't know Trumpton either. But yeah, some wicked tunes based on animation. Their tunes, but not Tintin. The Amazing Adventures of Tintin. No, Hergé's Adventures. Hergé's. Mama Q. I gave Ben your message. He said probably go live tomorrow and shave the beard. Still not shaved? Oh man. Well, remember, scissors first. Got to go through the whole process. I think what they need to do is, if they do it live, I'm just saying this, don't have to do anything. Just like if they're doing it live, go through the process, but record it, and then they can speed it up and show us it like. That'd be good. But thanks for that, Mama Q. You're a good one. But has he got, funces? Has he got funces to go with that shave? I gotta go sleep early. Hopefully getting on the Maid of the Mist tomorrow. Okie dokie. Don't know what that means in English, but thanks for that, Mama, though. And Ashley, and the lads and girls and however they are. We are here as the intermission entertainment. Tap, 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 swish, swish. Yes, as it should be. As it is written, so shall it be. Isn't that the case? As it is written, so shall it be. I think if the chase, is what it is, it's an awesome place to be. But sometimes it's like, oh man, shut up. Shut up. But thanks, single. Like, it's obvious that these names are meant to mean something. And as I read them, I'm trying to think, oh, right, so one, barrel, silo, what could that mean? The silo is a chest, probably. Cooper. So one. That's a Cooper, has a barrel. Barrel? No, single barrel. So could be anything. Mm. Do what thou shalt will be the heart, whole of the law. Don't know what that is. Is there a way of moving this heart? Is there a way of getting rid of it? This, like, can you pick it up? And no, you can't do that. Nope. Ah, will be the whole of the law. The is the word that was missing. Wild Bill Hickok goatee. The Adolf moustache. Nah, I can't do that. It'll probably get banned. Yeah, I think it's big enough to do the curly bit. The what do they call it? The what's his name? The villain that goes around trying to claim the rent and tying people to railroad tracks and those sort of things. That sort of moustache. Ha 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 ha. Or even blah ha ha ha. Curly curly. So fame. Oh, Tom Selleck. You should do a Tom Selleck. Do a Tom Selleck like famous characters because he's done Tom Hanks. So there's obviously a pirate. So Captain Hook. He's got to do the Captain Hook, which was can't remember. Was it Dustin Hoffman? No. Who was Captain Hook? Famous beards and tashes. Yeah, I can't even think now. But Tom Selleck is one. Bearded is Kenny Rogers. Got to have a Kenny Rogers look. I don't know what that means. Mr. Davy B. Snidely Whiplash. Lot 5 loose going. Where's he going? All right, Actuator. Actuator? Is that a name of someone? Actuator. Ooh, a translator. Thanks, 5. See you later, mate. Actuator. Catch you later as well. Catch you. Snidely Whiplash. I don't know who that is. Good night, everyone. I didn't know everyone was in here. Oh, no. Good night, everyone. David no. Did we already get the information about everything is in the poem? And you need to listen to Forrest. Yeah, we already got that, David. But nobody heard. So if you wouldn't mind, could you just say it out loud? Like you just whispered that. You need to come in with capital letters and say it. Did we already get the information about everything is in the poem? Well, actually, we got that information then. Trusted said, well, you don't need to listen to Forrest because everything's in the poem. So technically, I'll just go through it. I don't know why we said it, but I'll just go through it. Technically, to find the chest, all you need is a poem. You don't need to listen to Forrest. You need the poem, and you could potentially, possibly, if you were smart enough and had some imagination, you could imagine right off the bat the answer to the poem. Right off the bat, without hearing Forrest. You don't need anything from Forrest, you just got the poem. Because that's how you're supposed to solve it, aren't you? First day, get the poem, supposed to be able to solve it to find a chest. But, the chest is just a lure. Anybody could find the chest, as has been discussed. Forrest knew all the answers. He knew every solve in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico. Knew all the warm waters halts, and knew the possible scenarios that people would think of to get an answer. So basically, we were the ones that were hunted. We were not the searchers. We were the ones being hunted, and Forrest was the hunter. And he was searching for that fish. So whilst all the other fishes were swimming around and biting onto the lure of the chest, that fish realised that this is just a lure, this chest is. So that fish decided that Forrest said, I dare you to come find me. That fish went looking for Forrest and not the chest. Because that fish decided that if I find the fisherman, I find the good stuff. I find all the other fish that have been caught and everything else that's there to be had. The real stuff, the good stuff. So Forrest found that fish, his treasure. He found his treasure. His treasure was found. He found that fish. So the chess solve, very simple solve. That if you had imagination, more important than knowledge, you would be able to solve the Forrest Fenn poem in The Thrill of the Chase just by reading it to Forrest. Read me what the poem says. Okay, Forrest, it obviously doesn't say, as I've gone alone in there with my treasures bold, I can keep my secret way and hint to riches new and old. Begin to where warm waters halt and take it in the canyon down, not far but too far to walk. Put in below the hand of brown. It doesn't say that. So what does it say? Well, let me imagine. What if it doesn't say that? And it can't say that because nothing is as it seems, the words don't mean what you think they do. So it has to say something else. Because if it said begin it where warm waters halt, it might as well say begin at the Firehole River. It can't tell you where it is. So therefore, those words are not the words that you think they are. They don't mean what you think they do, and your solve is incorrect because you believe it is what you think it is. So you're supposed to imagine, more important than knowledge. The knowledge is that you know what the words are, but no, you don't. No, you don't. You can't do it because Forrest looked them all up. So therefore, there's only one reason to look up all the words in the poem, and that is to hide the words that tell you where it is. That's it. That's it. Fit on a post-it note. There was only ever one spot, no 9 different locations, just one place. Find the one place, job done. But then you have to have the confirmers that tell you it is the right one place. Still live, only just, and then I'm gone. It's not about a chest. Well, I've been saying that for 4 years. You're telling me it's not about a chest that I've been saying for 4 years? That's crazy. That's why I started doing this, because everyone was not taking. They weren't very nice towards Forrest. That's not nice at all. At this point, Charlotte owes the community an explanation of what Forrest's plan was. Ooh. Agreed, just the poem, Mary. Absolutely, just the poem. There's nothing else required. A little bit of imagination. Open the book. Well, you didn't even need to open the book. Didn't even need the book. Go online, read the poem with a little bit of imagination. You read what it says to Forrest, and it's game over. Right. It says, Forrest, your poem in the Thrill of the Chase book, it says, that's it, job done. That's all there is to it. For a chest. But it wasn't about the chest. So everything else was about the secret treasure. That when he did an interview and said, does anybody know my secret treasure? They all went, no. They left it at that. I always thought I deserved a throne. What? Get out of here. And again, you're proving my point, even though I think you're trying not to. I've stated you're never going to get the chest hundreds of times. You're never going to get the chest. It was always going to go back. It's going to go to the museum. If you thought you were getting a chest in the first place, what were you looking for? And you're one of the people that said you found a chest. So what? The chest that you found was going to go back to the museum. Doesn't matter if you found a chest. It really doesn't matter. Now, if you knew what was in the chest and you knew what the chase was about, blah, 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 all that other stuff, then fair enough. But saying that you found a chest, that was a totally irrelevant, and still is, totally irrelevant statement. You have no idea what the chase is about. If you're saying you found a chest, you're an average searcher that Forrest knew. Found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't even need to know your name. You're on the Rolodex. He knew exactly who you were, exactly where you were, who you were, where you were, and the chest that you found, that you think you found, because you made up a warm waters halt, finished at a blaze, and at that point thought there should be a chest there. See you later again, Troy. It's all good stuff. You were funny with this. Why? Because you and Mara said you do not have a soul. No, we haven't said we haven't got a soul. Why do people say that? There's a big difference between saying we're not saying we're the solvers as opposed to we don't have a soul. And again, I'll repeat to those idiots that come in and say stupid things, and I'll call them stupid when they say and do stupid things. And, I can't help that. If you don't say and do stupid things, I won't call you stupid. There's only one person, only one. I, nor Davy B, nor any of you need to prove anything to anybody. Forrest Fenn is the only person that needs to know who knows the answers. That's it. That's it. And if Forrest Fenn knows that, that's all that matters. Nothing needs to be proved to anybody. And you don't have to believe a single word that I say. I don't care. But you have to believe that Forrest Fenn has done something brilliant. You can't call him a liar or a fraud or anything like that because that's not true. And you disrespect him by saying all of those things and not understanding the enormity and the brilliance of what's been done. That's all that I ask. I don't care whether you believe me in the sense that I'm the solver or not. I'm not even saying that I'm the solver. That's not to say that I don't have a soul or that we don't have a soul. Don't get into an argument, David. Yeah, there is a soul, but it is you and many others that refuse to listen to factual information. 100%. Just had a great dinner with a searcher. Had a good time. Well done. I'm pleased for that. I don't know who the searcher is, but I'm glad you've had a good time. Hey, Luli, I have hackberry trees. Ooh. Call me Delusional. Hey, Delusional. Is that your first name or second name? Have you changed from David to Delusional Paisano? Well, better than calling me late for dinner or a taxi. Hi, guys. Mr. Jason Northface. Woo. Hello. How are you? Oh, I've just said that, Robert. Great minds think alike. I have a horse apple tree. Why, has it got a sore throat? Has your apple tree got a sore throat and it's horse? Trusted, never heard of that. Are you in Peach Country? Peach Country. Mary and Davy have two different souls, so at least one is wrong. So they... What? Oh, I've never heard such bullshit in my life. I don't know. I don't know. Are you senile now? Are you really senile? Are you that old? Have you gone past the point now? What a stupid thing to say. You've had nothing but the truth from both of us, which is exactly the same. And you've been told that there's more than one answer that you need. And that's obvious because you have an average soul for a chest. And it's not about a chest, so therefore there needs to be another answer, which you don't know because you're waiting for Shiloh to give you the answers. And that in itself says you haven't solved it. The fact that you're waiting for Shiloh to give you answers means you haven't solved it. That in itself, let alone everything else that proves that you haven't solved it, that in itself proves that you haven't solved it, apart from the fact that you say you found a chest, which proves that you haven't solved it. So you go into chat in different chats all the time, proving that you haven't found a chest, and then try to ridicule other people that aren't saying they found a chest or anything else. Just that here's information from Forrest Fenn that you need to seriously consider and think about because what you're saying is stupid. You found a chest? Well done. Tell Forrest that. Say, Forrest. Knock on his door. Say, Forrest, are you there, Forrest? My name's Trusted, Forrest. Can I just tell you that I found a chest? He'd probably shoot you. I told you not to tell me you found a chest. What the fuck are you doing here? Stupid man. The blaze is in the poem. You have to be wise to find it, and you must mess with the poem. Shifty character. You're telling them too much, Mr. Code. Luli, I have not planted any trees. I only have what was here. Delusional half-wit brain dead. Not OBS, born of Satan. I don't know what all that is. You seem to be confused again, only hearing what you choose. Yes. No, I don't think they're confused. I think they're just being silly or stupid. We are not going to get any answers up to the finder. And I don't think they understand that bit, Robert. I really don't. I really don't. The who and the where, up to the finder. But, Robert, in that, they all think they're the finder. So, go figure. I was going to say go fish. Go figure. These people all shouting and screaming that they're the finder. And if they are the finder, guess who needs to say the answers? Oh, it's them. It's all them people that say they found a chest. Them are the people that are supposed to give the answer, and they can't, which means they didn't find a chest. Like I said, there are so many things that say that people aren't the finders, and they don't even realise that they're saying stupid things because they're admitting they're not the finder. And they don't realise they're admitting they're not the finder. If the who and the when is up to the finder, and they're saying that they are the finder, but they're asking for questions, you have to think, hang on a minute, aren't you supposed to give out the answers as the finder? Aren't you supposed to say the who and the when as the finder? Not ask someone for answers because you're the finder? And all the other things that I've said that say you're not the finder. But I don't think so. Mario, I have a theory on your perception. Oh, I don't even have a theory on my perception. Here's the poem like, mirror, mirror on the wall. Love to chat about, yeah, mirror, mirror on the wall. But not the one in Stoof.com that's broke. No finder, no answers, period. Yeah, so why are they claiming they are? That, I'm not claiming I am. I'm not claiming I'm a finder. Claiming I've got information. Here you go. Have a look at that information. And you could have been a finder if you used it. I solved it as Italy. The chest means nothing to me, but I may need to dig the miracle up. Forrest wished he lived to do the things he was attributed to. Ooh. That's important. 100% correct, Robert. So the question is, why searchers think they are getting answers? Here comes another manic. No, it's fact. Because you don't like it doesn't make it manic. It's fact. If you're the finder, and the who and the when is up to the finder, the who and the where is up to the finder, why are you waiting for answers? You have the answer, or should have the answers, because it's up to the finder to tell them. I just don't get why you prove that you're not the finder, which is a stupid thing to do, so that makes you stupid, along with all the other stupid things that you've done, which prove that you're not the finder. It's crazy. And I can't believe that people are that stupid. If they're real searchers, they can't be that stupid. And if you prove me wrong, if you prove to me that you are that stupid, man, am I going to feel stupid. I am. I am really going to feel stupid. If you are real searchers who haven't heard a single word that's been said, I'm going to feel stupid because I don't believe that you can be. He's not manic. He's responding to being prodded and pushed to an overreaction. So certain people can say, yeah, but I'm not really as, I just find it funny. I'm not really as bad as I'm making out. I have to be honest. I've got some Italian blood in me, and if I was really upset by what's going on, well, I probably wouldn't even be doing this because I'd be that angry. So no, I'm not really that angry, but thanks, but I don't think people, if I kept talking like this, I don't think people listen. They don't care. But if they think they're getting a reaction, they might do a little bit more and get more of a reaction. But at least they'll be, hearing something. Whereas normally, whilst they're here, they're not listening to what I'm saying. They're not listening. Even now, while they're writing in chat, they're not listening to what I'm saying. They don't give a shit. Forrest said you might want to wear gloves. Not boxing gloves. I don't get why people are waiting for answers. It's like, I'm the finder, I'm the finder, I'm the finder. Well, why are you waiting for answers? And you're supposed to give the answers. The who and the where is up to the finder. So if you're the finder, you've waited over 4 years as the finder not knowing what the answers are and hoping to get it from someone else. So hang on a minute, doesn't that go against what Forrest said? The who and the where is up to the finder, and you're the finder, but you don't know what the who and the where is. Who's who? Who's who? Is he talking about Forrest himself? Who is Forrest? And where was the chest? Who is Forrest? And where was the chest? Is up to the finder. Is he saying that? You don't know. And yet you're the finder. You have no idea what he was saying. None. That's crazy that so many people say, I'm the finder, I'm the finder. This average solve. These average solve searches. That's crazy. If you don't have a picture of you handling for you, Toby Eunice. Yeah, but if you look in the poem, like I just told you, not so long ago, or yesterday, whenever it was, there's a picture in the poem. Look at the picture in the poem. It'll show you. These so-called finders are... yeah, and I try not to laugh when I say the things that I say, but yeah, they absolutely take nothing of what Forrest Fenn said into their solve or into their statements. And it makes them look so stupid. But when you tell them, well, what you just said doesn't make sense and it's stupid, they get all offensive and start saying you're talking bullshit. In other words, have you noticed the poem changes over time, almost predictably? Yeah, I think I've been saying that quite a bit. The poem, and I've said to someone not so long ago, it's alive. You can ask the poem, and it seems to be, a lot of that 8-ball thing. You can ask the poem, and it gives you an answer, and you think, well, how do you know that? How can you know the answer? But it doesn't just know the answer. So I told you before, I've gone through the poem, and I think to myself, well, I shouldn't really say this, or should I say this? And then I look down, and it's almost like Forrest says, yeah, do it now. I'm thinking, how does he know that I'm questioning? How does he know that I'm questioning what it is that I should do? And then when I look down, there's the answer. Like, do it now, Mario. And I'm thinking, well, how do you know that I was questioning the fact whether I should put this information out or not? So yeah, it seems alive. It seems to predict the future. It's definitely predicted the chase. This is a program that Forrest talked about. The poem is the program. You need a program to understand what's happening in the chase, and the poem is telling you everything that's happened. To Jack and everything else that happens, to the small things that happen. Ben and Ashley, tattoos, they're in the poem. The Ashley and Ben again saying, found the lid to the ice cream. The K-Pro show where Ryan Bavetta, was it Ryan Bavetta? I think it was Ryan Bavetta asked Pam about the 3 words, and Pam said far too soon in the poem. It's like, how can Forrest write that in the poem? Obviously the gold in the lawyer's office, the stuff on the table. In the poem, Cynthia and K-Pro going across the Madison to the long flat island, Totem Cafe in the poem. Loads of things that are in the poem that predict, obviously Jack's in the poem, 9 Mile Hole, all of that predict the chase. So either Forrest wrote it first and it's happening because he knew that was the case, or these people, again, I don't know who's who in the zoo, or these people for Forrest are doing these things. But guess why they're doing it? So the finder can read it. It's there to aid the finder, not the seeker. If you're not reading all of this stuff, if you don't understand Jack, if you can't listen to Forrest talking to you from the poem, ain't you. It isn't you. I don't know how much more simple I can make it, but you're just not listening. And I'm not saying it's me. I'm saying, here's this information. Here it is. This is what the thrill of the chase is about. This is why Forrest is able to talk to the finder. If you want to know what's going on in the chase, don't wait for people to tell you. Look at the poem and read it. That's what you're supposed to do. Read me what the poem says. You're obviously not supposed to read it. I don't know why you can't take it on board. Again, I don't know if you're just trolling. So I'm not really that angry because I don't believe that you're real searchers. You can't be. Nobody can be that stupid. Nobody can. So read what the poem says. It obviously I don't know, my wife's getting upset, trying to pretend to be upset. But it obviously isn't. Read it as you read it now. Obviously isn't. Obviously isn't. There is no way on earth that Forrest says, read me what the poem says, and you read it word for word the way that it is now. That's impossible. And therefore, you're not the finder. And begs the question, are you real searchers or just, full of it? And if you're just full of it or paid or anything else, then, there's no need for me to get upset or angry or whatever, because I don't believe that anybody can be that stupid. Just don't. That's impossible. And I will feel silly. I will feel stupid if at the end of this, I find out that yes, you are real searchers and you believed all those crazy, stupid things that you believed and you never heard the word that Forrest said. I will feel stupid. Uh-oh. Again. Uh-oh. Davey, you must be watching a different live stream. While I was typing this, I asked several questions. Did I? I don't remember. The poem is an AI machine. Don't know. Well, maybe, but it was done certainly 1995. Douglas Preston was saying, the Arizona car park, the Arizona whatever car park. So 1995, Douglas Preston knew the end because the end is Forrest in the Denver Museum car park. So it was done a long time ago before we were hearing about AI. And, I have to believe that either there's one brilliant algorithm to this that you can find anything you want that relates to the chase, but also your life. You're all in there. You're all in there. It's all about you. Me, Davey, everybody's in there. Everyone's in there. So whether there's a great algorithm that, I don't know, just seems to be alive with information, or, a higher hand did this because there's no other way it could have been done. Absolutely. Well, like I say, there's no way. It's hard to believe that one person has done this. And if he has, I mean, you've got to give plaudits to him for everything that he's done. This is beyond imagination. All of it's beyond imagination. The Forrest Fenn is, it really is beyond imagination. And caring and all sorts, lots of different words. But for one person to do this, I don't know. I just no. I don't know. I just don't know. Hi, Jeff, indeed. Do you honestly think we are going on here guessing? If you believe that, well, silly you. Yeah. All of the videos that are correct will be part of history. You are all involved in this. You just do not know it, or understand. Haven't made my video yet. I understand that there are many cheat tools. David Reverie Pint Prince 32900. Do you agree? I don't know what that means. There are many cheat tools. Yeah, but it's not about any of us. This is about Forrest. Just I don't get that you don't want to hear that. You want it to be about whether you want it to be about you or want it to be about us being whatever we are you think we are. I don't get why you even go down that road. It's not about any of us. We're not making this happen. We're not making it happen. None of us. Doesn't matter whether you think I'm a charlatan or not. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I think you're stupid or not by believing what you believe. Because I honestly do believe you're stupid if you believe what you're saying. Absolutely do. But this is about Forrest. It isn't about us. And we should just learn to get along and try to understand what it is that Forrest is achieving. And you have no idea. You either do or you don't. If you're bullshitting with all this crap that you come out with, then you have an idea and you're just bullshitting, trolling, being an arse for whatever reason that, the chase wants you to be an arse. But if you don't know when it happens, how about a window porthole? Yeah, I've heard all about windows and portholes as you read it. Sound frequency work is key for Solomon. Not to glimpse in the now. That's a bit too what's the name for me, Jason. How about a window as you read it? The sound frequency work as a key for a Solomon knot. Glimpse in the now. I've heard of the Gordian knot. Is that the same thing? This will happen the way it's meant to. I'm just trying to find the bolt that fits this nut. How many sides does it have? I don't know. I saw a bunny and a river video. Peaceful. I thought that was new. Very nice. I've no idea what Bradbury's stuff is selling for these days. Cheap tools. Labels are for soup cans. Ooh, love it. Yeah, difficult, not impossible. You know, I don't get the. I don't get. I really don't. I don't get people saying that their solvers is impossible. And if you have two people that solved it without any confirmers, that's impossible. It really is. And if you have 200 people, that really is impossible. And it's only supposed to be difficult. If you do not believe in a maverick, you can leave the room now. Oh, well said. More than $5. Accuse the Beatles' Yellow Submarine for Jason. Yeah. Do they? Do they have portholes? I thought the ships had portholes. I didn't think submarines had them. I would hope it is worth at least 800 cents. He said $5. More than $5, so 800 cents would work, wouldn't it? Looking through the window. Reference to the letter is a grill cipher. Go postal on the code. A grill cipher. Ooh. Well, I just thought that she was waiting for the postman to take out the ball of string, them letters. Excuse me. The postman doesn't just bring letters, the postman takes letters away. Can you post this for me? Yes. I'll take it with me. So you could wait for the postman. Oh, the ball of string disappeared. I wonder why. All those letters that it had on that grid. What grid? Oh, that grid. Oh, Jack grid searched, didn't he? He searched the grid for 25 days. And you think you think that he's out in the Rockies for 25 days? This person with no money, medical student, not an outdoors man, no way, a lowlander, spent 25 days grid searching a place. Are you serious? Are you being serious? You spent years talking about this person, trying to work out where he was grid searching. Are you serious? And you don't want me to call you stupid? That's crazy. That is crazy. He's a medical student who is not an outdoors man. He spent 25 days searching in the Rocky Mountains. Give it a break. He grid searched for 25 days. From telling Forrest one piece of information, telling Forrest another piece of information. Grid searched. And you think that this medical student with no money was able to travel where he was, from where he was, to Wyoming for 25 days with no money, fly back? I bet that was cheap. I bet that didn't cost him anything, did it? For 25 days. I bet he never once got lost or, I don't know, got into a situation that you couldn't handle in 25 days. I wonder if it's a story in the poem. Or I wonder if somebody else was grid searching. But not in Wyoming. Actually, yes, in Wyoming, but not boots on the ground in Wyoming. Just being cheeky, 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 cheeky. Oh no, I hope you're not a cheeky girl. Letter carrier, either way, looking through the window to see a letter. The key is on the postal code, and turn it to create the tabula recta, 26 lines instead of 24 lines. Halt ends at 26 by 26 table. There's no specialised knowledge there. Don't. I don't remember Forrest saying any of that, but it may be true. Is the postal code, and turn it to create the tabula recta, 26 lines instead of 24 lines. LLB. That is, beyond my pay grade, that is. Whilst it may mean something a different way of writing, it doesn't mean anything like that. LLB, not the best at interneting, but I liked it. When the park was closed, wow, he must have hid his car. Does it say that in the first stanza? Going through the entrance? YMP? Do, 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 do. Dutchman could probably tell you that. He did say you can get it in any. That's another thing that these people who say they have souls don't understand or don't realise or choose to ignore. You can get it any season or any weather or whatever. If you know where it is, you can go right straight to it. You can get it in any whatever. I can't remember what the statement was now. I've forgotten more than I bloody. I have. Like 5 years later, it's hard to remember what it is that I was doing 5 years ago. But yeah, so in the first stanza, it tells you about his car, I think. It's not enough to hook a fish. One still has to reel them in. Wiggly little things. Yeah, but these wriggly little things won't let go. It's like, look, he's giving you an option to just have another go. It's obviously not the right answer, correct answer. It can't be the correct answer. And you've got the option to just let go. Just unhook yourself and have another go. If you get lost, go back to the beginning. But you won't admit you're lost. You won't say, yeah, I'm the solver. And yet you haven't got the who and the where, which is up to the finder. And you haven't got it. That in itself says you're not the solver. It's like, come on. All of these things that say it's not you, you choose to ignore. If you can't do the who and the where right now, or whenever it was that you're supposed to have done this, no, because it's up to you. The finder, the who and the where, up to you. You don't know. Carry on saying what you're saying then. Saw him at the bridge. Oh, that sounds like Mr. X. Ultravox. You'll never find the lid if you're searching from a grid. Hey, you can find a lid in a grid. And I know because Ashley found the lid in the grid. She found the lid to the ice cream. So I found a lid. But were you looking for a lid? David, I think is holding value or going up. I have proof that code is used. Forrest wanted people to get out into nature. Of course he would tell you to not mess with the poem. He told a whale of a tale and would have you believe I found a fluke. Uh-oh, you're sounding like Five Leaf now. He found a fluke as well. If you marry the poem with a good map, you would likely agree that the poem leads you to Yellowstone. 100%. I don't know what else you're trying to imply there, but yep. I was talking about marry, but I can't remember what it was for now. You can change the clowns, but it's still the same circus. Oh dear. I live in the code. Oh no, the Matrix. Just keep swimming, swimming. I'm trying to find Nemo, but I keep forgetting what I'm looking for. No worries, I speak well. See if Joan is there. See if Joan is there. Who else? Um, what's his name? Oh, Ishmael. Ishmael, see if he's there. They're my whale people. I don't think. Why can't I remember half this stuff? I don't think that. I can't remember his name. Who was the man that was dead and waving to him? The one that chased Moby Dick. Oh dear, I know his name, but I can't think of it now. Sand in the clouds. There ought to be clouds. Yes, that's the song. We're already here. That's what she said. I like that song. Good night, brother Mario. Good night, chat friends and foes. Ooh, foes. There are no foes. We're all friends. Thanks, Jason, though. Good to have you here, mate. The one and only Harley Quinn. Sand in the clouds. Yeah, a slight fib in the Fibonacci sequence. Oh, not the Fibonacci stuff. Forrest, double speak, double omegas, double omega alphabet. You didn't use your eyes to see the blaze. No, I did a lot in that poem. Even the eyes. Can you remember? I don't know if you remember. I did the eyes. I did the ands. I did the its. I did all of them. I can't remember. So long ago. I must give, as you already have done, is one. Something to do with the old water. I remember. Long ago. Marvel. The old water marvel. In the old water marvel. Can't remember. But the I's, the ands, and the its, I did those to get information. I have done so much in that poem so differently you wouldn't believe it. I really have. I really have. And you get to the point where, well, it can only be this then. So I did all that. I did all that for nothing. All I had to do was look up the words, read the poem with a little bit of imagination. Job done. One spot. That's it. Finished. Black walnut oil will take care of those. Uh-oh. What? Take care of what? Yeah, I think the Fibonacci sequence was talked about a while ago. But I could take a small patch of ground, and to do a sufficient job searching a grid, it would take a long time, but with crossing the river and everything doesn't sound feasible. Yeah, but if you had a grid and in that grid was the river, how would you grid search the river? You wouldn't. You just wouldn't do it. Unless it was in the poem. Wow! Just had deja vu. Good night. Wow. Oh dear. Is that good or bad? But have a good night. I'm going to go anyway. It's good job it's not 4 because it's 323. CBC. Oh, is that a channel? Is that a film channel, news channel that you have? CBC. Hey, Golden Key, how you doing? Only if you're painting it black walnut oil. You can lock and arrange the poem and get new words also. You talk of a program, you must initialize the and the end. There, I think Monsieur Jason was talking about the mirror on the wall. Who's the item of them all? If you know where the rainbows will be spawning this fall, you'll likely found a good fishing spot. Deja vu, take it now or leave it. I don't know. Yeah, but people are saying, well, he only walked 400 and something feet, yards, whatever, to cross the Madison, but he had to do it twice. It's like you're saying that Forrest picked up £20 from his car, walked that length, crossed the Madison to the place, walked back, crossed the Madison to his car, walked back from his car, crossed the Madison to the place, walked back, crossed the Madison to the car. You're saying that Forrest did that when he hit it. If you're walking more than a mile, you're walking too far. So wherever his car was parked, from where his car was parked, cross the Madison to the spot, from the spot, cross the Madison to the car, from the car, cross the Madison to the spot, from the spot, cross the Madison to the car. You're saying that Forrest did that? Or is it more likely that Forrest wrote that in the poem? Did Forrest really do that? See, people say, yeah, well, you can cross the Madison. You can cross the Madison, at this time of the year and this. And yeah, once. He didn't cross it once. He crossed it 4 times. He crossed it 4 times. That's what you're saying. From my car. Cross the Madison. Ooh. With £20. Gets to the other side. Gets to the spot. Leaves the treasure there. Leaves the treasure there. Out in the open. Whatever he did. Is what you're saying. Comes back. Cross the Madison. To his car. Gets the chest. Because he's already dropped the treasure off apparently. Gets the chest. Walks with the chest. Nobody sees. Crosses the Madison. Whee! Gets across. Goes to the spot. Puts it all together. Does what he needs to do. Comes back. Crosses the Madison back to the car. Do you really think Forrest did that? Or do you think Forrest literally took everything in one go, hid the chest, and then hid the treasure? 2 different things in one afternoon. Hid the chest with all the contents and hid the secret treasure in one afternoon. That makes sense, doesn't it? Or where he was travelling was not very far from his car to the hiding spot. Now, this is not about wondering whether Forrest did this, because Jack is part of the story. And it doesn't matter. You shouldn't even be thinking whether Forrest crossed the Madison or not. It's a story, an epic story that is unfolding right before your eyes, called The Thrill of the Chase. And you're not getting it. Or even Thrill of the Chase, a memoir, and you're not getting it. You're just not getting it. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. No one has ever finished until you can say to yourself, why didn't I think of this sooner? Yes. I think I've just said that, but yeah, I agree 100%. It's like, oh my, I don't believe it. And it's not that you don't think of it sooner. It's, you can think of doing it. Listen, this is the metal and resolve, I'm telling you. You can think of doing it, and when you start doing it, you go, nah, I'm doing this. Stuff this. And your brain just wants to take the easy way out, those shortcuts. Your brain just wants to do that. Doesn't want to do the metal and resolve stuff. Really doesn't. So whilst you might already know, your mind's telling you, you've got to do this, you've got to do this, you've got to do this. You go, no, it's doing that, stuff that. That's too bloody hard. How am I supposed to find that? Needle in the haystack, get lost. I'm not doing that. And then you go through all this other crap. Well, it's good stuff, but it turns out to be crap. Really good souls Amazing solves. Nobody's going to beat these solves. I've told you before, gone to a place, press 1111 in, and it opens a door and I can go in there and get the chest, and it's like, oh no, not associated with a man-made structure. And yet this solve's brilliant. Amazing. And nobody else was going to find it. And the door was number 9 and it was green. The colour of Too Far to Walk, which Forrest was pleased about, and hit that bloke on the head. And I'm thinking, yes, this has got to be it. Everything fits. It's all brilliant. It's amazing. There is nothing wrong with this solve until Forrest goes, what have I told you? And I'm like, what? What's wrong with this solve? This solve's brilliant. There is nothing wrong with this solve. I can go right straight to it. I type in a number. Nobody's going to be able to find this. Nobody's going to be able to get this solve. I type in this number and I walk in this place. Oh no. I walk in this man-made structure. This is where the chest is, in this man-made structure. That can't be right. And even now I think it's too brilliant not to be it. I really want it to be that solve. Because it's too brilliant not to be it. I type in a flipping code. I did a video about it, 1111. And I talked about 1111, about the watch. 01, 01, 1, 10, no, 1, 11, whatever it is. 011110. So 10 seconds past, 11 minutes and 10 seconds past 1 o'clock, which is just after midnight. Sitting by the juniper fire. And I'm thinking, yes, baby, this is it. And then I had the one that goes down Argo Road. Yes, baby, this is it. I'm walking through the poem to this place. Yes, Table Mountain, this is it. I'm going past Rawlins, written in the poem, to this place. I find a dauntable something, cooker thing, in the wood. There's a number, there's a key, sorry. There's a number, and that takes me to another place, but it's not where I am. It's somewhere else. Yes, this is definitely it. I can't tell you how many solves I've done and I've gone, yes, this is definitely it. This is definitely it, and this is definitely it, and this is definitely it, and this is definitely it. Until I think, hang on, that's not it. Well, I don't think, hang on, that's not it. I get told by Forrest when I try to put all the information that he gave me into the solve that I've got. And he says, no, idiot. It's not that. I'm like, of course it is. Has to be. Has to be this. I followed everything that was said. I followed it all. It takes me to this place again, to a place. This has to be it. And it's like, well, what about the 5,000 feet? Yeah, but it's 4,800 and something. Give or take. Well, 4,800 and something. It has to be here. And those are the things you don't think of when you're doing a solve. I'll tell you that now. The last thing you think of is how high is this? The last thing you think of is how high is it? It's the last thing you look at. You do all that stuff and work it all out and go, yes, it's got to be it. And then, whoa, it's too low. And then you think Forrest is just winding you up. I better not say that, or Troy will come on and yell at me saying, it isn't in Yellowstone. But there's nothing to say that it's not in Yellowstone. The only thing that says it's not in Yellowstone is your inability to say what if. You're going by, well, you wouldn't do it because it's illegal. But what's that got to do with Forrest? What if Forrest would do it? What if Forrest went to the solicitors to make sure that he could do it? It's like you're not even giving Forrest the benefit. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, binary solve. Oh, God, no, my whole sucks. Monkeypox. But again, not supposed to be the solve, is it? It's supposed to be the story. It's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. Another thing that you finders fail to, realize. You haven't got a story. It's the one thing that everybody's missing, and you haven't got it. And yet you're the finder, but you don't know what the story is. It's beyond belief that you can keep saying you're the finder without any of these important statements from Forrest Fenn having anything to do with yourself. See you, Jason. Thanks, my friend. Good to have you. Angel number, new beginnings. Yes, new beginnings. 111 is 41 degrees. Line from Mount. I was talking about Mount Rushmore the other day. But Santa Fe at 0 degrees, the odds of that being the starter place for TCU are astronomical. David Blaine shows this secret. You're saying too much now, but the 111, 1111, even the triangle that goes from Temple to Yellowstone to Santa Fe. It's like crazy stuff. I wanted to say I made that video yesterday because Treasure Pone called me a liar for 13 hours. I was polite and respectful all day. His only proof is he thinks Forrest was talking to him. Yeah, that's just crazy stuff. And I did do a video, to that. I think I already said, David, but it took 2 hours and 10 minutes. I might put it out just to be, an awkward shite, but not in Yellowstone, says Zozo. Chess was not in Yellowstone National Park. I'm not saying it's in Yellowstone, but come on, there is no way that Forrest didn't put it in Yellowstone. There is no way that Forrest didn't put it in Yellowstone or didn't want it in Yellowstone. What people are trying, I don't know, they're just trying to forget that, Forrest loved the place. If there was going to be a place, it'd have to be Yellowstone, but it could be in connection with something else. We agreed. The finder realised that they should know, blah, blah, blah. So we agreed to say it was okay to say it was in Yellowstone or whatever the statement is. But yeah, I made a video, but it was 2 hours long. Yo, David, you, Mary, and I should do a show sometime. Thought, yes. As long as you have the capabilities to do Zoom, because we don't. Ours runs out after half an hour. So I ring Davey for half an hour, and then he rings me for half an hour, and then I ring him. I think it's half an hour anyway. And that's how we do it. So if we did a show and it was us, it'd only last half an hour, and then it'd cut off. And so you can't ring back for another 9 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. So yes, love to. And it doesn't matter, if you don't agree, with what we're saying, and you want to get in depth and try and, call us out. Those things don't bother me. The lies and the bullshit do, but not as much as I make out. But okay, so if he knew all along and way back where he was going to put it, and it was a spot he hadn't been to since he was a child, where are the places and stories he heart about in his book? Where are the places and stories he taught? Yes, well, where are those places? At the end of the day, in all of this, at the end of the day, the poem had to tell you. The answer had to come from the poem. It had to. All you need is the poem. The answer had to come from the poem, not anything that you thought about the front of the chase. I'm not trying to, pee on your parade, Nicky, but I'm saying, yeah, Texas, primarily Yellowstone. And I did ask Forrest, I can't remember how I worded it, but Texas is in the Rocky Mountains. Texas is in the Rocky Mountains. What the heck? Why these states? Why not Texas? And there is a 9-mile hole in Texas. But if all you have is the poem, that's all you have. That's all you need. So that's all you have. And you have to be able to. Legally, you have to be able to solve the poem with just the poem. You didn't have to buy the book. There was no forcing anybody to buy the book because you could solve it just with the poem that was online. So therefore, the answer, the confirming answer, the poem has to confirm itself. And the confirming answer that you know 100% is correct is in the poem. Has to be like that. So if your answer came from your own imagination, no, because you can't think Forrest Fenn's thoughts. He's told us that. So you can't imagine what it is that Forrest imagined. You can't choose a warm waters halt based on your own thoughts. It don't happen because they're not Forrest Fenn's thoughts. So Forrest has to literally tell you what the answer is for the chest. Why not read the short story Naming of Names by Ray Bradbury? Maybe it might give a bit of understanding. It may do, but you should be able to, I'm not denying anybody can get information. I'm saying you should be able to get the answer from the poem. So your best research materials is the poem. I know Forrest added other things to it, but legally, you have to solve the poem using the poem. Why it's online. You have to solve the poem using the poem. You shouldn't have to buy the Further Chase book to solve the poem. Everyone say no more whole medicine. However, he tells us in that he did not return even though he wanted to. So he never returned with the chest to start his chase. Oops. Catch you later, Mary. See you, Steve. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for your nice words. It's always good to have you here. Mary, you are claiming to be... what's that word? God by insisting you're on it. No, I'm not claiming anything. No, that's far from the truth. I'm claiming that Forrest said these things, and the answers to these things that Forrest said mean these things are incorrect. That doesn't mean to say I know anything. All it means is that I take the fact of what Forrest says means that you can't be the finder. The who and the where is up to the finder. That's not me being godly. That's me stating what Forrest said, which proves that the people say that they're the finder are not the finder, because you haven't given the who and the where. And you don't know the who and the where. Not you haven't given it, but that you don't know it. Well, that's a given for the finder, because that's what Forrest said. He also said it's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. And they don't know that. That's not me being godly. That's me stating a fact. And an interpretation of that fact is you're not the finder if you don't have that information. Those are simple truths. There's nothing even remotely godly about that. Just some deep thinking using logic. You cannot be the finder if you don't have the who and the where. You cannot be the finder, and it just goes on. The reasons why you cannot be the finder. And when I say you, I'm talking about me. I had to go through that process. This is not the solve, Mario. And trust me, if Forrest was here now, he'd tell you how many pieces of information that I gave him that are not the solve. But they are absolutely part of the lures that he put out for everybody to find. Absolutely. And therefore, you go from being just an average searcher to being that fish. I'm not searching for the chest. I'm searching for the fisherman. And that's totally different. Totally different. And if Forrest was here now, he would tell you, I must have peed him off with the things that I sent to him. But they were absolutely there to be found. And like everybody else, very believable, had to be the solver. This information has to be correct. I have to be the only one with this information. And no, you don't. Because we all start falsely. There is no confirmer for warm waters halt. None. Not when we just use a warm waters halt. There is if you find it in the bone, but not if we just make one up based on information that we got. It don't happen. There's nothing godly about that. Just a willingness to listen to Forrest and not choose impossible information to be correct. Now, based on the information that Forrest said, you can't have solved it. If you have not, I've just said it. If you haven't got the who and the where, how can you be the solver? Because it's up to the finder. Oh, sorry. How can you be the finder? It's up to the finder. The who and the where is up to the finder. If you haven't got that, how does that make you the finder? It doesn't. And all the other statements that Forrest made about the finder and the ability of the finder and the fact that he's talking to the finder, it's there to aid the finder, not the seeker. If you don't understand about Jack, you haven't solved it. You can't have done. Because Forrest is talking to the finder, only to the finder, only to the finder. It's there to aid the finder, not the seeker. If you don't understand it, it's not you. It can't be. So therefore, nobody who's offered up a solve, who doesn't know the who and the where, who doesn't know it's important to the story, but is leaving that for the finder, you can't be the finder. You can't be. It's impossible. Now, when I say no one who is putting out their solve saying they found it can be the solver, finder, whatever you want to call it. There may be a finder, which is what I've always said. I'm not saying I'm the solver. I'm not saying I'm the finder, nor Davey. We're saying here's the information. There may be somebody out there who is the finder. There may be somebody out there who is the finder. But those people who say they are the finder, they don't have the who and the where, and they don't have the other information that Forrest says it's up to the finder to give. They don't have it. And therefore, just simple logic says it's not them. Can't be. Can't be. Otherwise, you would have the information that Forrest talks of. It's up to the finder. Therefore, you must have that information. You must have. And if you have it, then you're the finder. And if you don't, then you can't be. And you and no one else wants to know. Well, I don't want to know anybody else's answers than Forrest's. Why should I want to know anybody else's answers than Forrest? And if I do believe I'm the finder, why would I listen to anyone else? If I do know the who and the where, if I do know what the story is, if I know all of those things that Forrest is talking about, why would I want information from anyone else? Why would I even think about information from anybody else? And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Or if we're wrong, we're wrong. But if Forrest is saying the who and the where is up to the finder, and you know the who and the where, why would you be worried about anything else? If Forrest is talking about Jack, and you know about Jack, why would you be worried about anything else? Why? You wouldn't. And that's what I don't get about all these finders. They're waiting for someone to give them answers. It's like, you're the flipping solver and finder. Why are you worried about Charlotte giving you answers? You should know the answers. If you're the finder, you know the who and the where. Why are you worried about somebody giving you the answer to it? You know it. Stop asking me to give you answers when you don't believe a word I say anyway. But if you're the finder and the solver, you know those answers. Or you should know them. And if you don't know them, it says you're not. That's not me saying you're not. That's just simple logic saying the who and the where is up to the finder. And you haven't got the idea of where it is. So, fisherman. And yet the solver got told he slapped in the face because the solver is a fisherman. What a joke. That is why David B. the solver is in my hair. What a pile of crap you're going on. FF is the only one who ever talked to the finder solver. No, I don't agree with that. I think everybody's talked to the finder solver. You just don't listen. The finder solver would have been around in the chase 2019, 2008, whatever, when Forrest is talking about all of this stuff that's going on. Forrest said he had a gut feeling and that gut feeling wavered. So somebody may have said something that Forrest thought, might have, led that person closer, and it didn't, because he said his gut feeling was wavering. So there comes a time, and people are saying that time was September 2019. So at that time, if you believe Jack is a finder, Jack was talking to people. And even if it was someone else, everybody in the chase, if it's Zozo was talking to people. Zozo says he's been on different sites. So it could have been him. Thank goodness there may be a finder that answers it. Thank you. The finder solver doesn't claim anything. No. But this isn't about no finder or solver, apart from Forrest Fenn being a finder and a solver. Forrest found that fish. His treasure. Forrest found that fish. It was his chase. It was Forrest Fenn's chase, thrill of the chase. He was having the thrill of the chase to a place where even memory has not been. Now, if Forrest Fenn was fishing, his thrill of the chase was fishing for that fish, and it could have been any one of us, and Forrest found that fish, yeah, that would have been a good time for Forrest. To catch that fish, absolutely. Brilliant time to catch that fish. And he talked about catching that fish in the reeds, in the canoe. Talked about it. Gave us an insight to it. People don't want to hear it. But if Forrest was trying to make something happen, which he said so on page 15, he's trying to make something happen and he can't end it. He can't end it. And then it becomes up to the finder. The who and the where is up to the finder. Once they find it's out of my hands, blah, 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 all of that stuff, all tells you something. It all tells you something. But if you can't talk about the story, that's what it boils down to. With Capo saying, Forrest, what is the one thing that all searchers are missing? The one thing. There's only one thing that all searchers, every searcher that is in the thrill of the chase, is missing this thing. What is that one thing? It's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. Well, if you don't have a story that you can tell people, it isn't you. You have to understand the story that Forrest Fenn is talking about. It's important. It's the one thing that's important. There is a story involved in this, and the finder knows it. And Forrest is leaving that for the finder. And if that doesn't resonate with you in your soul, then it isn't you. And that's how simple it is. And all of the other stuff that Forrest said that says it's not you, it's not you, it's not you, and that's all Forrest did. He came out with statements that was answering those people who aren't supposed to tell him they found a chest, who don't need to tell him their name. He was answering those people with those statements, and it's not you, it's not you, it's not you. I know the treasure chest is wet. He's telling people who tell him it's in the desert, it's not you. If it's in a dry place, it's not you. Did the hot water affect the patina? It's not you. It's in a place where people don't normally go. It's not you. That's all he's saying. In each statement, it's not you to somebody. But nobody wants to listen. Are you sure not even at the 2015? I don't know what that means because I wasn't around then, so I don't know what the 2015 gallery is. But, if Forrest is saying nobody's found it in 2019, then anybody who found it before then, don't know. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying. Does not make you correct, does it? I don't know what's going on here. Logic is missing, lost. No, it does not make me correct. However, whatever, you are not correct. Nobody knows who's correct, so there's no point arguing who is correct. Only that Forrest is... I don't get it. I don't get why you have to argue about your solves. I'm not arguing about a solve. I'm not arguing about a solve. I'm arguing the truth that Forrest Fenn gave us against the idiocy that people talk about. If Forrest is saying the story is important, then you have to know the story. If he's saying he's leaving it for the finder, then the finder knows the story. That's it. No, it doesn't matter whether I'm the solver or you're the solver, as long as you understand that information. That's all I'm saying. There is no argument about whether you're the solver or not. I don't care. I care that Forrest makes it happen, and people stop calling Forrest Fenn a fraud, a liar, a freaking con artist, whatever it is that they're saying. That this chest was pulled, that it was all bullshit, because they don't understand what's going on. Because if you're the finder, you should understand what's going on. Forrest was talking to you. That's what he said. It's there to aid the finder, not the seeker. Anybody else who is just one of those average searchers who found a chest, I'm not talking to you, he said. I'm talking to the finder. The information is to aid the finder. Everybody else is just an average searcher who I'm not talking to, but I am talking to the finder, and it's to aid the finder. And the finder knows the story because Forrest is saying it's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. And you're not listening to that information. That's not saying that you're right or wrong. That's saying if you don't have this information, it can't be you. It can't be. I'm not trying to knock you off your perch or steal your soul away from you or take the chest away from you. I'm not doing that. I'm saying, look, just listen to the information from Forrest and make a decision based on that. Not what I'm saying. This is what Forrest is saying. This is Forrest saying this. It's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. That's not me trying to make you look silly or take anything away from you. That's saying, look, Forrest said this. If you don't add that to your solution, then you're just kidding yourself. You really are just kidding yourself. And that's what people are doing. They're just kidding themselves. They refuse to see the truth because it ruins their soul. But I wasn't afraid to see the truth because I know that once I invalidate a solve, I can start another one. And once I invalidate that solve, I can start another one. And once I invalidate that solve, I can start another one. But if I keep going blindly with the same information and the same solve without seeing the truth, come the end, ain't going to be me. Isn't going to be me. But I know that if I've heard everything that Forrest has said and I've taken that on board and I can't discount my solve because of all of those things, then it has to be the correct solve. There has to be a story. There has to be. And it has to be important. And it has to be epic. Because there is an epic ending to the thrill of the chase. People don't want to hear it. That's not me arguing that I'm the solver. I'm not arguing that I'm the solver. I'm arguing that Forrest said all of these things and people ignore them. People ignore them. You can't be the solver if you don't have that information. You can't be. It's just no way on earth. No way. And that's not me arguing to say that I'm the solver. No, you know what I mean. Not debating, I'm not trying to force that I am the solver. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying here's what Forrest did. Here's what he said. This is what it can only mean. If you're not the person that understands it, nah, can't be you. That's not because I don't want it to be you. And that's not because I want it to be me. That's just a statement of fact. Forrest told you this. This is what it must be. If you don't like that, I can't help that. I'm not trying to fall out with people. I'm not trying to say, I am saying that you're wrong, but only because Forrest is saying that you're wrong. Because if I had the same solve, I would say that I was wrong. It has to be the things that Forrest said. It has to be. Those things must happen. The whole point of this is to happen like it's supposed to be. The whole point. If you're not making it happen like it's supposed to be, it can't be you. If you're not involved in the thrill of the chase, it can't be you. And by being involved, I mean understanding it from the thrill of the chase point of view. Those words are important. It's there to aid the finder, not the seeker. It's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. When they find it's out of my hand, I'm just an observer. Blah, 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 blah. You have to understand all of that. Finder, solver, labels. Yeah, you said the finder's not in the room, yet you say you are talking to the solver. Who said the finder's not in the room? Me. I haven't said the finder's not in the room. I've said you can't be the solver if you're not hearing what Forrest said. The finder may be in the room, I don't know. I have no, what's the name? No. If the solver is in the room, does anyone know that FF despised the word solve and wanted it wrong? Yeah, solution. But I don't think anybody has a solution. I think they have a proposal. I propose to you, Forrest Fenn, that this is warm water's halt. You don't know it's warm water's halt unless you get it from the poem. That's as simple as it is. It's a proposal. You make up a warm waters halt based on the information you have, and then from that warm waters halt that you think it is, because you haven't got it nailed down, and you won't know you have the correct warm waters halt until you have the chest in your hands. So you can't really start. So it's just a proposal that this could be warm waters halt. And Forrest has said, I don't see why everyone keeps going on to the same thing. It just ends with, Forrest said, don't tell me you found a chest. Now, if you're arguing that you found a chest, why? Why are you arguing that you found a chest? Forrest does not care about the chest. He does not care that you found a chest. He doesn't even want to know your name. It's just another average proposal, not a solution. It's just another average proposal that this might be where warm water halt starts, and this might be where the blaze is. That's it. That's all you've got. And Forrest doesn't want to reward an average searcher. So therefore, and you have to admit, nobody can deny it. There are more people that have found the chest in the chase. So what is that? It's an average searcher. Mode, mean, or median. It's an average searcher. There are more people that have found the chest. So that becomes the average. What's the average? Somebody finding the chest. So you become an average searcher, and Forrest doesn't want to reward an average searcher who found a chest because he says, don't tell me you found a chest. I know you did. I set the rules. I put out the laws for you to find it. I put them in Montana. I put them in Wyoming. I put them in Colorado. I put them in New Mexico. I know where all the solves are. I know what all the solves are. He tells you in the poem that he knows what they all are. So he says to you, all of you solvers, you average searchers, he says to you, just to highlight it, just to prove it, just to slap it down and say, don't tell me you found a chest. I know you didn't. I know you didn't find the chest. You're an average searcher with an average solve, just like all the other average searchers. You don't even need to tell me your name because you've already told him your name with the emails you sent him. He already knows about the chest that you think you found. So what does he say? What does he say? Read me what the poem says. Again, another, you're not the finder if you can't read what the poem says. To me, that's not me being nasty or anything. That's me telling you the truth. Forrest said, read me what the poem says. And if you can't read what the poem says, it's not you. That's just simple logic. That's not me being nasty or trying to knock you off a perch. It's just simple logic. If you cannot read what the poem says, you're not the finder. You're not the finder. Doesn't matter how you want to spin it. That statement says you're not the finder if you can't read the poem. Everybody can read the poem. Everyone can read it. As I've gone alone in there with my treasures bold, everyone can read the poem. But Forrest wants you to read me what the poem says, and it's game over. What's that telling you? That's telling you you're not reading it correctly. Whatever solve that you have, solution, proposal that you have is incorrect because you can't read what the poem says, which is basically saying, tell me the words in the poem that tell you where it is. Read to me what the poem says, which is basically, tell me what I wrote in the poem in the imagination of where it is. Because I told you where it is in the poem. And if you read the poem correctly, you'll tell me where it is. And you can't do that. And that's the only way it works. If you've got to read Forrest what the poem says, he's saying, tell me where it is. Tell me how you read the poem, which tells you where it is. That's it. There's nothing simpler than that. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. So you read the poem differently, not begin it where warm water salt, taking the canyon down, not far, but too far to walk. What he wrote in there when he looked up all the words in the dictionary. That is not difficult to me to understand. And that certainly tells me that I'm not the finder if I can't do that. And guess what? I kept going and I kept going and I kept going with lots and lots and lots of different souls. And I didn't know about this read me what the poem says. But I did know he said, I looked up all the words in that poem, especially the nouns. What? It's a simple poem. Nobody needs to look at any of the words. As I said before, apart from tarry and scant, nobody needs to look up any of those words in that poem. But if you're going to look up all the words in that poem, they aren't the words that you started with. Maybe the first draft wasn't what Douglas Preston saw. They aren't the words. They're not the words. And guess what? Words don't mean what you think they do. You're told. You're told they're not the words. I looked up all the words in the poem. Words don't mean what you think they do. Look for the substitute. I don't know. I don't get it. Tenacity. Sorry to hear you're leaving, imagination. He's always leaving. Or a bicycle built for two. Believe in miracles. I'm out of miracles. No one was smart enough to solution it by using just... But that's what you had to do. That's the whole point of it. That's the metal and resolve. It's not about being smart. It really isn't about being smart. It really isn't about being smart. I've just told you what happened. I've just told you. I hope that's not true. I don't know what that is. All you need is a poem. Hey Parzana, I just used the poem. I guess I was doomed. I did not like TTFTC and did not post another book. See you later, IOI. Good evening. Yes. Forrest kept handing out hints and clues until someone backed into it. No. David, I looked up all the words in that poem. You need metal and resolve. What do you need metal and resolve in? What do you need metal and resolve in? I looked up all the words in that poem. Do you know how many words there are? Do you know how many words there are in that poem? 166, 167. Do you know how many that's synonyms to? Do you know how much metal and resolve you need to look up all them words and change that poem to something that might be what Forrest wants you to read to him? Now, you've been told how to do this, but you choose and refuse to even try. But somebody tried. Somebody tried. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of words to try and read Fenn speak. People ask me, how did I get a girl like Peggy? And I told them I was not short of tenacity. Passion. Take the word tenacity, which is totally incorrect, and Forrest got, I don't know whether he really did or didn't, but the professors and everything saying, you're butchering the English language using that word tenacity instead of passion. Oh, let me just change that word. How many times does Forrest do that? What was he saying to everybody? Oh, Jackie Kennedy was easy. What? Hey, what? That's not what he meant. Absolutely not what he meant. But just a word that stuck out that you were supposed to change and read it differently. Seeing the bully bounce. What? What the heck does that mean? Well, look up the word bounce. See what it means. Plenty of instances where Forrest gave you the information you needed, but it's too much like hard work. And I think I just spoke about it earlier. It's not that you don't think of doing that. It's that when you're doing that, no, I'm doing this. I can't do this. Every word, look up every word. Seeing how many words there are, this poem could read a load of different ways. But then you do all the solves that you people are doing, And you find out that when Forrest speaks to you, he's saying, no, it's not that. Nope, not that. Nope, not that. That's just another average soul for another lure that he put out, hence the picture on the front. I agree. One only need the poem Forrest stated this to be so. He absolutely did. Thank goodness, as I really did not like the book. You just needed to figure out the gold as the key word and the rest fell into place. It is useless repeating information to people who don't want it. Look, people want to figure out everything said and done other than the poem. That is what's going on all channels. They now move from bronze block to fish now. Fish. Wow. It is not my responsibility to correct people who are doing something wrong. David, that is correct. Well, I don't know who is. I'm not correcting people that are wrong. What are you saying? But I'm doing it to say, stop calling Forrest Fenn a liar and he pulled it and then this is a shit show and blah, 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 because it's not. It's your failure to understand what Forrest Fenn has said. That's all it is. And the information is there to understand what he said, but you choose to ignore it. I don't get it. I don't get it. You can't blame Forrest for you not being able to listen to Fenn speak. It's just pathetic. This is the quote that got FF into trouble, though, because he did not follow it, and so the alt endings and delay. Well, I've got to go, but why do some people feel a necessity to tell me what I am doing wrong? No, I don't care. If you have a solve, I don't care about your solve. Absolutely don't. But I do care if you slate Forrest Fenn for leaving Thrill of the Chase a shit show, because he didn't. The searchers are leaving the shit show. The chase didn't finish. Forrest didn't need to say anything. He was talking to the finder, and the chase was running along smoothly. Nobody else is in the chase with Forrest Fenn. You're not following the chase with Forrest Fenn. You're following your own greed, your own thoughts, your own desires. You're following all that. You're not following the thrill of the chase. You're not listening to it's up to the finder. You're not listening to that. If you're the finder, it's up to you. Get on with it. Give us the who and the where, if it's up to you. It's important to the story. Well, you have the story, it's up to the finder. But you're not listening to any of it. So I don't care if you're the solver or not. I care that you make Forrest out to be something bad, and Forrest isn't this something bad. Forrest is something really, really, really good, who has done something that, in the future you'll come to realise that you wish you'd have done it sooner. We are just little fishes in the lake where we don't belong. Yes. And it's a big lake with a lot of fishes, and all the fishes, stuck on a hook. I enjoy shows as well. No, he wasn't referring to Sophia. Well, Davey, that is it. People just want answers for free nonetheless and can't figure out the poem, hence the solver won't say. No, the solver won't say because Forrest said don't say. It's vital that nobody shares the location. So the solver won't say because of that, because the chase has not finished in its entirety. So the who and the where is because the chase is not finished. It's not finished. Now, I've tried to explain that Forrest is, if you imagine Forrest tried to build a mansion, but on this mansion he wanted all these things: a tennis court, a football pitch, ice hockey rink, whatever, racing circuit. The mansion itself has been built. So technically, he's achieved what he wanted. The mansion has been built. But there's other stuff that needs to be done. Now, that potentially, the chase could potentially end almost now. Or you could wait until all the things are built, and that could be 2026. But these things, it's down to Forrest. And I've always said, if Forrest wants to take it with him, he can take it with him, because nobody knows what the answer is. So if Forrest did want to take it with him, and I don't believe that's the case, but if he did, he could take it with him. And nobody would know. And when they found out, I have the most epic story and nobody listens good, or I mean bad that nobody listens bad for it. Moses and Noah are part of my story. Prophetic codes from the future. I wrote the story that is important. It is the thrill of the chase. Yes, the solver can say, and no one would listen. Well, I think you'd have to be, I don't know, some sort of something if you didn't hear where the chest was. See, this is not about the chest. I could tell you where the chest was, you know, and how and what, but that doesn't solve the chase. It's not what the chase was about. It wasn't about the chest. Forrest couldn't end the chase because it wasn't about the chest. It's that simple. If he could have ended the chase, he would have ended the chase. He would have pulled the chest like, he was asked to. But something was set in motion, and that had to play out. Had to play out. It's what this was for. It's what it was all about. The hope out of depression, everything. It was all about this thing that was going to take place. And it is taking place. You know, we're closer now. It's, touching distance close, or spitting distance, Forrest was the word he used. Spitting distance. Someone's in spitting distance. Spitting distance now of finding out, the truth. But the truth, you just have to believe. You have to believe in Forrest. You have to believe in him. There's no shit show going on here. There's just a program that Forrest wrote in the poem, just like there's a second poem in the poem. He wrote it all in there. Everything's in there. If you just take the time to look for it, you'll find it. But the solve for a chest is a simple solve. Really simple. And when you hear it, you just won't. I think there's a lot of people won't be happy. Whilst it's, really simple and that, I don't think they'll be happy that when they hear it. I'm not aware that I am an alien. I'm pretty fleshy, so I'm going to go with human. 2026. Now, trust me, if that was the case, 2026, whether you like it or not, is irrelevant. I mean, Forrest has got a whole card, so that's, a good thing. But if, and bearing in mind, it's up to the finder. If Forrest wants it to go to 2026, or if the finder wants it to go to 2026, it will go to 2026. No doubt about that. There's no doubt, none. It will go to the clump of a boot. There is a lie in Alien that I belie. The devil and Tom Walker is too far to walk. Well, if that came from the poem, I'll believe you. But if it didn't come from the poem, nah. The devil is in Texas. The chase is about something no searcher has. Only the finder and the solver know. That's the way it is meant to be. It's vital that nobody shares the location of my treasure. I couldn't end the chase even if I wanted to. I mean, people take no notice of the information that Forrest gives, and it begs belief. People come up with these names that they think Forrest is, and they don't affect the future. The names they come up with don't affect the future. And Forrest says, who says I can't affect the future? Can I make it happen the way it's supposed to be? It's like he's telling you. But you don't want to hear it, and I don't get it. Nicky Swan, I thought you were one of those fishes. I just wanted one special one, got a female and had to use it as if it were a male for my story. Not 2025 or 2026. I just got on. Hi, Glenna. The second poem is in the first poem. The second poem. So in the poem that we have, there is the poem. The poem itself is within the poem. Now, going by what we were given, is Dale was told the Babbling Brook poem, which potentially is in the poem. But Dale was unfazed or, overjoyed or, adamant that that was a poem by Forrest Fenn. But I'm sure if they read to him Ode to Peggy, he would say, yeah, absolutely, that's a poem by Forrest Fenn. And that's the second poem we think that's in the poem. It's the Ode to Peggy, written in the poem by Forrest Fenn, written in the Thrill of the Chase book by Forrest Fenn. So not only, there's loads more stuff in there, as I've already told you, that Forrest wrote in there that's unreal. But there's a story in the poem. Literally, the story of the Thrill of the Chase in the poem. Literally. All about Jack, all about 9 Mile Hole, everything. There to be read. You don't want to hear it. I can't help that. I can't help it. The solution does affect the future. Yes, the solution does affect the future. No one can find the future that FF intended to affect. No one can find the future that FF. Don't know that. Sleep at the cliffs. Oh, been there. Oh, yes, Cheap Eater Cliffs, sorry. Been there. But, in fact, that was pretty much what was being talked about when I first came into the chase. And I've been to Golden Gate and Silvergate and Indian Campground and Swan Lake and Bunsen Peak and Queen of the Waters. I've been all over those sort of areas. And like I say, I've been to Red River, I've been to the Compagre River. I've even been to what was it in Helena? Eden. Talked about earlier. I've been all over those states, literally all over. Uri, Mayday, Silverton, Taos, Tasook, Las Vegas in New Mexico. Is it Las Vegas in New Mexico? Been there. The Four Corners, been there. Continental Divide, Isolate, Table Mountain, Casper Mountain, Daniel, Green River, Snake River, Wind River Range, Petite Greybull. I've been all over your country. I literally have a solve, loads of solves in each of those places, and they're not it. Oh, the Aztec Highway. Did the solve affect the FFG? You know everything, David. It is in the first poem. I don't think it will ever be solved. If it is in the first poem, I don't think it will be solved. Hey, Larry. It's saying okay. How you doing, my friend? He believes in karma and reincarnation. I believe in reincarnation for Forrest Fenn. I'm assuming the memory has never been in some future incarnation. So tipping that memory, tripping that memory. Oops, sorry, Davey. Oh, he's added an E. We were talking about that, Davey. Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? I don't know. What's the he for? Well, I know that I'll be going soon because it's... Oh, it is! Ben, if you're here, it's DBC. It's 4:23. Smoke weed every day. It's 4:23. Isn't that funny? Quinky dink. DBC. It's 4:23 here. If it is in the first poem, don't think it will... Oh, done that. Who is he? To know something that someone knew in the past, you need to find them in the future. My first, well, not my first, but talking about it was like, Forrest is a time traveler probably because the stuff that he knows. But the history is in the poem, the future is in the poem, the present. At some point, we get to the present, and I'll talk to you about it because I don't want the poem to end up like Brandon Biggs. It predicted this, that, and the other. If you keep saying that the poem has an event to come up and you're correct, then every man and his dog is going to grab hold of that poem. And if there's a time when that's supposed to happen, then so be it, but this is not the time. Someone needs to consult with a hinter before answering a question. What a joke. You lose. Don't know what that means. What if you left your secret with someone before passing, Mickey? Ha, Jeff. I just bought a new truck today. I think I'm going to drink myself to sleep tonight, if that makes sense. Not to me, but I hope it does to Jeff. This silver find did not change the direction of Forrest Fenn's results. THE? Uh-oh. Am I supposed to take that as its rote or do something with it? Because if I did something with it, that would make sense. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Ooh, who came in here? T Fields 37. Grasping around will get you to the first logical blind spot, but I don't think everyone... Oh, I think they are. Who is T Fields? David B, not the answer to the question. Congratulations, and don't have buyer's remorse. Well, I don't know if you can plan for that. Larry, wow, makes a lot of sense. What make of truck? Then no need to find them. Don't know what that's the answer to. You asked, did they affect the history? I said they're not interfere with Forrest's once. How could they affect the history? Affecting the future is one thing, but affecting the past, how can you go back and affect the past? Change in the Southwest. No, that hasn't happened yet. Are you talking about history in the Southwest? That hasn't happened yet. So how can you can change history in the Southwest, but that hasn't happened yet. So it will only change history in the Southwest when it happens, and it hasn't happened. If that's the history you're talking about. Which is another thing, the finders don't have. Forrest made that statement, change history in the Southwest, and nobody knows what that means. But it does mean something. There are many answers that people refuse to admit to themselves that say that it's not them. And that doesn't mean to say it's me or Davey. That just means to say that we're the only ones that's listening to Forrest. Proved to by the fact that I'm saying this over and over and over and over again, and nobody's listening right now. I shouldn't even need to say it. To prove that Forrest Fenn is correct in everything that he's done, I should not need to say this to everybody, because everybody's claiming that they're the solver. Well, not everybody, but the majority of people are claiming they're the solver. And yet they don't have answers to these things that I'm saying. And I shouldn't need to say them because they're the finder. They should know. And they don't. And that, to me, doesn't make sense. It's crazy. So many finders that say they're the finder. And yet when you tell them about what Forrest Fenn said and expect a response from them because of it, they can't give it. It's just crazy. I've just said that, Sophia. No, it hasn't changed the history of the Southwest because the Southwest history thing hasn't happened yet. Again, Sophia, I've just answered that. No, didn't change history in the Southwest because the history in the Southwest hasn't happened yet. Which is another, it's up to the finder, blah, 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 blah. But those things that were being talked about, they haven't happened. So how can the future or the history of the Southwest be affected if it hasn't happened? You're not listening to the answer. You want your answer. The chase is exactly where it's meant to be, and there is your answers as well. Yeah, that statement can't answer the question when it's been answered twice. A bit like treasure poem. You've been given the answer. The history did change and is still in the process. It is not all the history now. It is one small part of the history. No, the history has not changed in the Southwest yet. While it is part of an ongoing process, the end that claims that history has been changed, no way. History will not change until that thing's happened. And that could be 2026. That could be 2026 when that is finalised. And that's the, football ground, tennis court, ice hockey rink, speedway. That's all the other things where I can keep my secret. That's to the nth degree, that is. To the clomp of a boot. That's as far out as that goes. And then once that happens, then you can say that statement. But until that happens, you can't say that statement because it hasn't happened. You can say that it's going to. Yeah, it's going to. With this process that we've got in place, it is going to change history in the Southwest. But has it? No, it hasn't been done yet. Hasn't been done yet. Simple as that. Hasn't been done yet. Plans in the process for it to be done, but not done yet. Now, your information might be different to mine, but I'm telling you 100%, as I see it, history in the Southwest, not been done yet. It started, but it hasn't been finalised. Yeah, 100% 2 Fields 37. It's in the cards. It's possible. Hasn't happened yet. I don't think it's happened yet. Clump of a boot may be part of that history Southwest stuff. I don't believe it's happened yet. And, if it's up to the finder solver, how long do you wait? Forrest wants to take it with him. He wasn't going based on his history. That would be his future mother. A24 10 Wow. Yeah, ever notice he avoided Gardner and Roosevelt pressing the immediate arch? I found that Gardner more interesting when Five Leaf keeps saying Gardner with a Y. Or the question of proxy. Sounds loaded up. Yeah, it does sound loaded up. Are you buddies? What? It's still I don't know what Forrest has done or changes to you wanting to know has been done. Is it a fault in the structure of your question? Look around Sheepy Cliff parking area around 200 to 500 feet. Google Maps. Can't read that. And co-site. Ooh. Well, I think I've been in that area anyway. Area. That's the word that I couldn't see. Area. Are you a new searcher? I don't believe Fields is a new searcher with that information. No way. You may know or not. It is simple. State this is in the change. So what's the in the change? Forrest is making this happen. I don't feel that. Well, it depends what. It can't be answered because everybody's participating in the thrill of the chase. The effect that they have is negligible depending on what Forrest deems to be in effect. If the searcher, finder, solver, whatever, has done something that meant that Forrest could do something, then that is affecting it. Once Forrest is free to do something because of what the searcher did, then that is affecting the change. But if Forrest didn't need the solver or the finder to do anything and could affect the change off his own back, then so be it. But if the finder had to do something, so take Jess and go in peace, then Forrest, so why is it that I must go? If that was based purely on what the finder did so Forrest could go, then yeah, that would be in effect. But if Forrest was going to do it anyway, then no, it wouldn't be in effect. It's the 1988 fire and Fenn under investigation. FBI can deal with the feds, replant trees, a green mark. Ooh. I've got to go. I said too much. Love it. You are asking a loaded question. I've answered all those questions. I've answered them all. Every single one. As truthful as I can without saying anything that's, you know, too much. And again, this is not me being the solver. This is me just looking at the information that Forrest Fenn has given out, looking at the poem and putting the two together. Some of the questions can't be answered because they are supposed to be directed at Forrest Fenn. Only he can say how much the solver finder has impacted the chase. Excuse me, potentially the chase could have carried on without a solver. Forrest could have, if he wanted, I think somebody had to find something. But only in that case, if they found it, and only at that point Forrest could make something happen, then they have an effect. So yes, if the solver really did find the chest or the treasure and meant the Forrest had to go, and that started the ball rolling for the change, then the solver finder did impact it. If that wasn't the case, then the solver didn't, the finder didn't. But it's possible that it was the case that on the find, whether Forrest found the solver, that fish, so Forrest found that fish and then could do whatever he wanted to do because he found that fish, it's still an impact. So however you look at it, yeah. That's how much I pay attention. Thanks, Larry. I did the work, David. I know the answer. The solver has 3 times continued to change the history that FF wanted to change. No, don't know what that is. Don't know what Sophia just said. It started with a T and it's come to this. Larry, game of telephone. If it is true that the second poem is in the first poem, the only one that halfway sounds like it would be where his car was at the Denver Museum, but that is not the poem. Yeah, we've done the car at the Denver Museum. That's in the poem. But the second poem is the Ode to Peggy that we think it is. So that's written in the poem. Ode to Peggy is written in the poem. The Babbling Brook poem possibly is in the poem, but I'm not going to elaborate on that because somebody else sent that to me. So, it'd be for them to decide that if they wish to, clarify that or not. And the poem itself is in the poem. So the poem that you read is written again in the poem. So potentially there's the poem itself, the poem written in the poem, the Babbling Brook poem that's in the Medium article, and Ode to Peggy in the poem. In fact, you don't need to ever ask us a question. Yeah, I don't understand why people who are solvers are asking anybody anything. To see who knows is all. P.S. The finder was a railroad. The finder was a railroad. That sounds like Katie. Did Katie solve it? Since you are a wrench, I will never ask again, but... Oh, don't be like that. I think most know, and therein lays the rub. No goes to what? Patsy Jack. Uh-oh. Jeff, what is game of telephone? No, I'm not Buddhist. Thanks. Thank you. Right, I'm definitely going. I've gone past the... wow, 20 to 5. Soon goes, doesn't it? Get light soon. I thank you all for, joining in chat and everything. Tundra, Tacoma, Tundra. Oh, that sounds like Tarzan. Oh, I can't remember what you used to say. What did you used to say? But I can't remember what you used to say now. I'm getting old, I think. I'm going to turn into Biden. That would be terrible. It's a sham wrapped in a conundrum inside an enigma. No, you could have the conundrum wrapped inside an enigma. You don't need the sham. Thanks, Sophia. Appreciate it. Says a rocks. You are funny. Yeah, there's no sham though. Right? So this is. I just think you're so ungrateful and so disrespectful when you say things like that. It's like I don't know how many years Forrest in total put into this, but it took up his life. And it's like, or time with his family, all sorts of stuff. And it's just treated like it's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. If it were a fraud, then I would understand. Beer. Don't say that too loud because Bill will be in and say, well, it's a fraud, so it's got to be this. Anyway, I'm going. I definitely am. It's 4:41, 4:42. Too far to walk. 442. 2024. It's all twos and fours. 18th of the 8th. Or 8th of the 18th, as you'd probably say. So, it was a joke. Relax. Jeez. It's just, no, not joking. Not, I find it bad that people are disrespectful, but, there are people that say much worse, which is, what I was really aiming at. Not your sham. Your sham was just a sham. Larry, at least you didn't end with my post 92F150. One person was obsessed with the chase. That was Forrest, yet people call him fraud. All the doubters, wake up to yourselves. Yeah, you can't call him fraud. He spent a lot of time on the chase. It wasn't a simple 5-minute poem that was going to find a chest. It wasn't beginning where warm waters halt. It wasn't any of that. Just, just give the man a bit more credit. It wasn't that. It was easy, but it wasn't that easy. No, it was simple, but it wasn't that simple. It wasn't easy. Yes, I will be Safwa Zozo. And you be Safwa too. Thanks, mate. I can see the safe there, but yeah, I knew what you meant. And for I said, it doesn't matter what you write as long as the person knows what it is you're writing. No, I'm not saying you did, Sophia, so don't ever think that. No, there are many people in the chase that do, though, because apparently they solved it and Forrest didn't give them their, deserved reward, which is whatever. Jeff, my 6F150 brought me home for the last time on Friday. I had to turn the hazards on. Okay, I'm off. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm not as angry as I make out, but some people say some distasteful things and silly, stupid things. And I'm not shy in coming forward. I don't try to fall out with people. That's not my aim. I'm not trying to claim that I'm the solver. I'm not trying to say, that I'm better than you or that you're not better than me. I'm just saying, look, here's information from Forrest Fenn, and this is what it could mean. If you're a true searcher, you'll look into it and go, "Ooh, yeah, could do, maybe. What if?" But lots of love, smiles, and happiness, and a few flowers. Yes, Davey, was some shouting, some big letters. Thanks, Casper. Always entertaining. Yes, definitely. So you're doing it again. Stop them big letters. Good night, Nikki. All good. Yeah, no need. I know, and I use big letters, and I'm not shouting, but there's no need for them here. The I use, there are more emphasis than shouting, but I think Sophie can read what's being said. I'm over 300k. It doesn't like the heat. Bad thing when it's always over 100. Oh, but the levee was dry, wasn't it? In the Chevy, when the levee was dry. Thanks, everyone. Take care. Have a good night. It's been good again. Thank you. Ciao for now.